This video is sponsored by Normandy 1998, Ash, Christopher Mitchell, and 212th Trooper. Hey everyone, happy April Fools! This year I decided to put my own spin on the tradition of April Fool's what-ifs, by not doing an outlandish story, but instead a very plausible story from a fandom I haven't covered before, that being Ben 10. Depending on how you all respond to this story, I might continue to branch out into more stuff, like Kingdom Hearts and Harry Potter what-ifs, so if that's something you want to see, let me know in the comments below, as well as what you think of this story, and if you want to see it continue. And while I have your attention, I'd like to mention that less than 35% of my viewers are subscribed, so if you like my content but aren't subscribed, please consider doing so, since it costs nothing, tells the YouTube algorithm to promote my stuff, and ensures that you'll never miss out on an upload. But without further ado, let's get into the story. We begin during the events of the appropriately named episode Kevin 11. After getting into a fight with his grandpa Max, Ben had befriended a young delinquent named Kevin, with energy absorption powers, and though at first he'd admired the older boy's free-willing style of life, he had come to realize that it came at the cost of being selfish, bordering on immoral, as Kevin had been more than willing to endanger hundreds of innocent people by sending a train carrying a vast amount of money to collide with a passenger train so that he could rob the former. This had caused a schism between the pair, with Kevin using his powers to absorb some of the Omnitrix's energy, and in so doing, gain access to Heat Blast powers. Following this, Kevin had gone on a rampage, and feeling responsible, Ben along with Gwen and Grandpa Max had confronted the youth, before he could kill a group of thugs who had previously tormented him. This quickly devolved into a duel between Ben and Kevin, though the imposter quickly realized he could not compare to the original, being summarily beaten and forced to surrender. However, instead of seeking vengeance as Kevin had, Ben offered his vanquished foe a chance, an opportunity to use his energy absorption powers for good and be a part of a team who looked after each other, to be partners like Kevin had originally proposed. And it is here that we find the divergence point in the timeline, as when faced between lunging for the Omnitrix in the hope of getting another power-up, or taking Ben's hand in friendship, Kevin chooses the latter, being lifted to his feet and patted on the back by Ben, who says it's good to have him. Max also extends a friendly greeting, while Gwen surveys the new hanger-on with wariness, having deemed him trouble back at the arcade. Nonetheless, she raises no complaint as he is led back to the rust bucket with a team of 4 getting back on the road. Taking the passenger's seat, Kevin begins introducing himself, giving Max something of a shock when he reveals that his name is Kevin Levin. Doing his best to mask this, the old man asks if his father might be Devin Levin from Bellwood, and when Kevin replies that it is, asking if Max knows him, Max responds that they used to work for the same plumbing company back in the day. While Kevin along with Ben and Gwen think this is neat, none of them make anything more of this for the time being, not knowing the true nature of the plumbers at this point in time. The next few days after this are spent driving, with Grandpa Max seemingly very excited for what they will find at their destination. During this time, Kevin mostly hangs out with Ben, being perceptive enough to tell that Gwen doesn't trust him, though it's not like he cares or anything. As a result, the two boys mostly geek out over sumo slammers, though in their rambunctious way, they can't resist pulling the occasional prank, either on each other or collaboratively on someone else. This comes to a head when they finally arrive at Max's surprise, the remarkably dull Sparksville, and upon seeing that the town's main attraction is the world's largest rubber band ball, Ben and Kevin decide to have a little fun, egging each other on to mess with the ball. Ultimately, it is Ben who does so, going forearms and playing around with the ball, much to Kevin and Gwen's amusement. That is until he loses hold of it, at which point it proceeds to bounce through the town, causing havoc. Thankfully, no one sees that the kids are involved in this, and while Gwen is quite upset by the notion of having caused property damage, Kevin urges her not to be so uptight, while Ben backs his buddy up, suggesting they just play dumb and go about their business, laying a casual hand on the ball as he does. This unwittingly causes Omnitrix energy to pass through the rubberized coating of the rubber bands, waking the creature that lives inside, so that the next morning when Ben, Gwen, and Kevin are called to join Grandpa Max outside their hotel room, they bear witness to a scene of devastation akin to the aftermath of a natural disaster. Though, as the mayor of Sparksville is all too happy to point out, this is no tornado or other natural phenomenon, instead being the work of a mischievous electrical being known as Megawatt, who Ben inadvertently admits to unleashing. As a result, he and the rest of the team are placed in charge of capturing the Sparky demon, which in turn puts them in prime position to be pranked, as Megawatt has a wicked sense of humor. However, instead of seeing the irony in this, both Ben and Kevin decide to charge headlong at the creature, with Ben transforming into Upgrade, albeit unintentionally, and Kevin simply trying to grab hold of it, since he figures if he can use his powers, he might be able to drain Megawatt's energy. Unfortunately, neither strategy is especially effective on its own, as Megawatt dances circles around them before pelting Ben with cans from a nearby soda machine and giving Kevin a wedgie. From the sidelines, Max suggests that maybe instead of each trying to take down Megawatt, they should work together, with Gwen adding that they should approach it like one of their stupid pranks. This gives the pair an idea, with Ben firing one of his lasers directly at Megawatt, though as with the others, the electrical fiend easily avoids it, zipping into the air. However, this is not an issue, as the true target of the blast was Kevin, with him absorbing the concentrated energy and launching it directly back at Megawatt from behind. This takes the creature by surprise, stunning it long enough for Ben to wrap his amorphous body around it like the rubber band ball, and when he has it contained, Kevin approaches, sticking his hand inside and draining Megawatt of its power until it finally passes out, allowing the mare to reseal it. The boys then high-five, their natural synergy having allowed them to minimize the damage, and as Max and Gwen along with several of the townspeople come over to add their praise, Kevin can't help but think that he much prefers being considered a hero rather than a freak for his abilities. The next opportunity for heroism comes a few days later, when during a stop for gas, a nearby armored truck is attacked by a trio of thieves looking to steal the money inside. But this is not bad enough. The leader of the crooks spots Max and the kids and so opens fire on them with an energy rifle, not wanting there to be any witnesses to the crime. Frantically, Max pushes the kids to safety, but this leaves the old man pinned down, forcing Ben, Gwen and Kevin to come to his rescue. Thinking fast, they agree that Kevin will deal with the thieves, since he can't be hurt by their weapons, while Ben will escort Max, Gwen and any other civilians to safety. Putting their hands in the middle as a sign of solidarity, the kids break, with Ben turning into accelerate, while Kevin steps out from behind the rust bucket to draw the bad guy's attention. As expected, the leader opens fire on the boy the moment she sees him, but unfazed, Kevin simply absorbs this energy before firing a small portion back at her. Being a regular human, even this is enough to knock her back into a wall, and when her cohorts see this, they flee in terror, or rather, they try to, as without a hint of mercy, Kevin fires off a second set of energy blasts which knock them both out, before returning his attention to the downed leader. Cracking his knuckles, Kevin adopts a cruel grin, as he tells her that he's going to make her regret attacking him and his pals. He then channels crackling energy into his hands, but before he can enact whatever sinister plan he has in mind, Ben as accelerates speeds over to his side, telling him not to do this. Angrily, Kevin asks why shouldn't he, but in the same measured tone, Ben replies that heroes don't attack beaten enemies, and besides, the cops are already on their way, so they've got to go. Growling, Kevin punches the wall above the criminal's head, allowing his power to discharge with an intimidating boom, but all the same, he complies, hopping onto Accelerate's back and zipping away to rejoin Max and Gwen for the next leg of their journey, glad that no one was hurt. However, this is not to say that everything is fine, as Ben can't stop thinking about how quickly Kevin snapped during that fight, and so decides to keep an eye on him moving forward. By doing this, he quickly notices a troubling pattern in Kevin's behavior. While normally he is a good guy and a fun friend to have around, when he absorbs energy, his mean streak starts to come out, with his fighting style becoming sadistic, bordering on unhinged. This first becomes clear when a pair of weird alien drones attack the rust bucket that very afternoon, with Kevin absorbing their lasers, then reveling in the destruction as he launches the blast right back at them. Unfortunately, this is not the only incident, as during a stop off at a magic museum they are attacked by a skull-faced warlock named Hex, whose spells are nothing but a different energy-based weapon to Kevin, meaning that when Hex starts blasting, Kevin takes the hits then starts firing back, all the while making snide comments about the wizard. However, this is not the issue. What troubles Ben is the wanton way in which Kevin fights back, showing more concern for taking down Hex and proving just how much of a badass he is than the safety of the innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. It seems that Ben is not the only one who sees this, as with a scowl and a smack over the back of his shoulder, Gwen tells Kevin to knock it off, calling him a freak. At once the black-haired boy rounds on her, fire in his eyes as energy crackles between his fingers. For a moment it looks like Kevin is going to blast Gwen to smithereens, but before he can make the choice one way or the other, Ben in his Accelerate transformation darts between them, snapping at Kevin to get a hold of himself, since he needs his partner to back him up. This seems to bring Kevin back to his senses, with him returning to laying down suppressive fire so that Ben can zip and strike at Hex's vulnerable points. With them working together, the magician falls in no time at all, but this doesn't mean that Ben has forgotten Kevin's actions. As a result, Ben decides to confide in his grandfather, hoping he might know what to do about Kevin's demeanor shift, and good as ever, Max does not disappoint, pulling Kevin aside that evening while Ben and Gwen are bickering over a charm Ben took from Hex so they can have a private talk. Not wanting to put Ben in an awkward position, Max presents the theory of Kevin's erratic erratic behavior after absorbing energy as his own. Though unfortunately, Kevin's perceptive and guarded nature allows him to see through this, growing defensive as he accuses the Tennysons of talking about him behind his back. As he does this, Max remembers something Kevin's father Devon told him about Osmosians, that they undergo severe amounts of mental strain the more energy they absorb, something Kevin's been doing an awful lot of since joining their group. Not wanting to further burden the boy's psyche, Max adopts a placating tone, insisting they're simply worried about Kevin's well-being, though the preteen has a hard time believing this, and so shrugs the old man's concern off with a gruff, "yeah, whatever," before returning to the Rust Bucket's bedroom to be alone. This sulking continues for the remainder of the group's time in New Orleans, meaning that with Kevin mostly on the periphery, the events of Lucky Girl play out much like in canon, with the sole exception being that Kevin does help out in the final fight with Hex, and in doing so, manages to expel the last of the wizard's absorbed mana from his system. As a result, he does start to lighten up a bit more over the following days, going with Ben and Gwen to the nearby water park, and even helping Ben sneak onto a water slide he's deemed too short to ride, by causing a diversion to distract the supervisor, while his friend pushes through the queue and dives headlong into the watery tunnel. However, even with things seemingly being back to normal, there remains a slight distance between Kevin and the Tennysons, as he is still upset by what he perceives as their lack of trust in him, and more than that, their disingenuousness. When it comes time to fight and they need his power, then he's their friend, but afterwards they talk behind his back and call him a freak. It's not fair. He's followed their rules and tried to be a hero like them, but maybe that's just not who he is. Maybe he's better off doing things his own way like he always has. This discontentment reaches its boiling point while on a shopping trip to get ingredients for a cold remedy for Ben. Here the team come across a city councilwoman giving a speech about her new gentrification program, an idea Kevin is none too happy about. However, before he can voice his own disdain, someone does it for him, that being Clancy, the former tenant of one of the buildings the program is set to demolish, along with his army of cockroaches. In his maniacal manner, Clancy abducts the councilwoman, and though Ben transforms into Wild Mutt to save her, his cold has clogged up the Vulpomancer's nose, leaving him truly blind for the first time. Springing into action, Gwen assists her cousin, acting as his eyes, but even together they are no match, with Clancy and his victim getting away. As this happens, Kevin makes no attempt to intervene, a fact the Tennysons are vividly aware of, with Ben angrily asking why his friend didn't help when he returns to his human form. Snarkily, Kevin responds this because he thinks the bug dude's right. He's seen plenty of politicians like her before, who are happy to tear down anything that ain't spotless and perfect, with no concern for the people they hurt. Since those people are always the little guy who can't further their careers, so to the politicians, they might as well be cockroaches. This outburst leaves Max and even Gwen conflicted, as they can see where Kevin's coming from and how his experiences growing up on his own have sculpted these views, but at the same time, they can't just let an innocent woman die. Ben, however, has a much less nuanced perspective, his illness coupled with the wound to his pride at this recent failure causing him to be far more irritable than he otherwise might have been, as he snaps that he can't believe what he's hearing. How can Kevin honestly defend that freak? This is exactly the wrong thing to say, as just like with Gwen back in the Magic Museum, the use of the term freak sets Kevin off, with him snapping at Ben to just admit that he sees him the same way he does Clancy. However, this seems to be a rhetorical statement, as before the other boy can utter a sound, Kevin shoves past him, saying he's done with a lot of them, since they just don't get him, and he doesn't know why he thought they would in the first place. Seething, Ben goes to spit back something scornful, but before he can, Grandpa Max puts an arm around him, telling the boy that Kevin just needs some time to cool off, and they can go find him later. Right now the councilwoman needs to be their top priority. Though as it turns out, Kevin is already waiting for them at Clancy's apartment building, having seemingly rallied around the Bugman as a fellow outcast. This results in a fight between Kevin and Ben that mirrors their first fight in New York's subway, though with Ben as forearms rather than heat blast. Unfortunately for Clancy, the structurally unstable old building simply cannot withstand a battle like this, resulting in its collapse, though there is one bright side, that in a moment of purest instinct, Ben demonstrates just how much he cares for Kevin, pulling him to safety along with his family in spite of what a jerk he'd been. This gesture is not lost on the older boy, and it is only now by witnessing it that Kevin comes to understand what true friendship is, and that he has one in Ben. This realization also helps alleviate some of the mental stress he's been carrying, and so with newfound clarity, he attempts to apologize for his recent actions. However, there is no time for such things, as in the wake of his home being destroyed and his bugs being killed, Clancy goes on a rampage, vowing to exterminate the city by overloading their nuclear reactor. Frantically, Team Tennyson, now with Kevin back in the fold, rush to the reactor core, though it seems they are too late, as it is already on course to meltdown. Once, Kevin would have simply tried to take all the radiation into himself, but things are different now, and so deferring to Ben, Kevin stands back as the other boy transforms into Heat Blast, and uses his cold-induced freezing power to cool the core and save the day. Following this, the group all return to the Rust Bucket with Ben in high spirits as that final gambit seems to have cured him of his cold. Kevin conversely remains silent, still trying to think of the words to make up for his recent actions, though before he can find them, Clancy once more rears his ugly head, having his remaining bugs halt the RV as he climbs aboard, swearing vengeance. However, Kevin is not in the mood for more of the Bugman's interruptions, and so simply knocks him out with a punch to the jaw, just as Ben hurls Grandpa Max's cold cure out the door to lure away the insects. The two boys then lock eyes, and though Kevin knows this is the moment to clear the air and explain himself, all he can muster is two words: "We good?" Thankfully, Kevin does not have to wait for a response, as at once a wide smile cracks Ben's lips, and as he claps his friend on the back, ushering him once more into the Rust Bucket, he confirms that they are good. It is therefore a much happier team who depart from the city, their bonds of unity stronger than ever, and it is fortunate that this is the case, as high above them in orbit, a regenerator tank hisses open, allowing its inhabitant to stride onto the deck of his ship. In a raspy voice that will brook no argument, he gives a single order: to bring the ship in for landing, so that he may at last claim his Omnitrix from the foolish earthling who has been using it for trifling heroics. Vilgax is on his way. We pick back up with Team Tennyson in South Dakota. A few days have passed since the Clancy incident, and everything seems to be back to normal with Ben and Kevin being best buddies again. Right now they are messing with Gwen, as Kevin distracts the girl by asking her annoyingly obtuse questions, while Ben transforms into Upgrade and takes control of her computer, even reading out her virtual diary. This cracks Kevin up, though when Gwen complains to her grandpa, he is far from amused, being sterner than usual as he tells Ben to knock it off, and that now's a bad time to be going hero and drawing attention to himself. Slithering out of the laptop, Ben tries to defend himself, saying no one's watching, though Max doesn't care, telling him to wait in the bedroom area until the watch time's out. Stomping to the back of the Rust Bucket, Ben sits with Kevin, asking if the older boy knows what's bugging Grandpa Max, but Kevin just shrugs, saying it's probably an old dude thing, and urging him not to worry about it. However, unbeknownst to them, there is something very real to worry about, as having tracked the Omnitrix's activation, Vilgax has begun his descent to Earth. Unluckily for him, and very fortunately for our heroes, the transformation times out before Vilgax can find them. Though having a general idea of the vicinity now, as well as Ben's pattern of heroism, it doesn't take the alien warlord long to come up with a backup plan. Rolling into the nearby Rapid City in his spikeball tank, Vilgax begins to lay waste to the area, with the ensuing fires soon catching the attention of the Tennysons. Unsurprisingly, Ben feels compelled to help, but once more Max acts very unlike himself, saying that it's probably something the locals can handle, and so they should just focus on getting to Mount Rushmore before nightfall. However, feeling fed up with his grandpa's attitude, Ben declares that he's gonna help, with or without him. Grinning, Kevin tells Ben to count him in, and so the boy tries to transform into Accelerate, so that he and Kevin can zip over. Alas, the Omnitrix has a mind of its own, giving Ben Heat Blast instead. With an apologetic look, Ben tells his buddy that it looks like this time he's flying solo. Then firing jets of flames, he soars off in the direction of Rapid City. Here Vilgax is waiting to spring his trap, and after a brief fight, Ben is captured, with the Rust Bucket pulling up just seconds too late to save him. Everyone is horrified to see Vilgax take Ben away, though Kevin's worry is mixed with shame. If he'd been there to back his best friend up, then maybe the fight wouldn't have ended like this. Seeing the look on Kevin's face, Max reassures him that there's nothing he could have done, and had he been here, Vilgax would have just killed him, since he's a heartless monster. This does little to make Kevin feel better, though it does pique Gwen's interest, as she suspiciously asks how her grandpa knows the squid guy's name. Sighing, Max admits that he hasn't been entirely honest with the kids, though now is not the time to explain, since if they want to get Ben back, they need special help, which Gwen correctly surmises is at Mount Rushmore. Suddenly, things have become a race against time, as Max, Gwen, and Kevin speed towards Mount Rushmore, while Vilgax and Ben return to the Chimeran Hammer. Entering through a secret passageway, the heroes come across an underground facility which Max seems to know far too well. Furiously, Gwen demands answers, but still her grandfather remains cagey, his mind clearly occupied as he starts digging through a series of storage containers, as if searching for something. Spotting what appears to be weapons inside these containers, Kevin decides to borrow a couple, so he can help out when they go after this Vilgax guy. Stepping away from the Tennysons, he begins a search of his own, suddenly breaking the electronic locks on the boxes with his powers and examining the contents. Using this method, it doesn't take the boy long to find something that puts a massive grin on his face. Yes, this will do nicely. A little while later, Max finds what he's looking for, some sort of alien cannon supposedly locked onto Vilgax's biosignature with the power to take him out for good. Though when Max says this, he adds the ominous qualifier of this time. Loading back into the rust bucket, the trio begin driving in the direction of Vilgax's ship, having activated GPS locked onto Ben's watch to track him down. Thankfully, the Chimeran hammer is still in the process of takeoff, meaning the heroes are able to get on board by converting the rust bucket into an alien battering ram and punching a hole through the ship's hull. As Max emerges and blasts the alien tyrant with his cannon, he orders Gwen and Kevin to stay where they are, since Vilgax is too dangerous for them to be fighting. Though, being the lovable rebel he is, Kevin chooses to cheerfully disregard the old man's words, leaping from the RV and running up to Ben, who is suspended in some sort of rack, which has started to malfunction, emitting electrical surges. Beaming, Ben says that he's sure glad to see Kevin, though the other boy just shrugs this off, telling him to thank him later, as he absorbs the outpouring of power, and in doing so shuts down the device trapping Ben, and allows him to access the Omnitrix once again. Grinning that it's hero time, Ben slaps down on the dial, though to his surprise, he's not greeted by any of his usual 10 aliens, but instead by Vilgax, or rather, an unmodified version of Vilgax, courtesy of the Chimera sui generis DNA already housed in the Omnitrix, which had been added to the current playlist by Vilgax taking hold of the watch when he captured Ben. Now before you start typing in the comments that this is ridiculous or too fanfiction-y, this idea was actually confirmed as a possibility by Duncan Rouleau, writer and producer on Ben 10, who said that the Omnitrix did possess Vilgax's DNA in the classic continuity, and that it was removed by the power surge which caused the Omnitrix to go haywire during the canon fight. Since Kevin acted as a conduit for the surge in this timeline, this is not an issue, with Ben now as Vilgax rushing the genuine article and shoulder charging him before he can extract his vengeance on Max for the sneak attack. The pair of Chimerans then begin a brutal fist fight, though being a juvenile version of the species, as well as lacking Vilgax's cybernetic upgrades, Ben is unable to gain the upper hand, and this gap in power only grows when Vilgax activates his arm rods and delivers a two-handed hammer blow that leaves Ben reeling. Urgently, Max calls for the kids to retreat, telling Gwen and Kevin to take Ben and hide in the rust bucket, while he finishes off Vilgax. However, Kevin has other ideas, telling the old-timer to let him handle it, since he's in the mood for calamari. Turning round to face the boy, the Tennysons see him practically radiating energy from all that he has absorbed, and as he launches it at Vilgax, there is a manic grin to his face. That much raw power is enough to blow the tyrant into the bowels of his ship, though even when he is gone from sight, Kevin doesn't stop, reveling in the destruction. Adopting the placating tone he used during their talk about the personality shift brought by energy absorption, Max encourages Kevin to stop, but with a mad laugh, Kevin asks why the heck he'd stop now. He's winning. Unfortunately, this isn't the only thing the boy is doing, as all throughout the Chimeran hammer, a chain reaction of explosions are going off. Seeing this, Max drops the Carmact, yelling at everyone to get back in the RV as he leaps into the driver's seat and starts reversing. Even now, Kevin won't give up his dominant position, and so it falls to Ben to save his best friend, grabbing him in his strong tentacly arms and shielding him as they and the rust bucket are blown into the open by the exploding ship. Landing hard, it takes Ben and Kevin a moment to get back up, with Gwen and Grandpa Max rushing over to check if they're alright. Thankfully, Kevin is more than alright. He's back in his right mind, as he admits that he doesn't know what came over him back there. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Max says that this is that personality change that they've all been concerned about, with Kevin shaking his head groggily and promising to work on that. Smiling proudly, Max says that he thinks he might just know another application of Kevin's powers that doesn't affect his psyche. But before he can say more, something draws his and everyone else's attention. Just as Ben Vilgax was able to survive direct exposure to the explosion, so was the real Vilgax, and as he now emerges from the wreckage of his ship, there is a murderous glint to his already sinister eyes. Once more, Ben rises to challenge him, and though the fight is closer now that Vilgax is injured, he still cannot overpower the Chimeran warlord. Since the anti-Vilgax cannon was lost in the explosion, there is little Max can do to help his grandson, though Gwen does come up with a way to be of use, picking up a rock and throwing it at Vilgax's face, even managing to score a glancing strike off of his eye, which enrages the tyrant. Turning his gaze upon Gwen, he snarls that once he has retrieved his Omnitrix, the girl will be the first to suffer his wrath, followed shortly thereafter by her meddlesome grandfather. Something about this threat deeply angers Kevin, with him snapping at the gross green alien to leave Gwen alone as he steps between Vilgax and the Tennysons. Coldly, Vilgax assures Kevin that he has not forgotten him, and that he too shall have his turn suffering soon. But with a cocky smirk, Kevin retorts, "Fat chance," as he pulls the item he took from Mount Rushmore out of his pocket. In the haze of his energy mania, he had quite forgotten this, but now that he's back to normal, and after seeing Gwen throw the rock, he feels that now is the time to use it, revealing the item to be some sort of grenade. Spotting it, Max demands to know where Kevin got that, urging him to put it down since it's very dangerous. However, with that grin still on his face, Kevin replies that he's counting on it, as he yells at Ben to run, then lobs the grenade right at Vilgax. Not needing to be told twice, Ben scarpers, though not before delivering one good payback payback blow to Vilgax that renders him immobile as the grenade sails towards him. A second later, a flash of swirling gold light consumes the Chimeran warlord. Then just as soon as it appeared, it is gone, leaving nothing in its wake but a small crater where Vilgax once stood. At this moment, the watch chooses to time out, and as Ben gratefully reverts to his human form, Max wraps him and Gwen in a hug, beaming that he's so proud of them, and of Kevin of course, and that more than anything, he's relieved that they're all safe. This elicits smiles from the entire Tennyson clan, though to the side, Kevin crosses his arms, saying he's happy everyone's okay too, though it's time Max start talking, since he's got a lot of explaining to do. For the rest of the afternoon and into the night, Max attempts to explain everything he can to the kids about the plumbers and his history with them. This includes his partnership with Kevin's father Devon, and the fact that Kevin is half alien, as his father was an Osmosian. This greatly excites Kevin, with him and Ben both being eager to become plumbers just like their father and grandfather respectively, though Gwen for her part is far less interested, feeling betrayed that Grandpa Max would keep so much from her after always saying that she could tell him anything. Hoping to move past the matter, Max tells the kids to put it out of their mind, as his plumber days are long finished, though when a convoy of emergency service vehicles alert them to trouble, Ben and Kevin show just how much they want to get in on the action, by rushing ahead to confront the danger head on. From here the events of Truth play out much like in canon, with Phil still being interested in restarting plumber operations on Earth with Max and Ben, though this time he also finds an eager and willing recruit in Kevin. Though he doesn't personally remember the boy's father, having retired before Devon and Max became partners, Phil is far too smart to pass up a half Osmosian, since in his eyes, the boy could be useful as a walking energy weapon, and so he begins to sweet-talk the young man, calling Kevin an inspiration by following in his father's heroic footsteps, and promising that together, the four of them will achieve great things. Max and Gwen, however, find this suspicious, with Max leaving first to check a hunch, and Gwen dragging the boys to investigate after Phil also leaves abruptly. And it is lucky that they do, as when they arrive at Mount Rushmore, it is to find Phil using a device called the Null Void Projector to try and have an Org Beast kill Max, all the while admitting his evil scheme. Upon seeing the kids have spotted him, Phil tries to flee, but while Ben and Gwen go to save their grandpa, Kevin decides to play with some of the plumber tech he uncovered earlier but didn't take with him to fight Vilgax. Not having time to be choosy, Kevin settles on a small ray gun he found in one of the compartments, and after grabbing it, takes aim at Phil. Though he has no experience with guns, especially alien guns, Kevin does have practice blasting stuff with his powers, and as he soon learns, the principle is more or less the same, as he hits Phil with the alien equivalent of a taser, downing him and preventing his escape. Shortly afterwards, the Tennysons arrive, and upon finding Phil's stunned body, Max promises that he will pay for his crimes in the very place he was releasing monsters from. Though before he escorts his ex-partner away, he lets the kids know how well they did, saying they all would have made exceptional plumbers. The next morning, while visiting Yellowstone National Park, Ben decides to do a bit more experimenting with his new Vilgax transformation. So far, he has discovered that the alien has laser vision, gust breath, and even the ability to leap incredible distances on top of the strength and durability he already knew about. The only thing he doesn't know is what to call the form, with Gwen and Kevin suggesting names such as Gax, Octopunch, and Killamari. All the same, Ben is excited, since with the advent of this new alien, it is equally possible that he can unlock more with the Omnitrix, though this is hardly the matter most deserving of his attention, as it soon becomes clear they have bigger fish to fry, or more accurately, bigger bugs to squash. From out of nowhere, Ben, Gwen, Kevin, and Grandpa Max observe what appears to be a comet falling to Earth, though on closer inspection they discover that it is actually a giant tick, and with it comes a trio of devout followers who reverentially refer to it as the Great One, while also heralding the impending end of the Earth. Having timed out just before the Great One arrived, Ben is unable to go hero and kick this tick's butt, though this doesn't stop him, along with the other members of Team Tennyson, from trying to drive off this menace. Unfortunately for them, one of the Great One's followers also serves as its defender, forcing the heroes to retreat with his laser axe, and proving that this is one bug problem that won't be solved easily. By now the tick's poisons have already turned Yellowstone into a mutated hellscape, and it takes very little imagination to envision how soon the rest of the planet will look like this. To that end, the heroes attempt once more to destroy the tick, with Ben using Stinkfly to act as a diversion, while Gwen, Max, and Kevin sneak up to the Great One's hulking body and try to dislodge it from the Earth. Even without the crazy axe alien, this is still a non-starter, and before long the trio are caught, with Ben in his human form soon being returned to them, with orders to wash the Great One, as tribute for the salvation he is bringing to their planet. Seeing this as a chance to buy time, Max and the kids submit, scrubbing disgusting goo off of an alien parasite, while trying to come up with a plan. Due to now being close enough to attack it, the first plan is simply to use Ben's aliens, though this is just as ineffective as everything else has been, with the first 10 all proving useless, as none can penetrate the tick's chitin gelatinous armor. While they wait for the Omnitrix to recharge so they can try the new guy, Max hits upon an idea, revealing what he meant to explain yesterday about an alternate way for Kevin to use his powers. According to Devon, Osmosians can absorb matter just like they can energy, except with matter there are no psychological side effects, meaning it's safe to use as much as Kevin wants. To that end, if Kevin can absorb the Great One's armor, he should be able to punch through it and give them a fighting chance to kill this thing before it destroys their world. Looking between his friends and recognizing the trust and faith they're putting in him, Kevin nods determinedly, then lays his hands upon the Great One to absorb its armor, but nothing happens. Scrunching up his face, Kevin tries again, though still nothing. Testily, Gwen demands to know why he's not doing anything, sarcastically adding that it's not like their lives depend on this plan or anything. Scowling back at her, Kevin snaps that he's trying, but this isn't like absorbing energy, since with energy it's fluid and flows into him easily, but with solid stuff it's, well, solid. Throwing her hands up in the air, Gwen exclaims that this is great. The absorption kid can't absorb anymore, while more consolingly, Max tells Kevin that it was a good effort, and that he's sure with a bit more practice he'll get it. Not long after this, Ben's Omnitrix recharges, and he is finally able to transform one last time, though truthfully, Kevin barely notices, still feeling like he let everyone down. Meanwhile, as Ben transforms, he prepares to blast this big ugly tick with his laser vision, though before he can, a shriek from up above draws his attention. Looking up, he sees the Great One's trio of worshippers staring down at him with horror, and while at first he thinks they have finally noticed him trying to kill their master, he is instead surprised when the head priest addresses him as Lord Vilgax, asking when he arrived. Mouth agape in confusion, Ben goes to explain that he's not actually Vilgax, though thinking fast, Gwen cuts in, saying that yeah, he's Vilgax, the evil alien warlord, and unless they take their big ugly boss and leave, Vilgax will destroy them with his Vilgaxy powers. Unable to help himself, Ben mockingly whispers that Gwen really couldn't come up with something better than Vilgaxy powers, but in a furious hiss, she tells him to do better, before speaking up once again and saying that Lord Vilgax was just telling her that he's growing very impatient. Playing along, Ben tries to look stern while tapping an imaginary watch, and thankfully this works, due in no small part to the fact that people who worship a giant parasite who destroyed their world don't tend to be the smartest of beings. Conferring amongst themselves, the Tick cultists discuss what to do from here, acknowledging that while the Great One will be displeased if its meal is interrupted, it is also their duty to keep their master safe, and from what they've heard, Vilgax might very well be strong enough to kill their god. To this end, the trio agree to meet the demands, proclaiming that they will retreat as not to anger Lord Vilgax, while also encouraging the Earthlings to repent, as they have just cost their world true salvation as a part of the Great One's majestic digestive tract. They then depart, with Yellowstone rapidly returning to normal, and though the Tennysons rejoice in their victory, having just saved the world, Kevin remains despondent, still feeling as though he failed. Following this, the events of Framed and Gwen 10 are skipped entirely, with Kevin instead using this time to keep working on his matter absorption. Seeing how much this means to Kevin, Ben, Gwen, and Max all try to help, but unfortunately, none of them are all that useful. Being an overthinker, Gwen overcomplicates things by trying to get Kevin to read long academic works about the various substances he's trying to coat himself in, since she thinks that perhaps by understanding them better, the process will be easier. Meanwhile, Ben's trademark underthinking is just as unhelpful, with his advice boiling down to just do it, or trust your gut. This quickly aggravates Kevin, with him bellowing at the cousins to leave him alone so he can practice in peace. The only one who is anything resembling helpful is Max, though even he can't do much, as all he can offer is second-hand advice based on what he inferred from watching Devon. Wanting to be useful next time trouble arises, Kevin works relentlessly to master this new ability, while likewise Ben trains with his new alien, wanting to understand the full scope of its powers. Unfortunately, this comes at a cost, as all their hard work draws the attention of an alien arena master named Slicks Vigma, who teleports the boys aboard his ship, the Mega Cruiser, one morning while they are training. Disoriented by the sudden change in scenery, Ben calls out for Kevin, with the older boy confirming that he is also present, though on the other side of a partition. Looking around, both boys quickly surmise that they are in some sort of walled sporting arena as the cheer of spectators fill their ears, though most pressingly, they are not alone, as each spots a dangerous-looking robot advancing towards them. In a magnified voice, Slicks Vigma announces the two new acquisitions are most impressive specimens indeed, those being a juvenile Osmosian, which is a rare find, though even more excitingly, they have the mighty Vilgax as their guest. Hastily, Ben tries to protest that he's not Vilgax, though no one seems to care, least of all the robot who swings at him with the lethal-looking blade. Figuring that talking isn't an option, Ben decides to give this form a practical test drive, powering up his eye lasers and quickly turning his robot into Swiss cheese. Meanwhile, Kevin is having far more difficulty with his opponent, as he still hasn't gotten a handle on matter absorption yet, and even if he had, the stupid robot isn't giving him a moment's rest to absorb anything. Though he hates to do it, Kevin figures he'll have to use energy absorption, since in a life or death situation like this, a little backsliding is forgivable. However, in trying to identify the part of the robot to draw energy from, Kevin spots something else, a weak point that is only noticeable thanks to his eye for machinery. Figuring it's his best shot to survive this, Kevin goes for it, sliding underneath the droid's swinging scythe and ripping out a cable connecting one of its legs to the torso. This traps the robot in place, which is just what Kevin needs to claw his way up its back and stick his hand inside its casing, pulling out wires and microchips until finally removes something that shuts down the mechanical menace for good. This upset seems to displease the audience, with many booing that this kid won without using any cool powers, and this only gets worse when a moment later Ben reverts to his human form, with many declaring that Vigma used false advertising and that this isn't Vilgax at all. Hoping to quell this rage, Slick's Vigma has Kevin and Ben teleported out of view and into the gladiator pit. Here they meet their fellow captives, as well as the champion Technog, a cruel cyborg who rules over the other gladiators with an iron fist. Briefly, the boys discuss the possibility of a jailbreak, especially when they learn that soon the mega cruise will be leaving Earth's orbit, though the others are all too downtrodden to entertain the notion, telling the Earthlings to get used to this life, since it's all they have coming until they meet their end in the arena. Unfortunately, it seems this may occur sooner rather than later, as momentarily, the boys find themselves in Slick's Vigma's quarters, where their new master informs them that he has just lost a hefty sum of money thanks to these two, so to recoup this loss, they will be taking part in a title fight against Technog, with the catch being that they will be tethered together, and if one should expire, then his partner will soon follow suit. Venom in his voice, Kevin demands to know why this sicko thinks he can boss him and his buddy around, though he doesn't much like the answer, as he and Ben are then affixed with shock implants, which Vigma promptly activates to demonstrate his power over them. However, this only angers Kevin rather than cowing him, though he has little chance to vent this bile, as a moment later, he and Ben are back on the battlefield, and as promised, Technog is waiting for them. With a cruel grin, Technog declares that Vigma must be losing faith in him if he's pairing him with such scrawny little punks, but whatever, he'll still crush them and prove that he's the greatest. He then swings his mace arm down to splatter them, but hastily, the boys roll out of the way. Testily, Kevin tells Ben that now would be a great time to go hero, but the younger boy retorts that the watch is still timed out, so they just gotta keep running until it's ready again. Rolling his eyes, Kevin growls that fine, they'll do it his way, but for the record, Ben's plan stinks. Together the pair begin to sprint around the edge of the arena, trying to keep out of Technog's reach, and while this would be hard enough already, they also have the leg tether to consider, with it only being a matter of time before it gets tangled around Ben's legs and causes him to trip. The sudden jerking stop also knocks Kevin off his feet, and in the time it takes for him to get to his knees, Technog has closed the distance and is preparing to squash them once again. Looking back at Ben, Kevin sees that he's still tangled up, which means running isn't an option anymore, and even if he could get away, he wouldn't leave his best friend behind, which means there's only one choice: stand and fight. This is all well and good, except for one itty-bitty problem. Kevin has nothing to fight Technog with. Which means when the alien cyborg raises his mace hand and brings it down on the boys, all Kevin can do is instinctively throw up a hand to shield himself and Ben. Then, suddenly, he feels a weird, almost tickling sensation run up his other arm and bathe his entire body. In his peripheral vision, Kevin can see his skin and clothes turning grey, though he only realizes what this means when Technog's mace hits his hand and barely hurts. He must have managed to absorb something. Looking down, he sees that his other hand is still touching the concrete floor of the arena, with that being what he must now be covered in. Wicked. Capitalizing on Technog's surprise, Kevin brings that hand up to punch the big alien in the gut, and is pleased to discover that he can hit much harder now. Grinning, Kevin begins pummeling Technog, enjoying the feeling of making the bully pay, while Ben at last gets to his feet, telling his friend that the Omnitrix is back in business. He then asks Kevin if concrete is fireproof, and knowing exactly what Ben is thinking, he shrugs that there's only one way to find out, as the other boy transforms into Heat Blast. Heat Blast then opens fire, rather literally, on Technog, while Kevin stands in the heart of the inferno, continuing his onslaught now with red-hot fists. This combo attack quickly becomes too much for the champion gladiator, with him falling back and yielding. Up above, the crowd boo. Then as one begin baying for blood, while from a floating platform, Slick's Vigma orders Ben and Kevin to kill Technog and take their rightful place as champions. However, as one, the boys refuse, stating that heroes don't attack beaten enemies. This only aggravates the crowd more, but accepting their decision, Vigma teleports the trio of fighters back to the gladiator area. Now that they are champions, the other fighters all pay homage to them, with Technog specifically stating that he is in their debt for saving his life. Using their new position, Ben and Kevin rally the other gladiators to attempt one last escape before the mega cruiser leaves the Milky Way, with Kevin and the others creating a diversion, while Ben transforms into grey matter and enters one of the robot guards to disable all their shock implants. The team then work as one to break free, though unfortunately there is one last trial they must face: Slick's Vigma himself, as it turns out that he not only controls the ship, but is the ship, being an android. destroyed. Thankfully, here Kevin comes to the rescue, using his concrete fist and eye for machinery to take Slick's head off without damaging anything important, so that Ben can crawl inside and trigger the escape pods, allowing the gladiators to escape while also sending the mega cruiser far, far away. When the boys arrive back on Earth in their pod, Gwen and Max are immensely relieved to see them, with Max finally freeing the pair from their leg tether while the duo recount their adventure in space. Though Gwen and Max are troubled by the events that they hear, they are also proud of the boys for their teamwork, as well as the improved mastery they have over their powers, particularly Kevin. However, this does not mean that Kevin can draw upon his absorption at will yet, a fact that becomes clear the following day when an alien named Volcanus wreaks havoc in downtown Pittsburgh. Try as he might, Kevin can't coat himself in the pavement like he did before, which means it falls to Ben's forearms to save the day. As a result, when a trio of alien superheroes called the Galactic Enforcers turn up, they only have eyes for the wielder of the Omnitrix, offering him temporary membership into their group. Though Kevin doesn't admit it, this stings him, as he's come to see himself and Ben as partners. Yet now that it's time to receive credit, Ben makes no move to mention his contributions at all, taking all the glory for himself. This resentment quickly festers into anger when the team are brought to the Galactic Enforcers ship, only for he, Gwen, and Max to be confined to the bridge, as the rest of the craft is for heroes only. Seeing that the kids are upset with Ben, Max tries to mend fences, saying that the hero is someone who does what's right, even if they don't get credit for it. Unfortunately for him, this message is lost on Kevin, so much so that when Max and Gwen decide to beam down to Earth and help Ben and the Enforcers, who are on the losing end of a battle with Volcanus and the bounty hunter 6-6, Kevin decides to hang back. After all, if Ben is the only hero, then he guesses the other boy doesn't need his help. However, this attitude comes at a cost, as though the Tennysons do arrive in time, the bad guys still get away with what they were after. Back on the ship, Ben accosts Kevin, demanding to know why he didn't help, though when the older boy answers him, his demeanor shifts, and in a small voice, Ben apologizes, admitting that he let the glory of being a Galactic Enforcer go to his head. Patting him on the shoulder, Kevin replies that it's all good, and so it is that the full force of Team Tennyson returns to Earth for the final confrontation with 6-6 and Volcanus. As it turns out, the villain's plan is to mix together a highly volatile concoction which requires the heat of a steel mill to bind. To this end, while Ben as Diamond Head and the Enforcers confront the criminals head-on, Kevin and Gwen team up to mess with the formula, since if they can change the ratios, then the plan will be thwarted. Though it falls to Gwen to do the actual calculations and science, Kevin is able to watch her back and help activate the machines with just a tiny bit of energy. Together, they're able to get the job done, much to the anger of Volcanus, who goes berserk, beating Diamond Head to the point of almost shattering him. Realizing that it's up to them to save him, Kevin comes up with a plan, that being to dump the molten metal on Volcanus to slow him down. Though she thinks this is risky, Gwen agrees to go along with it, and so yells for Ben to watch out, as Kevin activates a control panel, upending the vat of liquid metal right onto Volcanus. Seeing this, Ultimos, the lead enforcer, uses freeze breath to rapidly cool the steel, trapping Volcanus and causing 6-6 to flee when he sees that he's outnumbered. Calling this a win, the Galactic Enforcers all gather to celebrate, with Ultimos asking whose brilliant idea it was to mess with the formulas, then trap Volcanus like that, since that person deserves to be a Galactic Enforcer. Opening his mouth, Ben goes to credit Kevin, though being quicker, the ruffian replies that it was all Ben and Gwen really. He just did the monkey work. As he says this, he turns his back on the superheroes, heading back towards the rust bucket, though not before catching a proud wink from Grandpa Max. We rejoin Ben, Gwen, and Kevin at a local park. The afternoon sun casts a cozy topaz light, though unfortunately not everything can be idyllic, as from up in a tree, Ben hears a cry for help. Seeing a young boy trapped on a branch, Ben takes it upon himself to rescue the child, transforming into Wildmutt and scaling the tree, before telling the boy he's here to get him down. However, in a voice that carries an all too familiar sepulchral rasp, the child snarls that he doesn't want to get down, he wants to get out. Then as his eyes, or rather eye, fall upon our young hero, Ben sees that as the pitch black sclera and pinkish purple iris of Ghost Freak. Waking with a yell, Ben soon finds himself tumbling from his bunk, a fact which elicits worry from his family, and a chuckle of smooth move Tennyson from Kevin. All the same, he does ask if his buddy's okay, with Ben relaying the events of his nightmare, though in a comforting voice, Grandpa Max assures him that this is all it was, a nightmare. Nonetheless, Ben remains on edge for the rest of the morning, being too perturbed to even pick on Gwen when she tells him they're going to be spending the day touring a prestigious school called Bancroft Academy that she hopes to enroll in when summer's over. This uneasiness persists even when they arrive at Bancroft, with Kevin telling his buddy to chill out, since it looks like he's seen a ghost. Though this is not too far from the truth, as while they continue the tour of the campus, Ben repeatedly thinks he sees or hears Ghost Freak, albeit fleetingly. Thankfully, a distraction soon comes in the form of the circus freaks, though to Ben's chagrin when he attempts to transform into Heat Blast, he becomes Ghost Freak instead. But this is not the end of the strange turn of events, as Ghost Freak then delivers an uncharacteristically cruel beating to the trio, with Gwen going so far as to call Ben out for it, though to her surprise when Ghost Freak meets her eye, it is to declare that he is not Ben at all. However, before the orange-haired heroine can question this, the Omnitrix begins to time out, with Ghost Freak screaming that he won't go back as he flees, leaving Gwen, Kevin, and Grandpa Max bewildered. Over with Ben, he has finally become himself again, much to his relief, though as he looks up, he sees that he is not alone, coming face to face with Ghost Freak. Shocked, Ben calls this impossible, but Ghost Freak claims there's an ectoneurite, his consciousness exists even in a single strand of DNA, meaning he's been trapped inside the Omnitrix, but now he is finally free. He then sheds his outer covering, revealing a far more intimidating true form, as he declares that in order to regain his full power, he requires the Omnitrix, which means he has to possess Ben. The sinister Spectre then lunges at the boy, but instinctively he leaps back, coming into the open and subsequently halting Ghost Freak, whose skin smokes upon contact with sunlight, forcing him to retreat. Taking this as his chance, Ben flees back to the others, informing them of what has happened, and while at first they are skeptical, an Omnitrix alien coming to life would hardly be the strangest thing they've seen, with them all agreeing to help Ben look for his rogue transformation. Thanks to Grandpa Max's plumber tech, they're not entirely in the dark, though it is still nightfall before they find anything of note, that being the circus freaks up to their old tricks again in spite of their injuries. At first, Ben is frustrated, thinking this is just a distraction, though this all changes when Ghost Freak emerges out of acid breath, revealing not only that they have teamed up, but that his possession powers are all too real. Desperately, Ben attempts to fight the ghost as forearms, though this is entirely unsuccessful, as with his intangibility powers, Ghost Freak avoids the blows and attempts to fulfill his plan by merging with Ben. However, to everyone's surprise, it seems that Ghost Freak cannot possess Ben in his alien forms, with the Spectre calling this a setback, but not a major one, as he need only wait for the Omnitrix to time out again. That is until Max reveals his sun gun, with the radiant beam being enough to damage Ghost Freak, until he takes up residence in another of the circus freaks' bodies. This quickly becomes the way of things, with Ghost Freak hopping between his trio of minions, as he uses their powers to try and wear Ben down, so that when he times out, he'll be too weak to resist. Wanting to help, Kevin tries to coat himself in the stone pavement, though like last time, it struggles to come. Thinking back on when he did it in the fight against Technog, he realized that he wasn't trying to force it like he is now, and instead it just happened when he wasn't putting up any resistance. Maybe that's the problem. He's always been guarded, always had walls, since he's needed them to survive on his own, but while energy can pass through walls, solid stuff like matter can't. Maybe he's gotta let the walls down if he wants to make full use of his powers, kinda like how he had to let them down to become part of the team. As if it had been waiting for this epiphany, the stone beneath Kevin's fingers suddenly springs up, coating his skin and giving him a greyish complexion. However, this is not the only change, as when he swings his rocky-fisted acid breath's jaw, the resulting impact is far greater than he could have managed on his own, stunning the freak. Though Ben is a bit tied up fighting a Ghost Freak-possessed Frightwig, he does at least give his pal a quick thumbs up with one of his spare set of arms. Unfortunately, this gives Ghost Freak an idea, as he declares that maybe the key to defeating Ben is not the most powerful body, but instead the one closest to his heart. Like his best friend, perhaps. Frantically, Ben, Gwen, and Max all call out to Kevin, urging him to move, but it is already too late, as with a maniacal cackle, Ghost Freak vacates Frightwig's body and makes a beeline for Kevin. In a last-ditch effort to save the boy, Max opens fire with his sun gun, but Ghost Freak is too mobile, weaving in midair to avoid the shots and slamming headfirst into Kevin's chest. Letting out a grunt, the young Osmosian stumbles backwards, though when he opens his eyes, they are still his own and not Ghost Freak's. Briefly, everyone wonders why, until with a hiss, the pernicious poltergeist is forcibly ejected from Kevin's body, at which point Gwen surmises that maybe it's like with Ben's aliens, where Ghost Freak can't possess Kevin when he's coated himself in something. However, this is not the only benefit, as in his dazed state, Ghost Freak is an easy target for Grandpa Max's sun gun, with the ectoneurite letting out a haunting shriek as he is caught up in the ray and disintegrated. With Ghost Freak seemingly gone forever, it is a simple matter to round up the circus freaks and hold them until the police arrive. Though before Team Tennyson can leave Bancroft Academy, there is one more matter that must be dealt with, and that is between Kevin and Ben. Having not missed what Ghost Freak said about their relationship, Kevin tauntingly asks if Ben really considers him his best friend. around. Wanting to keep something of a cool facade, Ben attempts to protest, blustering and stammering, though this is quickly brought to a halt when Kevin pats him on the back, grinning that for what it's worth, he thinks Tennyson's alright too. The next stop for our heroes is none other than Texas, after Grandpa Max gets an alert about an ancient Mayan artifact called the Mask of Arpuk. Apparently, this mask is the key to finding an even rarer object called the Sword of Ekchua, which supposedly has the power to destroy whole cities with a single swing. Naturally, Kevin thinks this is awesome, imagining how useful it would be for fighting bad guys, as well as the money they could make if they sold it. However, in an uncharacteristically brusque manner, Max shuts this down, stating they won't use it or sell it. They just have to find it to keep it out of the hands of those who would misuse its power. Taking off at top speed, Team Tennyson soon find themselves outside an old storage facility, with Max stating that the mask is located somewhere inside. He then tells Kevin to help him out, since according to Ben, the boy was able to break into a warehouse back in New York. Grinning, Kevin responds that it would be his pleasure, coating his hand in metal from the doorknob, then punching a hole just below, so he can reach in and open the basement door from inside. Frowning slightly, Gwen comments that she's pretty sure what Kevin just did is illegal, though with a shrug, Kevin retorts if they really didn't want anyone getting in, they would have bought a sturdier door. Heading inside, the group is soon able to locate the room where the mask is stored, though to their dismay they are not alone, as a trio of men wearing metal faceplates and chainmail enter shortly after them, declaring they will be taking the mask. Scowling, Max informs the kids that these guys are the Forever Knights, sort of anti-plumbers who steal alien technology for their own benefit, with the Forever Knight leader, a man in a golden mask who calls himself Enoch, learning that Max forgot to add they are also the future rulers of the world. He then has his men draw their swords on the team, telling them this is their last chance to hand over the mask, but seeing how much this means to Grandpa Max, Ben jeers that it's not going to happen, turning into Wildmutt and barreling into the Knights. When the two subordinates are down, Ben gestures for the others to hop on his back, though when Max and Kevin leap on, Gwen finds herself with nowhere to sit. Having no time to find creative solutions, Ben takes matters into his own hands, or rather, mouth, as with a grunt, he grabs hold of the back of Gwen's shirt with his teeth and hoists her into the air while charging back towards the exit. Seeing as how they're fleeing through enclosed corridors, this is not a particularly pleasant ride for anyone, though Gwen is especially vocal in her displeasure, seething that if this shirt gets stained with Wildmutt slobber, Ben will pay. Nonetheless, Team Tennyson make it all the way back to the rust bucket in one piece, and since they still have the mask in their possession, they are the ones to take the lead, while the Forever Knights follow in hot pursuit. Thankfully, Max has a solution for this, deploying caltrops which shred the Knights' tires, preventing the need for the afterburners and thus keeping the rust bucket from breaking down. With the RV still functional, the team are able to continue into Mexico unabated, though this does not mean they are free of problems, as not only do they lack the knowledge of how to use the mask to find the sword, but there is also a serious morale problem brewing as the kids grow to resent Max's stern, taciturn demeanor. However, in a strange quirk of fate, one problem solves the other, as while the kids are hanging out in the bedroom area bemoaning their situation, Kevin attempts to mock Max's obsession with the mask by putting it on. This results in the image of the temple being projected into the air in front of him, and when Gwen and Ben finally manage to get their grandpa's attention, he declares that must be where the sword is, taking off at top speed. Unfortunately, even traveling by car, our heroes arrive at the temple after the Forever Knights, though to their relief, they find that the Knights have still not been able to breach the perimeter. Using the mask once again, Ben is able to locate a secret entrance, and so sneaking inside, Team Tennyson once more find themselves in the lead. Now that they are so close to the prize, Max's obsession only grows, with him expressing more concern for the safety of the mask than Ben when the boy almost falls to his death, and then again growing impatient with the kids when they trigger a hidden rock trap that almost crushes them all. However, the biggest tell comes when the Forever Knights ambush the team, taking Ben, Gwen, and Kevin hostage, as Enoch gives Max a choice: the mask or the children's lives. Naturally, Max hands over the mask, though for the briefest of moments, he hesitates, a fact which is not lost on Kevin, as he lays his hand upon his captor's armor and coats himself in metal. Having no knowledge of Kevin's powers, the knight is defenseless against the headbutt that follows, and as his comrade holding Ben and Gwen attempts to aid him, Ben is at last able to reach his Omnitrix, transforming into Diamond Head and clobbering him too. This just leaves Enoch, though when Max goes to retrieve the mask from him, Kevin intercepts him, using his well-honed thieving hands to snatch the mask up first. Tersely, Max tells the boy to give it to him now, but with a scowl, Kevin refuses, saying that ever since they started this little quest, Max has been a real jerk, breaking and entering, stealing stuff, and not caring about anything except himself and what he wants. In short, he's been acting just like him before he joined up with the Tennysons, and a guy like that doesn't deserve the mask or the sword. Scowling now too, Max growls that Kevin's absolutely right. He doesn't know what came over him, though he does know one thing. In order to make sure nothing like this happens again, there's only one course of action. He then grabs one of the downed Forever Knight weapons and drives it into the mask, turning it to dust and declaring that with it gone, the sword will be safe forever. Refusing to accept that he is lost, Enoch frantically attempts to force the door of the inner sanctum open without the mask, though this proves just as fruitless as attempts to breach the main entry, and so seeing no need to stick around, the heroes depart, all the while the gold-faced knight curses their names and vows vengeance. Next up for our heroes is Camp Fear, though at least during the early stages of this episode there is little difference Kevin could make, as the driving conflict is the friction between Ben and Gwen inherent to their relationship. As a result, they still encounter Gilbert and head to the camp, with Max going to investigate and Ben following suit to find his grandpa when the old man does not return. This leaves Kevin with Gwen and the campers, with him choosing to stay behind since with Ben gone, he's currently the only one with powers. Thanks to this decision, Gwen's group does have a slightly easier time, as displaying the qualities of a leader, Kevin keeps the younger kids calm and focused, allowing Gwen as the brains of the operation to come up with strategies that keep them all safe. As a result, things mostly go like in canon, albeit with less strife, and though she doesn't say it, Gwen is impressed. Maybe that scruffy dweeb is good for something after all. Meanwhile, in the den of the mycelium, Ben's adventure goes just like in canon, with him still unlocking Wildvine and beating the fungal invader with the athlete's foot powder. Likewise, the beginning of Tough Luck stays mostly the same, with the only key difference being that part of Gwen's drive to visit the Magic Expo is motivated by her desire to have powers like the boys. However, things begin to change when Gwen gets her hands on the Keystone of Bezel, as while Ben is mostly unfazed, having no craving for backup as he's had Kevin watching his back for a while now, Kevin is happy for the girl, thinking it's awesome to have another superpowered ally for fights. This belief is put to the test a few hours later when Hex and Charmcaster bust into the Magician of the Year Expo, as when Ben as Wildmut goes to confront them, Gwen and Kevin join in. Using her Keystone enhanced karate, Gwen proves a capable opponent for Charmcaster, while Kevin, now coated in concrete from the floor, goes to work fighting her rock dogs. This leaves Wildmut free to confront Hex directly, and without Charmcaster to assist him, when Wildmut pins him, he stays down, allowing security to arrive and arrest the Warlock. Seeing a chance to get everything she wants at once, Charmcaster changes tack, calling off her dogs and seeming to do a complete personality 180, as she thanks the team for saving her, explaining she doesn't want to be bad really, she's just scared of her Uncle Hex, and so is forced to go along with his scheme, but now that he's out of the picture, she can stop doing evil stuff, and maybe start to make amends for her mistakes. Having seen the power of redemption firsthand through Kevin, the Tennysons are quick to accept this, with Kevin himself even suggesting that she join them, since her magic would be a great addition to the team, though truthfully his motives in that moment are less to do with the team, and more to do with having a chance to spend time with a pretty girl. Still playing innocent, Charmcaster jumps at the opportunity, giving each of them a hug, then promising to meet them at the RV after she's collected her stuff. Clearly smitten now, Kevin offers to help, but with a smile the sorceress declines, heading off and leaving the boy a little disheartened. This is not lost on Ben and Gwen, who waste no time in teasing their aloof companion for his crush, to the point where Gwen does not notice the keystone has been removed from her bracelet until they are back at the rust bucket. Feeling like an idiot, Gwen blames herself, though to their credit, the boys attempt to comfort her in their own ways, with Ben saying even without the keystone she can still be a hero, while more pragmatically Kevin tells her to feel sorry for herself later, since right now they've got a psycho witch to stop. Heading to the highest point in the city like Charmcaster had told them, the team find her attempting to recreate the charms of Bezel alone, having deemed her uncle unnecessary for the ritual after his pathetic showing against Ben. Both taking personal offense at her betrayal, Kevin and Gwen confront the sorceress together, with Kevin coating himself in metal, while Gwen shows off all the strength she has gained even without the charms. Meanwhile, Ben provides a supporting role for once, using his hoverboard to sneak up behind Charmcaster and swipe the keystone, taunting that she's not the only one who can play dirty. Angrily, the witch attempts to send a swarm of rock bats after the boy, but being faster, Kevin snatches her bag, while Gwen delivers a flying kick that knocks Charmcaster prone, and just like that, the spell is broken, with the eclipse passing uneventfully, and Charmcaster being arrested just like her uncle when Max arrives a few moments later with the cops. As she is led away, Gwen sticks her tongue out at the older girl mockingly, though Kevin's reaction is more subdued, telling her that she could have been a great part of their team, and this time it is clear that his disappointment is entirely altruistic. When she is gone, Ben touches down beside his cousin and hands her the keystone, smiling that he believes this belongs to her. Looking stunned, Gwen says she thought he said she didn't need this to be a hero. Though still grinning, Ben replies that she doesn't, but as he's come to realize, a little extra help never hurt. Beaming broadly now, Gwen comments that's probably the nicest thing Ben's ever said to her, before slotting the keystone back into her bracelet and declaring Lucky Girl is here to stay. Following their trip to Vegas, the next stop on the Tennyson roadmap is none other than the Bermuda Triangle, as Max's old friend Donovan Grantsmith invites him and the kids to visit his underwater resort before it's even open to the public. Donovan's grandson Edwin is also present, and he takes an immediate dislike to Kevin, judging him on his scruffy punk aesthetic and rough demeanor, and deeming him to be riffraff. Predictably, the feeling is mutual, as Kevin quickly comes to regard Edwin as a stuck-up preppy poser when he begins to brag about an exclusive sumo slammer pin he got from an event in Helsinki. Edwin is also aloof to both Ben and Gwen, with the pair coming to share their friend's assessment of the rich boy, though when Donovan instructs his grandson to give the kids a tour, he seemingly expresses some desire to impress the cousins by showing them his grandfather's prized possession, a submarine known as the Undersea Manta Ray. When he offers them a joyride in the sub, the pair are happy to accept, with even Kevin begrudgingly admitting this is pretty cool as he inspects the advanced systems. Descending deeper and deeper, the four kids bear witness to rare marine life, likely not seen for hundreds of thousands of years, though this is not the only feature of note, as seemingly out of nowhere, a mechanical squid latches onto the viewport right in front of Gwen. Suddenly, the undersea manta ray is swarmed by these creatures, and though Edwin attempts to pilot them out of harm's way, the squids are persistent, chasing them down and attempting to breach the cockpit. Knowing they won't survive long at this rate, Ben sneaks away to become Ripjaws, and as he begins tearing into the cyber squids, Kevin tells Edwin to move over so that he can drive. Angrily, Edwin demands to know why he should, calling the manta ray a delicate piece of machinery, though with a fierce glint to his eyes, Kevin snaps back that he may not have the other boy's fancy education, but he's got experience getting away from people who want to kill him. So unless Edwin can say the same, it's time he move. Conceding this point, Edwin climbs out of the pilot's seat, allowing Kevin to strap himself in. Then when he's in position, the scruffy boy pushes the thrusters into overdrive. At once the undersea manta ray lurches forward, and thanks to Ben fighting off the robots, the sub is actually able to gain some ground, or rather, water, on their pursuers. This sudden burst of speed presses the trio hard into their seats, though this is hardly a concern for Kevin, who laughs hysterically, calling this a rush, while from her own seat, Gwen complains that he's enjoying this more than he should be. All complaints aside, thanks to Kevin's daredevil piloting, the manta ray is able to escape almost undamaged, with Ben rejoining them just in time to re-enter the resort. Unfortunately, this is not the safe haven our heroes might have hoped for, as it seems the squids have already breached the protective glass with the intent to flood the entire complex. Resentfully, Edwin declares that this is all his grandfather's fault, saying he never should have taken that alien power source, and though Donovan tries to argue, the boy stands firm, forcing him to relent and accept his mistake. He then explains the true story of how he powers this place, with everyone surmising that these cyber squids must simply be trying to get it back. However, now is hardly the time for recrimination, as with the waters rising, Donovan makes the call to evacuate, resulting in everyone clambering aboard a small craft and heading for the surface. Unfortunately, it seems the aliens not content to let the ones who wronged them go, as before they can fully make their escape, a few of the squids attack the craft, splitting it in half and sending the kids crashing back down into the flooding resort. Thinking fast, Ben transforms into Gax to save them from a painful impact, grabbing the others in his arms and leaping from the wreckage of the ride moments before it's crushed flatter than a tin can. This does come at the cost of Edwin learning Ben's secret identity, though with a rare smile, the rich boy teases that he'd have to be blind not to connect Ben to the helpful aliens that have suddenly started turning up just when the brunette is absent. Now that they are safe, or at least not in imminent danger, the next step is to get to the energy core. Here Gwen suggests they sneak through the pipes, and while this is all well and good for herself, Edwin and Kevin, Gax quickly finds that he exceeds the size limit. Thankfully, he has an alternate mode of transport, as testing a hunch, Ben finds that this alien is well equipped for swimming, though just how much so comes as a surprise when he instinctively becomes a giant octopus once he submerges himself in water. Using this to his advantage, Ben is not only able to traverse the water but destroy any cyber squids he comes across, allowing Kevin, Gwen and Edwin to make it to the energy core without issue. Here they are met by Ben, and after a brief discussion decide to reconfigure the core to self-destruct, taking the resort and the squids with it. The only question is how the four of them will avoid sharing the resort's fate, though here Kevin has an idea, telling Gwen and Edwin to climb onto Ben's head, since there should be just enough room for them all to hang on, and if Ben can get them to the undersea manta ray, he can pilot them back to the surface. Gulping, Ben says he's not sure he'd be fast enough with passengers to get them there before the core goes boom, but seeing as how there aren't any other options, he tries anyway. However, as it happens, it's not speed that Ben should be concerned about, but timing, as midway into their trip the Omnitrix symbol begins to flash and beep, signaling the start of the timeout sequence. Knowing they won't make it if he times out here, Ben redoubles his speed, with the manta ray coming into sight. Desperately he pushes forward, and just as the final beep sounds, he tosses his friends, with all of them landing on the sub. Pulling him up after them, the kids get in, with Kevin revving up the engine and smashing through one of the remaining windows, as behind them, the resort explodes. kids. A few moments later, the undersea manta ray breaks the surface, and as the two worried grandfathers run to embrace the kids, they all begin to laugh with pure amazement at their miraculous escape. Finally, when the children are able to move again, Edwin approaches Kevin, sticking out a hand to shake and apologizing for being a snob before. Shrugging it off, Kevin says it's no biggie, though Edwin insists that it is, undoing his sumo slammer's pin and giving it to Kevin, stating that this is thanks for saving them all. Jealously, Ben whines that it was his alien that saved them, but with a hint of his old smugness, Edwin retorts that it was Kevin's plan that allowed him to do what he did, making him the real hero. Laughing heartily at this, Kevin slings an arm around Ben's shoulder, telling him not to take it too hard, since he can't be the one to save the day every time. Following this are the events of Dr. Animo and the Mutant Ray, or rather, they would be if not for Kevin, as when Ben starts messing with the Omnitrix and trying to jam a screwdriver beneath the faceplate, the young ruffian is quick to curb this behavior with a swift smack to the back of Ben's head. Angrily, the brunette demands to know what that was for, but with a scowl, Kevin tells Ben that he has to treat a piece of tech like he treats a woman. Poking her head into view, Gwen asks how so, a frown forming on her face, though unfortunately she never gets her answer, as Kevin declines to continue, sensing he's made a mistake of some kind. However, one thing that was certainly not a mistake was discouraging Ben, as the next morning when Dr. Animo turns up at Gatorfest, Ben is able to utilize the Omnitrix unimpeded, transforming into forearms and clobbering both him and his mutant frog. As a result, the not-so-good doctor soon finds himself in police custody once more, while Team Tennyson are able to enjoy the rest of Gatorfest in peace. Though Kevin does request that if the family have any other freaky enemies from before he joined the crew to tell him now, since after the circus freaks and Animo, he doesn't want any more surprises. For obvious reasons, back with a vengeance is skipped entirely, with this also meaning that Ben does not unlock Master Control, since with Kevin around to keep him company, he doesn't get bored enough to fiddle with the Omnitrix, resulting in unlimited power remaining beyond his grasp, at least for now. Likewise, the events of Midnight Madness go more or less the same as canon, except that Kevin is also there to help keep Ben awake with some mild torment alongside Gwen. Subsequently, when Subliminal uses his giant watch to brainwash the shoppers of the Mega Mallopolis, Kevin is among those who are caught in his trance, looting and even attacking Ben, until the young hero is able to thwart the hypnotist as Wildvine. A few days after this, Team Tennyson hit a milestone, that being Max's 60th birthday. Like in canon, an argument quickly breaks out between Ben and Gwen about who should have gotten Max's cake, though this time Kevin is here, and to everyone's surprise, he sides with Gwen, saying that Ben can just become Accelerate, so he should really stop being a baby and go get it. However, before a verdict can be reached, something draws the kids' eyes, that being a mysterious glowing portal which materializes right in front of them. Suddenly, a flying figure bursts from the portal, and before anyone can react, they grab Gwen and retreat. Worriedly, Kevin yells that they've got to go after her, but Ben is already one step ahead of his buddy, transforming into Accelerate and giving chase once Kevin is on his back. Leaping through the portal, the pair soon find themselves in some sort of alien city, or at least they assume it is, until they see a statue bearing the inscription, Ben 10,000, Hero of Heroes. Looking at each other, the boys ask what's going on, though to their surprise, their answer comes from none other than Gwen's kidnapper, as she approaches them, with Gwen by her side, and explains that this is their future. She then reveals herself to be an adult version of Gwen, introducing herself as Gwendolyn, and explaining that she knew the quickest way to get Ben and Kevin to follow her would be to grab Gwen. Furrowing his brow, Ben asks why exactly Gwendolyn wanted them to follow her, with the older Gwen beginning to say that she needs their help, though before she can say what with, a rhinoceros villain appears, destroying the statue and declaring his intention to kill Ben, mistaking him for his future counterpart due to him still being Accelerate. Thankfully, Ben 10,000 does arrive a moment later and promptly defeats the villain, though when he sees who Gwendolyn has with her, his face hardens into a fierce scowl. Furiously, he orders his cousin to take them back to their own time, but remaining resolute, Gwendolyn refuses, saying they're here for a very important reason. Unfortunately, any hope of an explanation is swiftly cut off as Kevin speaks up, eagerly asking if he can meet his future self too, reasoning that if they're both superheroes, then he must be as well. If looks could kill, Kevin would be dead 100 times over from the glare Ben 10,000 gives him in response to that question, though even still he does not address the boy directly, instead looking back to Gwendolyn, and in a cold tone instructing her to show him. Looking a bit shocked at this callousness, Gwendolyn goes to protest, but in a tone that will brook no argument, Ben 10,000 tells her to show him, or he will. Seeing that this is a fight she cannot win, Gwendolyn summons another portal, ushering the kids through it, all the while hanging her head slightly. Stepping through, the kids suddenly find themselves in a graveyard, and as Gwendolyn follows, she directs them to the headstone right in front of them. Written on it are 3 words, Kevin Ethan Levin, along with the death date which the kids recognize is only 6 years in their future, However, shocked at the idea that he is going to die at the age of 17, Kevin is at a loss for words, though in contrast, Ben cannot keep quiet, demanding that his future cousin tell him what happened so they can avoid it. Who killed Kevin? Was it one of their current enemies, or someone they'll meet later on? However, at this question, Gwendolyn lets out a deep sigh, then slowly lifting her eyes to face the trio, she explains that the one who will kill Kevin is Ben. Silence hangs over the graveyard as Ben, Gwen, and Kevin all stare up at Gwendolyn as if expecting her to correct herself, for surely she misspoke, saying that Ben would ever kill Kevin. However, on the contrary, she elaborates, explaining, albeit in vague terms, how during a battle for the fate of the whole universe against an evil Osmosian, Kevin absorbed the power of Ben's watch to give himself the strength he needed to defeat the bad guy and save all their lives. But in return, he lost his mind and became an even bigger threat, unable to tell friend from foe and terrorizing them all until eventually Ben had to step in and put him down. Heatedly, Ben claims that this must be a mistake, since he'd never kill Kevin, turning to his best friend and urging him to believe him, though in a chilly voice, Kevin asks Ben who he's trying to convince, him or himself. Unfortunately, before Ben can say anything to convince the other boy of his sincerity, a vehicle they all know well touches down in front of them, the Rust Bucket, now tricked out to fly. Stepping from inside the RV is a bearded Grandpa Max, who calls to Gwendolyn, telling her Ben needs her abilities, though when his eyes fall on the kids, and especially Kevin, he is left speechless, making a beeline and wrapping them all in a hug. Smiling, Ben and Gwen say they're glad to see their grandpa too, though Kevin says nothing, evidently still processing his feelings. Ending the hug, Max then tells them all to hurry along, since Ben's waiting, though with a slight frown, Gwen states that it's pretty rude of Ben 10,000 to request her future counterpart's abilities rather than her help, adding that it seems like his big head's only gotten bigger the older he's gotten. However, it is Gwendolyn of all people who defends her cousin, placing a hand on Gwen's shoulder as she tells her not to take it personally. Her Ben just has a hard time asking for help, since he feels like he has to carry the weight of the world alone. Her eyes then fall on Kevin's grave once more as she steps into the RV, with future Max and the three kids following suit. Taking off into the sky, the Rust Bucket begins flying towards Ben 10,000's headquarters, while inside, Ben and Gwen are amazed at all the future tech on display. Eagerly, Ben calls for Kevin to check out some of it with him, knowing how much his buddy loves this kind of thing, though in a flat voice, Kevin says he's good, choosing instead to just stare out the window. A few minutes later, they touch down on a private landing pad near the top of a tower modeled after the Omnitrix, and while Ben, Gwen, Kevin, and Gwendolyn all hop out, Max stays behind. Curiously, Ben asks why his grandpa isn't coming, though in a tone of melancholy, the old man replies that the boy's future self stopped needing his help a long time ago. Stepping into the tower's command center, the group of four are met by a scowling Ben still in his accelerate form, whose mood has evidently only grown worse since their last encounter, as he furiously demands to know why Gwendolyn hasn't sent the kids home yet, stating that if one of them were to die, it would have catastrophic consequences for the timeline. Feistily, Gwendolyn retorts that she hasn't had time, and besides, if they've got a situation on their hands, maybe the kids can help. Knuckles proverbially whitening as he grips the table between them, Ben 10,000 hisses that he'd have thought she'd remember what happened last time they believed Kevin would help them, his tone a mix of burning anger and something softer that carries a lot of pain. Feeling fed up with this sort of treatment, Kevin snaps at the man to stop talking about him like he's not here, and though this does make Ben 10,000 growl with frustration, he sticks to his strategy of ignoring the boy, instead telling Gwendolyn they have work to do, as he briefs her on the situation. As it turns out, Animo is on the loose, and to make matters worse, he's stolen Vilgax's body, meaning he needs her to track the doctor down right away, before he can conduct whatever sinister experiment he might have in mind for the Chimeran's corpse. However, before Gwendolyn can use any magic to track the mad scientist down, the tower's security system does the job for her, with a computer terminal flashing and beeping to indicate there has been a breach in Sector 1A Centric, right where the null void chamber is located. Sharing looks of horror, Ben 10,000 and Gwendolyn both spring into action, with Ben zipping off his accelerate, while Gwendolyn readies a teleportation spell for them all. Thanks to this, the two teams arrive at the scene of the breach at the same time, with Gwendolyn and the kids witnessing Vilgax's seeming return from the dead, now with additional modifications. Rushing ahead as per usual, Ben 10,000 wastes no time in transforming into Diamond Head to juke it out with the Chimeran Tyrant, though it seems Vilgax's new tricks are more than a match for the hero of heroes, causing the younger Ben to declare that he'll help his future self, while the Gwens handle Animo. This just leaves Kevin on his own, and though at first his dislike of Ben 10K's treatment inclines him towards helping in the Animo fight, when it becomes clear the pair of Gwens can more than handle themselves, thanks to Gwen's lucky girl powers and Gwendolyn's magic, he decides to back up the Bens instead. And it is good that he does, as when he arrives outside, Vilgax is summarily trouncing the two Tennysons, using fleshy tethers and bioorganic grenades to overcome anything that is thrown at him, while gloating that Animo has given him knowledge of all of Ben's aliens and tactics, meaning nothing he can do can stop him. Rushing in to join the fight, Kevin asks if the doc's given Vilgax any intel on him, his body now coated in taupe-colored future metal, as he swings a fist into the back of Vilgax's leg, dropping him to one knee. This provides Kid Ben with just the opening he needs to uppercut Vilgax's chin as forearms, though before Ben 10,000 can likewise capitalize, the alien warlord lets out a guttural growl as he grabs Kevin by the torso and tosses him off the platform and into the seemingly bottomless abyss. However, before Kevin can meet a rather sticky end, he feels a pair of hands grab him. Looking up at his savior, he sees a red alien who vaguely resembles a manta ray, and knowing that this is not in his Ben's arsenal, quickly realizes this must be Ben 10,000. Touching down, the red alien places Kevin back on his feet, though before either can say a word, they are joined by Vilgax and the younger Ben, who had evidently tackled Vilgax off the platform in a fit of rage for what he'd done to Kevin. Amazed that Ben could do this alone, Ben 10,000 asks how he managed to get one over on Vilgax, though in a gruff rebuke, the younger version states that he followed Kevin's lead and hit him in the leg again first, adding that it's good to have people who can help. Taking this as his cue, Kevin springs into action just as Vilgax gets back to his feet, using his status as an unknown variable to create openings for Ben to capitalize on, with the two boys driving Vilgax back towards a waterway. Then, when the tyrant is in position, they swing a double haymaker, knocking him into the water, where Ben 10,000 can freeze him with an unfamiliar Arctic alien. It is only when this is done that the adult Ben reverts to his human form, an embarrassed grimace on his face, as he admits that perhaps he did forget one or two important lessons along the way. By the time the two Bens and Kevin have returned to the Null Void chamber, the Gwens along with Grandpa Max have already subdued Animo and shut down the projector. To celebrate this, they all return to the penthouse, with adult Ben even delegating some of his responsibilities to the Galactic Enforcer so he can spend this time with his family. At last, all seems well. Well, almost, as Kevin is still quiet, with Gwendolyn noticing this and approaching him to ask what's wrong. Truthfully, Kevin admits that he's still working through the whole being dead thing, but more than that, he's confused as to why Ben 10K saved him when he seemed to hate him. Chuckling fondly, Gwendolyn replies that Ben never hated Kevin, he loved him like a brother, and losing him is what made him take on all this extra responsibility to make sure he never lost anyone ever again. In fact, even his harsh treatment of the kids was his way of trying to protect them, albeit misguidedly. Looking amazed, Kevin asks how she got to be so smart. Though still chuckling, Gwendolyn retorts that she was always smart, though having racked up a few doctorates, including one in psychology, hasn't hurt. Just don't tell her younger self. She wants her to find this all out on her own. Finally, the party comes to a close, with Gwendolyn preparing to take the kids home, though before they can, Ben 10,000 has one last gift, handing Ben a storage cube containing a birthday cake, since he remembers they forgot to grab one and always regretted it. Following this, things play out as normal for a while, more or less, though Ben notices that Kevin has become more subdued, and though he can't prove it, he begins to suspect that his best friend's avoiding him. A few days later, Team Tennyson arrive in Salem, Massachusetts, and while at first it appears this will be a snooze fest, things start heating up when Charmcaster returns, hell-bent on wreaking havoc. Naturally, the heroes go to confront her, with Ben soon finding himself the target of a spell, as Charmcaster creates a bubble around herself and another around him. Thankfully, Gwen is there to save her cousin, shoving him out of the way just as the two bubbles collide, resulting in an explosion that throws both Gwen and Charmcaster back. Landing hard, Gwen struggles to get to her feet, though to her shock, when she sees herself in a piece of broken window, it is Charmcaster's reflection staring back at her. Looking around, the worst is confirmed a moment later, when she sees her own body in the distance, no doubt being piloted by the malicious witch. Unfortunately, before Gwen can do anything, she is swarmed by police and hauled away, leaving Charmcaster, now posing as Gwen, to perpetrate her ruse unopposed. Rushing to her side, Max, Ben, and Kevin ask if quote-unquote Gwen is alright, with Charmcaster feigning dizziness, but otherwise putting on a brave face. This act manages to fool both Max and Ben, though Kevin can't help but be suspicious, keeping a close eye on the girl for the rest of the morning as she shows an abnormal amount of interest in the Omnitrix. Not only that, but she also seems emotionally volatile, vacillating between violent outbursts of rage and sickly sweetness, neither of which like the Gwen he knows. Wanting to see if the others have noticed anything strange, he pulls Max and Ben aside while at a market the imposter had insisted they visit, with him confiding his theory that somehow Charmcaster has messed with Gwen's mind. Shrugging, Ben claims that she seems like just as much of a dweeb as ever, while Max at least takes this a bit more seriously, admitting that it's possible, though they'll need to figure out what exactly Charmcaster did to Gwen in order to fix it. Scowling, Kevin growls that he doesn't like just waiting for something to happen, though laying a comforting hand on his shoulder, Max promises they won't let anything happen to Gwen, a knowing look in his eyes. Finally, Charmcaster is able to collect all her ingredients, brewing them in a large cauldron which definitely doesn't look super sus, as they all come together to create a powerful miasmic aroma. Naturally, it is at this moment that the real Gwen arrives in Charmcaster's body and attempts to explain the mix-up. Thanks to Kevin's theory, Ben is a little more receptive to the idea than in canon, with Kevin himself soon confirming that this is Gwen after only a few moments. Curiously, Ben asks how his friend knows, with Kevin admitting that it's in the way Gwen rests her hands when she's not moving. Amazed at this level of observation, the Tennyson cousins ask how Kevin could possibly have recognized such a minute idiosyncrasy, with him mumbling that he just notices things about Gwen, his face suddenly going a little pink through the fog. However, before more can be said on the matter, Gwen's voice pipes up behind them, bitter bile in it as she calls this little scene touching, dropping all pretense. Furiously, Gwen orders Charmcaster to give her body back, though with a sneer, the sorceress retorts that maybe if she's a good little girl and butts out this time, she'll swap Gwen back into her own body once she's got her hands on Ben. Coldly, the heroes tell Charmcaster there's no chance they'll let her do that, though cackling maliciously, she hisses that she's not giving them a choice. She then begins chanting, as the bubbles from earlier begin forming around herself and Ben, with Gwen rushing in to stop her like in canon, though before anything can happen, Kevin comes up behind Charmcaster and clocks her over the back of the head with his wood-coated hand, knocking her out cold. Angrily, the real Gwen tells Kevin to watch it, since unlike him, she actually uses her head. Though having gotten over his earlier blushing, he snarks back that she can't be using it that much if she thought it was a good idea to run headlong into a dangerous spell. That's some Ben-level thinking right there. In unison, the Tennyson cousins let out an indignant exclamation, though seeing their time is short, Gwen quickly begins flipping through Charmcaster's spellbook, finding the transference spell, and reverting herself and the sorceress back to their original bodies. However, before she does so, she does make one last-minute action, tossing the spellbook to Ben and telling him to hold it, since she wants to keep studying it once she's herself again. Thanks to this, the final battle with Charmcaster is entirely averted, with Gwen reclaiming her body and gaining a useful new resource in the process, while Charmcaster is rightfully taken away for her crimes in Salem. Next up for Team Tennyson is the episode Merry Christmas. Unfortunately, Kevin's presence does not alter this much beyond having an extra ally to fight Mr. Jingle's nutcrackers, and an extra person being turned into an elf. Following this is Benwolf, where things begin to change once again, as while Ben is still smitten with Kai Green, she only has eyes for the rugged and slightly older Kevin Levin. Truthfully, Kevin has no interest in Kai, though he does find it funny to watch Ben try and show off so he can impress her, remembering how Ben had mocked him during their first encounter with Charmcaster in Vegas. Gwen also finds this equally amusing, with the pair bonding over it. That is until the appearance of Purple Lightning and a Yennel douchey forces them to take the situation seriously. When it comes time to hunt the beast down, Kevin decides to accompany Kai and Gwen, though whether this is to make Gwen feel better in the face of Kai's grandpa's sexist policy, or simply to avoid being alone with Ben is anyone's guess. Nonetheless, the trio do manage to find the cactus they are looking for, squirting its juices onto the silver pendant and returning to the main group. Unfortunately, when they attempt to use the pendant to defeat the beast and save Ben from becoming a monster too, they are unsuccessful, with it being revealed that the Yennel douchey is not a Navajo werewolf, but an alien one. Following this, the events of the episode go like in canon, with the only difference being that due to lacking cannon bolt, Ben fights the werewolf as Gax, beating it up and trapping it inside the collapsing cave. The following morning, as the Tennysons prepare to leave, Kai slips Kevin her phone number, urging him to call her much to Ben's chagrin. Though adopting a mean look, Kevin laughs in her face, saying as if he'd waste his time on a loser like her. Honestly, he's already forgotten her name. Naturally, this deeply wounds Kai. While having not seen his friend act like this in quite a while, Ben demands to know what his problem is. Still keeping the mean facade, Kevin scoffs that he doesn't have to answer to Tennyson, turning on his heels and heading into the RV. Though, when he hears the sound of Ben and Kai chatting in hushed tones, no doubt about what a jerk he is, he can't help but smile a little. While beside him, Gwen rolls her eyes at the immaturity and stupidity of this tactic. In the days that follow, the arid deserts of Arizona are replaced with heavy rains, forcing the gang to resort to mostly indoor activities. Thankfully, Ben has this covered with his copy of Sumo Slammer's SmackDown, though this gets rather lonely to play alone, with him quickly inviting Kevin to be his player too. Figuring they won't have to talk while doing this, Kevin agrees, sitting beside Ben and fighting by his side like old times. However, even combined they cannot get past the first level, with Ben eventually growing frustrated and turning into upgrade to hack the game so they can move on to the next stage. Unfortunately, just as he does this, the purple lightning from the desert strikes the rust bucket, causing both himself and Kevin to vanish. A moment later, the two boys find themselves inside the video game, with Ben sporting armor and a ponytail, while Kevin is dressed like a ninja. At first, Ben is excited, hardly able to believe they're inside a video game. This excitement quickly fades when he realizes they are not alone, and worse, he cannot access any of his aliens. Thankfully, the game has not stripped Kevin of his Osmosian powers, with him quickly coating himself in stone and punching his way through robo-sumos while Ben looks for a weapon. As luck would have it, Ben soon comes across a chest with a sword in it, and not a moment too soon, as when the final enemy falls to Kevin's punches, the boss spawns in, a giant robot that will require them both to beat. Joining forces, Ben and Kevin are able to bring the big behemoth down, though it comes at a cost, as when Kevin lands the finishing blow, the giant robo-sumo's body falls backwards, landing landing on Ben and crushing him. Thanks to having more than one life left, Ben quickly respawns, though all the same he scowls at Kevin, blaming him for killing him. Testily, Kevin retorts that Ben can pay him back in 6 years, the vitriol in his voice followed by a look of shock, suggesting that he had not meant to say it, even though he had been thinking it. Dropping his scowl, Ben asks if this is why Kevin's been avoiding him since they got back from the future, since he's still upset about what Gwendolyn told them, though in a heated voice, Kevin demands to know how Ben would feel in his place. Sighing, the younger boy admits that he wouldn't feel great about dying in a few years either, with Kevin admitting it's more than just the idea of dying that's bothering him. Ben's always been the guy he could count on, but now when he looks at him, that image is tainted by the idea that he's also the guy who's gonna kill him. It's really confusing. Nodding, Ben agrees that it would be, though for what it's worth, he's not planning on killing Kevin, even if he does go nuts, since he knows that no matter what, the two of them can work it out together. He then offers a fist to his best friend, and smiling genuinely for the first time in a while, Kevin bumps his own against Ben's, grinning they sure can, and right now they need to work out a way back to the real world. Spotting what looks like a sumo dojo in the distance, Ben suggests they check it out, with Kevin following close behind him. When they're standing in the center of the dojo, it begins to rise into the air, transporting them to the next level. To make matters better, when they reach the new level, Ben quickly comes across a forearms icon, similar to the one he grabbed when he got his sword, with him quickly leaping onto an adjacent platform and grabbing it. As soon as he does, the Omnitrix comes to life, with Ben transforming into forearms to fight the oncoming horde of robo-sumos. However, in doing so, he also draws the ire of another fighter, Ishiyama, the game's hero, who mistakes Ben for his nemesis Kenko the Shapeshifter. Thankfully, Ben's encyclopedic knowledge of sumo slammers saves him here, with the young brunette managing to convince Ishiyama that he is a friend, though Kevin does have to elbow him in the ribs to make him shut up when he almost lets slip that Ishiyama and his entire world only exist inside a video game. Nonetheless, Ishiyama does agree to help guide the boys to the final level, even showing them a shortcut, which Kevin is happy to make use of. Eventually, the trio enter the fabled Chamber of the Kappa, which Ishiyama informs them will grant them access to any level, so long as they can solve its riddle, though before they get a chance, they are confronted by Kenko himself, who demands Ben explain the Omnitrix tokens that have suddenly appeared, threatening to crush Kevin and Ishiyama in his dragon form if the boy does not comply. Vehemently, Ishiyama demands Ben say nothing, though having a hunch about Kenko's draconic body, Kevin presses his hand against the scaly part of the shapeshifter that is binding him, with it proving to be an absorbable substance. As a result, Kevin quickly finds himself coated in blue dragon scales, with the legendary hardness giving him enough of a boost to punch Kenko in the side, forcing him to release himself and Ishiyama. This also frees up Ben to attack the villain with them, and seeing that he is outmatched, Kenko flees, with Ishiyama gratefully thanking his two companions, while dubbing Kevin the Dragon Warrior, a title Ben can't help but be a little jealous of, even if he does get the consolation prize of coming across the Gax icon and re-unlocking him. Now at last, the heroes are able to hear the Kappa's riddle, though the absence of Gwen proves to be something of a roadblock, as none of them have an immediate clue as to what the answer might be, especially since they did not collect the bow earlier. However, this is not to sell short Kevin's own intelligence, as being a crafty guy, he's able to work out the pieces of the puzzle and how they fit together much like parts in a machine. It just takes a bit longer than it would have if Gwen had been present. All the same, both Ben and Ishiyama are impressed, though their congratulations will have to wait, as the final dojo begins rising into the air, and they'll have to leap to catch it. Riding the dojo all the way to outer space, the trio arrive at the arena of sumo warriors, where unfortunately Kenko is waiting for them, having learned from their last encounter not to underestimate Ishiyama's strange companions. As a result, he enters his true form, which proves far more of a challenge for the heroes, with Kevin wisely telling Ben to go find the upgrade icon so they can go home, and to leave Kenko to him. Worriedly, Ben reminds his best friend that he's only got one life left, so if he dies to Kenko, he's gone forever. Though flashing a roguish grin, the young ruffian replies that in that case, he just won't die, an unspoken request to trust him in his eyes. Nodding to show that he does trust Kevin, Ben then breaks off to begin his search, leaving Ishiyama and Kevin to deal with the shapeshifter. Thankfully, by being allowed to focus on finding the upgrade icon, Ben is able to uncover it before too long, though not before Ishiyama is tragically slain, trying to keep Kenko from touching the icon. From the ring, Kevin urges Ben to make Kenko pay for that, and using Upgrade's newly reacquired powers, Ben does so, melding with the reality of the game and rewriting Kenko's code to take away all his powers. In an instant, the almighty shapeshifter is reduced to a little wizened old man, who Kevin takes great pleasure in shoving inside a chest and flinging into the abyss, where he can never bother anyone again. The two friends then fist bump, declaring that it's high time they go home, though before they depart, Ben has one last order of business to attend to, reviving Ishiyama with his upgrade powers and bidding him goodbye. Smiling proudly, Ishiyama calls Ben a true hero for this, causing the boy to beam, before he transports himself and Kevin back to the real world, just as the Omnitrix begins to time out. Following this little adventure, things begin to return to normal for Ben and Kevin, with Max expressing pleasure that the two boys are on good terms again. To celebrate, he takes the kids to Planetary Studios, where Ben is eager to meet his childhood hero, Kangaroo Commando. Unfortunately, what should have been a fun day at a theme park is ruined by sabotage and feuding, with it falling to Ben, Gwen, and Kevin to stop Kangaroo Commando's insane twin brother. In this endeavor, nothing of substance changes from canon, with the same being true for the next few episodes, those being Under Wraps, Monster Weather, and The Unnaturals. The only change worth mentioning is that during the final confrontation with the mummy in Under Wraps, Max only has 2 hazmat suits, causing Kevin to instead coat himself in concrete, with this being revealed as a way to avoid corrodium corruption. Finally, things do begin to change again when Team Tennyson arrive in St. Louis, as when they encounter Xylene, she is fascinated to learn they have an Osmosian in their midst, and even more intrigued when she hears his surname, having been a plumber ally for many years, and even heard of Devon through his connection to Max. This immediately endears Xylene to Kevin, though this fondness doesn't last when he along with Ben quickly surmise that she intends to take Max away. Having already lost his father, the idea of losing his new father figure is utterly unacceptable to Kevin, with him joining forces with Ben to spy on Xylene and sabotage matters however he can. However, it seems they have bigger fish to fry, as that evening they are attacked by a powerful Vilgax robot, which Xylene reveals must have been frozen along with her when her ship crashed. Angrily, Ben and Kevin call this all her fault, though when Max sacrifices himself and is taken, they are forced to put their grudges aside and work together. Luckily, Xylene has more than just plumber knowledge, revealing herself to be the keeper of several Omnitrix codes, one of which she uses to bestow Ben with a gourmand transformation, which she promptly dubs Upchuck. With the eating abilities of Upchuck, alongside Xylene's telepathy, Gwen's lucky girl powers, and Kevin's Osmosian absorption, the gang are quickly able to dispatch the robot and free Max, though it does sadden Kevin that there isn't any of the machine left for him to loot, as he would have liked to tinker with it, or maybe just sell it, since some old habits die hard. When everyone is reunited, Xylene makes one last entreaty for Max to join her in the stars, though shaking his head, Max refuses, stating that these kids are his whole universe, a claim which makes Kevin blush, even if he doesn't refuse the hug the old man pulls him, Ben, and Gwen into. Next up is The Return, which begins like in canon, albeit with one key difference. Thanks to having had Kevin as a battle partner for most of his tenure as a hero, Ben has a higher view of the team as his allies rather than his cleanup crew, meaning he is less arrogant and inclined to do everything himself. This means the team is in a less fractious state when they visit the Kennedy Space Center to investigate the Purple Lightning. Likewise, when Ben decides to search for clues the old-fashioned way while Gwen and Grandpa Max are monitoring surveillance footage, he invites Kevin to join him, with this being a wise decision, as the boys are promptly ambushed by the Yenal Dushi, who somehow escaped from its subterranean prison. Nonetheless, now is hardly the time for speculating about the wolf's reappearance, with Ben and Kevin having to fight for their lives against a foe who is very clearly out for blood. Hoping to beat this monster the same way as last time, Ben attempts to transform into Gax, though to his dismay, instead mistransforms into his new mummy state, needing to learn how to use it on the fly, while Kevin desperately tries not to become Wolfie's chew toy. Thankfully, with the Yenal Dushi having to handle 2 foes rather than 1, it cannot gain a decisive lead, with Ben and Kevin's honed teamwork even allowing them to briefly tie the werewolf up. That is until Max and Gwen burst in, at which point Gwen mistakes Ben for the mummy they met before, and blasts him with a spell from Charmcaster's book, thus allowing the real monster to escape. Transforming back into Ben, the boy lambasts his cousin for this. Though playing peacemaker, Max breaks things up before they can escalate, instead suggesting they follow the werewolf before it gets too far away. Taking this advice, Team Tennyson make their way into an aeroplane graveyard, where both the real mummy and werewolf are meeting with Dr. Victor from the Space Center. Seeing they have been found out, the trio of villains go on the attack, and though the heroes attempt to hold them off, they are no match for Dr. Victor, who is transformed into something resembling Frankenstein's monster, as he unleashes purple lightning upon them. Using another spell, Gwen is able to protect herself and her family from the worst of the blast, though the same cannot be said for an old rocket capsule directly behind them, which takes the attack in their stead and topples over, burying Kevin and the Tennysons. Briefly, Victor as the Yenal Dushi search the wreckage for signs of life, though when it finds none, he orders it and the mummy to follow him, as they have to prepare for the upcoming rocket launch. Crawling their way out of the wreckage a few moments later, Ben and the others agree that if this trio of Halloween rejects wants to interfere with the launch, then they have to stop them, with it being decided that Max and Gwen will try to stop the launch, while Ben and Kevin tell Victor and his allies. In a testament to the gravity of the situation, Ben doesn't even mock Gwen as they split up, instead telling her and Max to be safe, while they in turn share that sentiment for him and Kevin. Following the not-so-good doctor back the way he came, Ben and Kevin soon discover discover that he has built himself a strange command center inside a defunct rocket. Watching from out of sight, the boys witness as Victor uses the power of this place to teleport the Yenaldushi across the country in an instant. Now, this is a blessing, as with the Omnitrix back in the green, the pair figure now is the best time to jump the monstrous scientist since he's all alone. Coating himself in metal for this fight, Kevin moves first, running at Victor from one side, while Ben transforms into Accelerate and approaches him at high speed from the other. However, even combined, they're little more than gnats to Victor, who swats them both away in a single motion before blasting at them with more purple lightning. Due to being a speedster, Ben is able to avoid the blasts hurled at him, though Kevin is not so lucky, with the lightning seemingly being drawn to him and causing him even more pain than usual when he is struck by it. Seeing this, Ben rushes to help his friend, but this is just what Victor wants, as with the little nuisances distracted, he is free at last to revive his master. Worriedly, Ben and Kevin ask who that is, though they do not have to wait for long, as from the very floor itself, a horribly familiar form begins taking shape, that of Ghost Freak. Unfortunately, this is not the worst of it, as at that moment the Omnitrix times out, meaning Ben cannot even zip away with Kevin on his back, with the boys instead being forced to split up. Thanks to his metal coating, Kevin cannot be possessed, though the same cannot be said of Ben, who must jump, roll, and hide in order to avoid the sinister spectre who pursues him. Meanwhile, Victor has his eyes set squarely on Kevin, having concocted a most evil plan to ensure his master gets what he wants. To this end, he chases down the boy, and upon grabbing hold of him, lets loose a bevy of purple lightning that makes Kevin scream and writhe. Understanding his subordinate's scheme, Ghost Freak then hisses that it seems Kevin's metal coating has made him extra vulnerable to Victor's electrokinesis, so unless Ben wishes to see his friend die, he should surrender himself at once and become his new vessel. In spite of the pain, Kevin manages to choke out a rebuttal, urging Ben to forget about him and run, though this is simply not within the boy's nature, with him instead stepping into view, his hand over the Omnitrix dial, as he states that if he's gonna do this, he wants Ghost Freak's word that he won't use his boy to hurt Gwen, Kevin, or Grandpa Max. Cackling maniacally, Ghost Freak promises that he will uphold Ben's conditions, gesturing for Victor to stop torturing Kevin, who at this point is barely conscious. Recognizing this, Ben takes his hand away from the dial, telling Ghost Freak to go on and do it then, an order the ectoneurite does not need to hear twice, as with another raspy exclamation of glee, he flies into the boy's chest and vanishes. From the ground where he lays smoldering, Kevin watches on, silently urging his best friend to fight Ghost Freak's possession, to be alright, and for a moment, it seems he is, as a smile curls Ben's face, one that Kevin has seen many times before. But then, all hope dies when Ben opens his eyes, as they are not the greens that Kevin has come to know, but instead the deep malefic pink of Ghost Freak. Ghost Freak is ecstatic. At last, he has everything he needs to achieve complete domination, with a horrific raspy chuckle bursting from Ben's lips, as he declares that he is no longer the paltry shadow of himself, known as Ghost Freak, but instead the true High Ecto-Lord Zascare once again. Weakly, Kevin retorts that he's nothing but a thief and a coward, declaring that if he hadn't used dirty tricks, Ben would have kicked his butt, until Victor silences him with a painful boot to the ribs. Though, when the doctor goes to put a more permanent end to the young Osmosian, Zascare orders his minion to stop, stating that he intends to honor Ben Tennyson's dying wish, at least insofar as he will not kill the brat here. Though, Kevin should be warned, his patience is not limitless, and if he attempts to stand in the way of his schemes, he will not hesitate to end his life, regardless of what promises he might have made to Tennyson. Frowning slightly, Victor then asks whether they should call off the attack on the old man and the girl, though this earns another awful laugh from Zascare, as he replies that by now the Kufan will have killed them, so there is no point. He then commands Victor to escort him to the space station, so that he may survey his victory from on high, an order the Translane is more than willing to obey, shepherding Ben's body into a small rocket he had prepared for this eventuality, with the machine soon shooting upwards through the roof of the hideout, and into the open air, leaving Kevin alone. Knowing he has no time to lick his wounds, the boy slowly wills himself to stand, forcing down the anguish he feels at the loss of Ben, and the terrible possibilities Zascare was telling the truth about Gwen and Grandpa Max also being dead. None of that matters right now, since there's still a bad guy to beat, and he knows that if the others were here, they'd tell him to keep going, and not stop until the day is saved. The only question is, how is he meant to chase after Victor and Zascare now that they're headed for the space station? Casting his eyes around the hideout in the hope that he might find a spare shuttle, he instead sees the machine Victor used to open the portal for the Yenaldushi. With this giving him an idea, he just took a massive dose of that purple lightning when the big brute was torturing him, so if he subconsciously absorbed some of it, he might be able to pump it back out and get into space before the bad guys. Though that's a pretty big if, and even if he did, he doesn't know how to operate Victor's machine, meaning he'll be going in blind, and with only one chance, since he highly doubts he has enough residual charge for 2 attempts. Nonetheless, if he doesn't at least try, Zascare will take over the world, so like it or not, this is his best shot. Making Making his way over to the pair of Tesla coils, Kevin focuses on pushing out any of the purple lightning he may or may not have within him, finding it disturbingly easy despite all the effort he'd put into getting off that path. However, this is quickly forgotten when the purple power pulses from his hands into the coils, causing a swirling vortex to open up in front of him, and guessing the destination is determined by his thoughts, he focuses on the idea of the space station. As he had hoped, when the portal properly opens up a moment later, it is to show the interior of what he can only assume is the station, though this relief is nothing compared to the relief he feels when he sees two very familiar faces on the other side, Gwen and Grandpa Max, alive and well. Needing to know that he isn't seeing things, Kevin urgently cries out to them, with the pair looking over in surprise. Unfortunately, this momentary lapse in concentration comes at a cost for both sides, as Kevin's loss of focus results in the portal beginning to close, while up on the space station, the Tennysons are attacked by the mummy, who Kevin had not realized up until now they were battling. Wanting to help, the boy then leaps through the wormhole, feeling an odd swelling sensation before he finds himself in a weightless environment. Meanwhile, Gwen capitalizes on the closing portal to cast her turbo spell, creating a gust of wind that blows the mummy back the way Kevin just came, trapping it in Victor's hideout just before the doorway closes. Smiling, Max praises the kids for that team effort, though his tone quickly grows serious as he asks Kevin where Ben is. At this question, all the guilt Kevin had been trying to hold back bubbles up as he recounts what happened since they split up, including the revival and imminent arrival of Zaskia, and more importantly, Ben's sacrifice to save him. In the wake of this, silence falls, with Kevin attempting to fill it by apologizing to the Tennysons, but laying a hand on his shoulder, Max tells the boy he has nothing to apologize for, while Gwen nods, saying they need to focus on getting Ben back, since they know it is possible to get free from Ghost Freak's possession. Firmly, Kevin states that he has a plan for that. Since the scare came from the Omnitrix's ectoneurite DNA sample, he figures that if he absorbs the power of the watch like his future self did, he'll gain the ability to go inside Ben's mind and kick the scare out. Frantically, Gwen protests that Kevin can't do that, since if he absorbs the Omnitrix, he'll go insane. Though understanding the unspoken part of that sentence, Kevin gruffly replies that he's marked for death anyway, so he might as well go out saving the friend who saved his life more times than he can count. Hand still on the boy's shoulder, Max squeezes slightly to get his attention. Then, with a shake of his head, he tells Kevin that plan is unacceptable, since trading one of their lives for another isn't a win. No, they're gonna find another way, one that allows them to all go home together. Unfortunately, the time for planning is over, as on the video monitor, Gwen sees the Scare's craft closing in on them before docking with the space station, signaling that their enemies are here at last. Taking up positions, Gwen, Kevin, and Max watch as Dr. Victor steps forth from the cramped ship, while the Scare floats after him, having used the flight to metamorphosize into his true form, which in its own way is a small mercy, as now the team won't have to see the face of Ben and know it is their enemy. Catching sight of the heroes, the High Ecto-Lord rasps that he did not expect to see them here, though it is no matter, as now instead of sharing the Earth's fate, they can watch it from up here and languish in despair for his amusement. Voice quaking with fury and heartbreak, Max tells the Scare that he's giving him one chance to return Ben's body, otherwise he'll make him regret hurting his grandson. While behind him, the kids share a look, questioning if they've ever seen Max this angry before. Evidently unfazed by this threat, the Scare orders Victor to deal with the meddlesome plumber, another foul chuckle on his lips as he watches the hulking Translian crack his knuckles and bear down on Max, being the only one who can walk due to his magnetized feet. Wisely, Max uses this opportunity to split the villains up, kicking off a wall and floating towards the other side of the space station, though as he does, he gives the kids reassuring looks, telling them without words that he has complete faith in them to handle the Scare on their own. The kids then square off with the sinister spectre possessing Ben, and while Kevin intends to go through with his initial plan, even if he knows his adoptive grandpa will be disappointed, Gwen stops him, saying she has a plan, though it's a pretty big gamble, so she needs him to trust her and follow her lead. Nodding, Kevin replies that he does, completely, a faint blush forming on his cheeks, before he urges her to tell him the plan. Keeping her voice low so the Scare can't hear, Gwen explains that right now she needs luck more than any other time in her life, so she's hoping the Keystone of Bazel coupled with Charmcaster's book will give her the spell she needs to save Ben. Though, to do that, she needs Kevin to keep that freak distracted long enough for her to look. Grimacing, Kevin bluntly replies that she's right. That is a big gamble. But he already said he trusts her, and they don't have a better plan, so he'll buy her time. On these less than stellar words, he then launches himself at the Scare, swinging a punch at the Spectre, and demanding he give his buddy back. However, being wily, the ectoneurite merely makes himself intangible for a moment, allowing Kevin to pass through him, before blasting the boy in the back with a dark energy bolt, a new ability he's gained courtesy of being back to his full power. Luckily, this is not a lethal blow, but it still does considerable damage, with the impact sending him crashing into a wall as the Scare turns his attention on Gwen, who is hastily flipping through the pages of her spellbook. Cackling darkly, the High Ecto-Lord declares that nothing in that pathetic book will be able to harm him, though in his hubris, he does not notice Kevin coating himself in metal and rebounding off the wall, before tackling him in the back as he orders the Scare to get away from Gwen. He then drives a haymaker into his bony chin, or rather, forehead, which sends the Spectre staggering, while behind him, Gwen gives the boy encouragement, saying she just needs a little bit longer. Meanwhile, over with Grandpa Max, he is still playing the world's most deadly game of tag with Victor, who keeps firing bolts of purple lightning that the old man is only narrowly able to avoid. This adds an extra layer of complexity to Max's retreat, as now he cannot risk pushing off any of the outer walls, as if the lightning blows a hole in the side of the space station, the entire place will decompress, and with him only having 2 hazmat suits, well, he doesn't want to think about that. Better to play it safe and stay in the interior, even if it does mean Victor is gaining on him. Making his way into the primary control area, Max attempts to stop the corrodium beams as Scare and his minions had prepared in order to turn the Earth into their monstrous paradise, since he knows that even if they can beat the bad guys, unless they stop this quickly, the effect of the mutating mineral will become permanent. However, to his dismay, the controls are locked, and to make matters worse, Victor has just entered the room, blocking off the only exit. Though, perhaps this is not as bad as it seems, with Max quickly hatching a scheme as he yells at Victor to take his best shot now that he's got him cornered. Despite being a doctor and a genius, the Translean falls for this rather obvious taunt, with him powering up his purple lightning and launching a barrage of it at the old man, though this is no problem for Max, who simply kicks off the console, soaring above the lightning, while it strikes the electronics, causing them to short out and explode, thus disabling the corrodium ray and thwarting the Scare's grand ambition. However, before the villainous right-hand man can consider how displeased his master will be at this, the room begins depressurizing due to the hole he just put in the side of it. Thinking fast, Max slaps on his hazmat suit and clings to the door, while unfortunately Victor is not so lucky, as with his magnetized feet, he is far slower, being unable to get off his particular piece of paneling before it's ripped from the floor and sent plummeting back down to Earth, in what will surely be a very painful and incapacitating re-entry. Back with Gwen and Kevin, they have managed to hold the Scare at bay, though it is clear this is only because he is toying with them, wanting to give them false hope so he can crush it for even greater devastation. Nonetheless, the kids have made use of this time, with Kevin keeping up the onslaught while Gwen searches for a spell. Finally, she finds one that might do the trick, a warding glyph that protects the carrier against possession, though nothing in the book says anything about whether it will work on someone already under the effect. Figuring it's her best shot, Gwen gives Kevin a nod that tells him it's time. Then, as he feints to draw the ghost's attention, she leaps up from out of sight and plants a hand on Zascare's back while crying in true Sor Exilium. At once, an ear-rending scream fills the cavern as a glowing pink glyph appears not on Zascare's back, but Ben's, while the sinister spectre is shunted out of the boy's body. Eagerly, Gwen and Kevin cry out to Ben, expressing their relief that he's back, while asking if he's okay. Though, with a serious expression, the brown-haired youth answers that he's more than okay. He's all fired up to get some major payback on Ghost Freak. He then slams his palm down on the Omnitrix, with it turning him into Diamond Head, and allowing him to throw a punch at his erstwhile transformation. Though Zascare avoids this by phasing through the floor, this attack is not for naught, as both Gwen and Kevin notice something about the way the artificial light of the station reflects off Diamond Head's skin, with this giving them both an idea. Locking eyes, the duo then take up their positions, with Kevin swapping his metal coating for a glass one, courtesy of the large video monitor, before leaping onto Ben's back, while Gwen fires a light spell at him. At once, Kevin becomes a shimmering prism, though this alone is not enough, with it taking Ben to complete the move, as he quickly catches on to what they're doing, and raises one of his arms to create the refracting lens they need, thus turning it from a light spell into a highly concentrated light laser, which he's able to aim right at Zascare the second he pops back into view. Letting out another scream, the High Lord attempts to flee, though in the face of such intense light, he is paralyzed with pain far worse than when he was struck by Max's sun gun. Then, like an ant caught under a magnifying glass, he bursts into flames, thus signaling the end of his reign of terror, both over Team Tennyson and the galaxy. Now that the danger is finally past, the trio are at last able to speak properly, with both Gwen and Kevin expressing their delight at having Ben back, though Kevin does warn that if he ever does anything so boneheaded and noble again, he'll kick his butt so bad that it'll make what they just did to Zascare look like a day at the beach. In a cocky tone, Ben goes to refute the threat with some macho taunt, though before the words are half out of his mouth, he stops himself. Then, with a genuine smile, he thanks both his best friend and his cousin for saving him. Smiling as well, the pair tell him not to sweat it, though it seems there is something they should be sweating, that being the slow depressurization and collapse of the space station, thanks to Victor and Grandpa Max's fight. Thankfully, at that moment, the old man makes himself known, steering the shuttle he and Gwen rode to get here into the nearest airlock and urging the kids to hop in. Having no objections, the trio do so, with Max expressing deep relief that they're all okay. He then pulls his grandson into an extra tight hug, sighing that he thought he'd lost Ben there for a while, and though Ben does protest, saying that he's fine really, everyone sees that he makes no attempt to break the hug. Finally, when Max is suitably satisfied that the kids are all safe and accounted for, he ignites the thrusters and begins guiding the shuttle back to Earth. As they go, Gwen asks if NASA is going to be mad that they destroyed their fancy space station, though with a chuckle, Max replies that this isn't the first one he's blown up, though that's a story for another day. We resume with Team Tennyson mid-caper as we find Gwen, Kevin and Max tied up and hung upside down over a vat of chemicals. All to the side, Dr. Animo monologues about his DNA bomb and how it will force a new age of evolution on the planet. However, before the Doc can finish his rant, a new voice butts in, that of Ben, as he declares that not if he has any say in the matter, though surprisingly he is not himself or any of the aliens the gang know, instead being a humanoid creature with green eyes all over its body aside from its face, which is largely taken up by a set of big bad ears. Furiously, Animo curses Ben for always ruining his plans, while commanding his newest pet, a giant mutant hornet, to destroy him. Showing off its near 360-degree vision, this new eye guy is easily able to roll out of the way of the hornet's stinger, but this is not all he can do, as with a grunt, he fires a large green laser from his central chest eye, forcing the bug to retreat and giving Ben the advantage. This is all well and good, though as Kevin testily reminds his pal, the rest of them are still tied up and hanging over mystery goo, so it'd be really neat if you could take a break from being a bug zapper to cut them down. Smirking that Kevin's starting to sound like Gwen, Ben fires a blast that breaks their chains, allowing Max to pull out a grappling hook and swing the kids to safety, while Ben returns to his fight, now with the rest of the family on his side. Thanks to this and their better teamwork than in canon, it is child's play for Gwen, Kevin and Max to take down Animo, while Ben focuses on the literal ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, as the Quack Doctor is all too happy to point out, Ben will never crack through his bomb's casing in time to defuse it, with Ben retorting that if he can't turn it off, he'll just have to overload it. Worriedly, Gwen comments that Ben doesn't know what'll happen if he does that, though flatly, he replies that it can't be any worse than what'll happen if he doesn't, before firing a laser into it. At once, the bomb begins to short out from all this excess energy, displaying an error message, and seemingly stopping its countdown. Though unluckily for Ben, it does still have a small discharge, with a wave of radiation washing over him while Gwen, Max and Kevin make it to cover due to being farther away. In the aftermath of this, there is silence, broken only by Max as he calls out to his grandson, with Gwen and Kevin doing likewise a moment later. When they receive no answer, the old man pokes his head out over the top of his cover to see an alive and dazed Ben, who has reverted to human form. Rushing up to him, the old man then pulls Ben into a hug, smiling that he's glad he's alright, while Kevin punches him playfully on the shoulder, stating he did good, and Gwen taunts that he's lucky he was an alien, otherwise that DNA wave would have scrambled him. Speaking of aliens, when Ben looks down at the Omnitrix, he finds it crackling with orange electricity, while the dial itself is orange instead of red. However, this is almost immediately accompanied with an extra speedy recharge, so surely it can't be a bad thing, a sentiment Kevin echoes, suggesting maybe it's some sort of upgrade for unlocking a bunch of aliens, since they turned a yellowish colour when he scanned the mummy. Grinning eagerly, Ben declares that now he's got to go test it out, though before he and Kevin can run off, Max gently puts a hand on each of their shoulders, reminding them that before they got sidetracked with Animo, they promised to let Gwen pick today's activity, and she chose the mall. Letting out a groan, Ben calls this no fair, though in a placating tone, the old man simply replies that the Omnitrix will still be here tomorrow, so he can try out the new feature then. Seeing he has no choice, Ben sulkily accepts this outcome, complaining to Kevin all the way there that he can't believe he has to give up a day of his summer vacation for boring old shopping. Though as he will soon learn, this spree is anything but boring, since while messing around in a clothing store as preteen boys are wont to do, Ben and Kevin notice that same orange electricity from before, and so lean in to take a closer look. However, this is exactly the wrong thing to do, as instead of dissipating, the sparks turn to a bubble of energy which expands outwards before bursting, and sending both Ben and Kevin flying into separate displays of clothes. Unsurprisingly, this annoys the store manager, who had already clocked the boys as troublemakers, though earning the ire of a shopkeeper is hardly the worst thing to happen to them today, especially not to Kevin, as when he emerges from the pile of clothes he was under, he is met by a shocked look from Ben and a scream of pure terror from the manager. Worriedly, the young Osmosian asks what's wrong. Though unable to speak, Ben simply points to a nearby floor-length mirror, and as Kevin rushes over to inspect the damage, he finds that his skin has become a pastiche of materials, with him now having wooden legs, a metal right arm, a left side made of stone which covers most of his face, and finally a chunk of tadenite to make up the rest. Understandably, Kevin is horrified by this discovery, muttering to himself that he's a monster, though before Ben can say anything to the contrary, the elder boy has already run off, with Ben hastily gathering Gwen and Grandpa Max to go after him. Heading back to the rust bucket, the three Tennysons find that Kevin is not there, and so search around, figuring he couldn't have gone far. Ultimately, they find him in a nearby park, hunched over the bank of a lake, staring despondently down at his own reflection. As the adult of the group, Max takes the lead here, sitting beside Kevin and placing an arm around his shoulder in a comforting gesture that means the world to the boy, as he asks what happened. Tersely, Kevin replies that he got turned into a freak. That's what happened. Though recognizing Max is only trying to help, he begins recounting his experience in the clothing store. It is only now that Ben remembers the Omnitrix's discharge, having been so wrapped up in helping his best friend, with him approaching at Max's signal and showing him the watch. Looking over it carefully, the old man comments that he suspects it has something to do with this orange band that is formed around the edge of the display, which in turn is likely connected to Animo's DNA bomb, though that is something they can investigate in the morning, as it's getting dark, so they should probably head over to the campground and settle in for the night. This is sound advice, as morning comes for the Tennysons far sooner than expected, as at 3:30 the next morning, the rust bucket is flooded with light, forcing Ben, Gwen, Max and Kevin from their beds as they step out into the campground and realize they're in the center of a massive searchlight. Looking up at the source, they find it is a spaceship, which lands in front of them, and as its inhabitant steps outside, Ben's face splits into a wide grin as he cries out in greeting for Tetrax. Nodding stoically, Tetrax greets the Tennysons familiarly, and feeling left out, not to mention tired, and still very upset about his mutation, Kevin rudely demands to know who this guy is, while scowling at him. Respectfully, the Petrosapien bounty hunter apologizes, introducing himself and stating that he is an old ally of the group's who has come in response to the Omnitrix's SDM signal. Gulping, Max concludes that by SDM, he means self-destruct mode, with Tetrax nodding gravely, while in a suddenly panicked voice, Ben asks if the watch is really gonna blow. Allowing a look of sorrow to cover his rocky exterior, Tetrax confirms this too, adding the wearer will also be destroyed, though there is still hope, as if he and Ben can track down the creator Azimuth, they can get him to disable the Omnitrix, stopping the countdown. At once, Ben's fear turns to excitement, as he cheers that he's going on a space road trip. While still testy, Kevin butts in, saying that he's going too, since if this creator's smart enough to fix the watch, he's smart enough to fix his face, since he doesn't want to be a freak forever. On a closer inspection, Tetrax realizes that this is a mutation caused by the Omnitrix discharging, and so agrees, though refuses to allow Max to come, since he's too well known as a plumber, while Gwen is still a child. That is until Kevin sticks up for her, saying she's capable in a fight, and saved their lives countless times, having even helped stop a major catastrophe yesterday. Seeing the boy will not budge on this, the Petrosapien relents, seeing Ben, Gwen and Kevin all board his ship, while Max urges Tetrax to take care of his kids. As the ship then begins its liftoff sequence, Tetrax gives them the tour, explaining that its name is the Resolute, and that it's equipped with all manner of specialist equipment for his work as a bounty hunter, such as a hoverboard simulator with over 1,000 tracks, and an automated training room to keep his combat skills sharp. In spite of his bad mood, Kevin can't help but be a little interested in all this alien tech, though he doesn't really perk up until he sees the bridge, at which point his eyes go wide, and all Assemble can see is itching to take the ship for a test drive. Hoping to make the boy feel a little better, Tetrax offers to have his pilot Gluto show Kevin how to fly the Resolute, with this being where the group get introduced to a peach-colored blob of an alien. In his bratty way, Ben dismissively dubs him Living Snot, but Kevin and Gwen both quickly bond with the pilot, wanting to learn all there is about his profession, Gwen from a scientific standpoint, and Kevin because he wants to avoid crashing into the moon when he finally gets to drive. This gives Ben and Tetrax a chance to step away, as the bounty hunter wants to run some tests on the Omnitrix, since if he can find the creator's DNA signature, it will lead them right to Azimuth. Though Ben is a little hesitant, as the machine he's being put into was designed for someone with diamond hard skin rather than squishy pink flesh, he does not object, allowing Tetrax to make a scan of the Omnitrix, so he can break it down to its parts. At first, this turns up nothing, with it seeming like maybe Azimuth didn't leave a mark, though remembering when his dad got his mum an engraved watch, he suggests checking the back, with this hunch striking gold, as Tetrax is immediately able to find a traceable signature, though not to a place he would have expected, revealing Azimuth is an inmate of the Intergalactic Maximum Security Prison in Karsakon. Meanwhile, in a different corner of space, further from Earth, another ship picks up the Omnitrix's signal. However, this is no one so benign as Tetrax, as the captain of this craft is none other than Vilgax, having apparently survived his last clash with the Tennysons, and spent the ensuing weeks escaping the Null Void, since Levin's wretched grenade had forcibly teleported him into that vile pocket dimension. However, now he is back, and more than willing to eliminate Ben Tennyson and his friends. And if this news is to be believed that he is leaving Earth, all the better, as that means the brat will be stepping out of his own domain and into the galactic tyrants. In his low, raspy voice, Vilgax then commands his bioid crew to chart a course for the Resolute, his clawed fist clenching and unclenching as he speaks. Soon he will have his revenge, and when he does, nothing will stop him from claiming the Omnitrix. Back with the heroes, after a long day of travel, the kids have been instructed to return to their quarters, as in a few hours they will reach Inkarsicon, and when they do, Tetrax wants them well rested in case something goes wrong. As they are sharing a room, this is Ben's first chance to really get Kevin alone since the incident in the clothes store, and so a little tentatively asks his bud how he's holding up. While well-intentioned, this is perhaps the wrong move, as after working with Gluto, Kevin had finally been able to forget his troubles, only to be reminded, and so replies through gritted teeth that he's fine, while looking at his mismatched hands. Seeing that he's messed up, Ben tries to change tack, telling Kevin to look at it this way. This is a new transformation like the ones he gets from the watch. Though evidently annoyed by what he perceives as Ben making jokes about his situation, he snaps back that it's not the same at all. When Ben gets a new form, he becomes an awesome hero. When he gets one, he becomes a monster. Flaring up, Ben retorts that at least his powers are his own. Without the Omnitrix, what is he? Just an ordinary, normal, boring nobody. And that's assuming the watch doesn't just vaporize him in a few days. However, in his current mental state, Kevin is in no mood to be sympathetic, and so storms away, saying that he's going to go check out the hoverboard simulator, his implication clear that he wants to be left alone. As a result, it proves a rather sleepless night for both Ben and Kevin, so that when they do arrive at Inkarsicon, both look rather exhausted. Nonetheless, they don't have time for a nap, and so form up on Tetrax as he explains the plan for this operation. First and foremost, it is imperative they keep a low profile, which means Gwen will have to wear a disguise, and Ben will have to transform, since as the kids learn to their great horror, humans are considered a delicacy in most parts of the galaxy. To this end, Ben turns into Wildvine, figuring no one likes to eat Brussels sprouts, so he'll be fine. Well, Kevin asks what about him? What should he do? Factually, Tetrax tells him to just rely on his mutation to keep him out of trouble, since from looking at him, no one would think he's a human, a comment which, while meant positively, only causes Kevin to slump his shoulders, as he agrees that yeah, the Petrosapien is right. Due to having passed themselves off as sanitation workers, the group land in the trash disposal bay, and ride a maintenance elevator up to the general population area, with this being where they begin their search. Unfortunately, having no idea what type of creature the creator is, their best bet is to split up, and look for someone who either gives off an air of intelligence, or in Ben's case, recognizes the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. To this end, Tetrax goes one way, and Ben another, while Gwen and Kevin stick together, and it is good that they do, as due to her walking around in an oversized costume designed for a Petrosapien, Gwen is bound to step on some toes, quite literally, with it not taking long before an angry alien inmate decides to punish this slight by menacing the girl. Knowing she can't use magic in the suit for fear of damaging it, or revealing what she really is, Gwen begins to panic, though stepping forward, Kevin snarls the alien to back off, and while he intends to make a fist, his hand instead transforms into a sledgehammer, a far more intimidating prospect that forces the inmate to walk away. Smiling, Gwen thanks the young Osmosian for the help, with him grinning that it was nothing, since he's used to dealing with guys like that. Though Gwen is not done, as she next asks how he did that with his hand, which has since returned to its normal shape. Shrugging, Kevin replies that it was just kinda instinct. Maybe it's a result of his mutation. He doesn't know, though he's glad he's not completely useless now that he can't absorb stuff. Over with Tetrax, things are not going so well, as having recognized the other bounty hunter, 6-6, who is now an inmate, has started a brawl with his old rival, while Ben has spotted a familiar face too, Vilgax, recognizing the tentacles from beneath his cloak. Figuring that since this could be his last adventure, he might as well take out the worst bad guy in the galaxy while he still can, Ben quickly springs into action, forgetting subtlety and going on the attack. Using Wildvine's extendable limbs, he promptly swings over the crowd before dropping a number of his explosive pods down on Vilgax, though this proves largely ineffective, with the Squid Warrior abandoning their cloak to leap up and kick him in the stomach, while demanding to know what his problem is. At once, Ben is struck with two irrefutable facts. One, that this speaker is a woman, and two, she is not Vilgax despite sharing his species. He then hastily tries to explain his mistake, stating that he thought she was someone else, though it seems the Vilgax lookalike isn't interested in excuses, growling that much is obvious, before giving him another roundhouse kick for good measure that sees him skid across the floor, and worse, time out. Suddenly, the expression of everyone watching changes to that of unmistakable hunger, both at the thought of the Omnitrix, which up until now had been considered a myth, and because of actual hunger, since a delicious human has just dropped into their lap. Letting out a yell, Ben attempts to flee from the inmates so they converge on him, calling dibs on various body parts, though before he can get far, he feels a pair of hands grab him. Refusing to be some freaky alien's lunch, he tries desperately to break free. That is until the very familiar voice of Gwen speaks in his ear, telling the doofus to be quiet and play along. She then bends down under the guise of eating Ben so that he can crawl into the mouth of her costume, which thankfully is large enough to fit them both, while Kevin stands between the pair and the onrushing aliens, growling in his best tough guy voice that the human's been caught, so there's nothing to see here, his hands now resembling a sword and a hammer. Reluctantly, the inmates do begin to disperse when they see there's nothing left for them, with Gwen hissing at the boys they need to get back to Tetrax now, though before they can get far, the squid-faced woman Ben had been fighting approaches, whispering that their little act may have fooled all those other idiots, but it can't fool her, since she knows the Omnitrix fail-safes would have protected Ben from being eaten. In a suspicious tone, Kevin asks how she'd know that when even Ben didn't. Though being the smartest of the trio, Gwen groans that it's obvious. She must be Azimuth. Hearing this, Ben pleads for her to fix the Omnitrix, though the woman presumed to be Azimuth simply replies they'll need to get her out of here before she can do anything. Thanks to them not presently being in a massive battle like in canon, this is a surprisingly easy task, as when they reconvene with Tetrax, who was searching for 6-6 after he fled their fight, he simply drapes his cloak over her to hide her identity from security and fellow inmates. From there, it is a simple matter to stroll back into the maintenance elevator and head for their ship, with the sentry bots having no issue, as they saw 4 entities arrive, and now see 4 entities leaving, meaning no alarms are raised. As they board the Resolute once more, Ben takes a moment to thank Gwen and Kevin for saving his butt back there, while also taking a moment to apologize to Kevin, saying that he was a jerk for making light of his mutation, though Kevin replies he was kinda a jerk too, with them agreeing that they're both jerks, but that's what makes them such good friends, while Gwen just shakes her head, muttering that she'll never understand these two. Once they're all settled and the Resolute is back in space, quote-unquote Azimuth gets to work scanning the Omnitrix, and what she finds is not good. Specifically, that by transforming, Ben has sped up the countdown and will only speed it up further with each subsequent transformation. Additionally, she reveals that should the watch self-destruct, it will destroy not only Ben, but most if not all of the known universe. Eagerly, Ben asks if she can fix this, laying on the flattery about how she is the genius creator of the Omnitrix after all, though this just earns him a bemused look as she states that maybe Azimuth could, but she's not him. She's Myax, his long-suffering and undercredited assistant. At once, the heroes erupt in uproar, furious at this deceit, with Tetrax demanding to know why he shouldn't just stick Myax in a escape pod and shoot her back to Incarsicon. Though still in that flat tone, she reveals that while she may not be Azimuth, she is the only one who can lead them to him, making her indispensable. Meanwhile, back on the prison station, Vilgax has arrived, and since there was no breakout, meaning no escapees in space, the Tyrant has no choice but to make his way on board, smashing through the sentries who request authentication, and demanding any of the scum present to tell him what they know of the Omnitrix. Naturally, this is not taken well, with several of the prison's most notorious and violent inhabitants figuring that if they take out the feared warlord Vilgax, they'll earn some clout around here, if not an out-and-out pardon, with this seeing a group led by none other than Volcanus rush Vilgax, their weapons and claws raised. Though, in the face of this, the Tyrant simply looks annoyed, activating his arm rods and using his enhanced musculature to level a two-handed hammer blow, which strikes the ground and creates a shockwave strong enough to barrel all of his challengers off their feet. This showing of force is enough to scare the remaining inmates into submission, with them averting their eyes as Vilgax once more hisses that he wants to know where the Omnitrix is. Reluctantly, Volcanus protests that he's too late, and that Tennyson got eaten, watch and all, though before Vilgax can crush the life out of him for suggesting such a thing, a new voice speaks up, that of 6-6, as he retorts that he saw the whole thing, and it was clearly a ruse, before adding that if the Tyrant is going after Tennyson, and by extension Tetrax Shard, he will happily offer his services. This sends a rumbling through the entire prison, as the thought of leaving appeals to all of them, with a cry soon going up as the assortment of criminals pledge their allegiance to Vilgax. When this has grown to a fever pitch, Vilgax speaks again, silencing them all with a low, sinister hiss, as he declares that he will grant them their freedom in exchange for the Omnitrix, an offer no one refuses, so that when the Chimeran warlord departs a few minutes later to resume his hunt, it is with an army at his back, made up of the worst the galaxy has to offer. Back on board the Resolute, Myax has at last led the heroes to the coordinates of Xenon, as promised, though unfortunately, a problem still remains, that being the fact that the entire quadrant has been artificially blacked out by Azimuth in an attempt to keep away unwanted, which is to say, all visitors. Thankfully, there is one loophole in this, with the Omnitrix's dial beating to turn of its own accord, with Myax concluding this must be functioning like a compass, so that only the wielder of the watch could find its creator. At first, Ben is thrilled by this notion, happy to be useful, though his excitement quickly fades when he learns he'll need to stand on top of the ship to properly guide them, meaning if he misjudges the directions and they have a collision, he'll be turned into space goo. as his suit is not nearly as well protected as the Resolute's hull. In his usual brash way, Kevin claps Ben on the back with his metal hand, telling him not to be such a baby, since this just means he'll have incentive to not mess up. Though clearly still less than enthused, the young Tennyson suggested if it's so easy, why doesn't he come out with him? Smirking, Kevin replies because he doesn't have to, with this putting an end to the whole debate, as Ben dons a spacesuit and begins his walk from the airlock to the exterior of the bridge. While at first this results in something of a rough start, as Ben's confusion over right and left does cause a chunk of debris to scratch deep far on the Resolute's side, he quickly gets the hang of things, guiding the ship to such a point that a secondary homing function of the Omnitrix causes it to light up the quadrant, revealing Xenon at last. However, this is not the only thing it illuminates, as from the gloom suddenly bursts Vilgax's ship, now packed with alien criminals, all of whom are eager to recover the watch for the tyrant and earn their freedom. To this end, several tethered drills are fired into the Resolute, anchoring it and preventing the hero's escape, while over the intercom, the raspy voice of Vilgax orders Ben to surrender himself, or his friends will die. This comes as a distinct shock to the boy, as well as to Gwen and Kevin, as they had all assumed Vilgax was killed in their last encounter. Nonetheless, now is not the time to worry, as with hordes of prisoners and robots storming the ship, they must all band together. Taking up the mantle of leadership, Tetrax orders Gwen and Kevin to stay on the bridge where it's safe, while he and Mayax will handle the invaders. Though logically, Gwen points out that 2 against an army isn't very good odds, and if they fall, nowhere will be safe. Not to mention, they've got experience fighting bad guys, so if they all work together, they might at least stand a chance. Though he does not relish the thought of endangering children, Tetrax reluctantly concedes, while having far fewer compunctions about child combatants, so long as they increase her odds of survival. Mayax barks at the two to come on, though warns that they better not do anything stupid, since she won't bail them out if they do. The 3 of them then head deeper into the ship, while Tetrax stays just long enough to deploy a pod, ordering Ben not to transform, and instead to get in the pod and return to the ship, since right now, their top priority needs to be keeping him and the Omnitrix out of Vilgax's hands. While a good plan in theory, it fails to take into account one minor detail, that being Ben's desire to be a hero, as knowing his friends are risking his life for him, he cannot turn tail and run, not when he has a plan to get the Resolute untethered from Vilgax's ship, and so climbing into the pod, he does not direct it to the airlock, but instead upwards towards the enemy vessel. Meanwhile, down in the cargo hold, Gwen and Kevin are engaging their first group of prisoners as they begin boarding, with Gwen using her turbo spell to knock them off their feet with gusts of wind, while Kevin clobbers them with his malleable weapon hands. This teamwork proves to be the key to their success, as in contrast, each of the prisoners is only looking out for themselves, and rendering no aid to their allies, as that is time wasted that could be spent recovering the Omnitrix, and receiving a reward from Vilgax. Such selfishness is no match for a pair of friends who have built up a trust and rapport by having each other's backs through a number of dangerous situations, with Gwen repaying Kevin for his help back on Incarsicon, by channeling a blast of pure mana to strike an alien who'd been about to attack the Amalgam Boy from his blind spot, earning her a cry of thanks, as Kevin wallops the last of the prisoners, meaning this part of the ship is secure, and they can move on to another. Deciding to back up Tetrax and Mayax, who are in the airlock, they quickly find themselves engaged in battle with a contingent of bioids, though while they are a manageable threat, the same cannot be said of their leader, Volcanus. Recognizing these 2 kids as the punks who sealed him in steel and got him sent to that festering stinkhole of a prison, the Detrovite criminal charges at Gwen and Kevin, and knowing they can't face him in a head-on fight, they run. Though unfortunately, due to still not being used to his heavier body, Kevin is not as agile as he once was, making him the straggler of the pair, and thus vulnerable to a swipe from Volcanus that sends him crashing into a wall as cracks form on his rocky face. Calling out to Kevin in concern, Gwen stops running and begins pelting Volcanus with spells, though cackling maniacally, the orange alien mockingly calls this weak sauce. That is until Gwen smugly informs him that these blasts are meant to bounce off, as she's not aiming for him, she's aiming for... At once, the alarm for the airlock door begins to blare, and knowing what this means, Mayax and Tetrax retreat to a safe distance, though unfortunately, it is not quite enough, as catching on at the last second, Volcanus digs his fingers into the floor, keeping him tethered to the ship. That is until a recovered Kevin rams a shoulder into his forehead, causing the Detrovite to go plummeting into space with a scream, while Gwen whips out a cord of mana to wrap around Kevin's waist and pull him back to safety, just as Tetrax slams hard on the close button, securing the ship for the time being. Meanwhile, up on Vilgax's ship, Ben begins his own plan to free the Resolute, docking in the shuttle bay and leaping from his pod as he transforms into Gax. Thanks to being Vilgax's own DNA, the resemblance is uncanny, if slightly off, though trusting most of the people on board to be too scared of Vilgax to look closely, he begins strolling up towards where he hopes he can find the command bridge, all the while wishing he had Gwen with him, as while she's a massive geek, she could probably read the alien signs. As luck would have it, Ben picks the right direction, and so trying to appear casual but also menacing, he orders the bioids at the controls to retract the drills, as they've done their job. Being obedient robots, the bioids proceed to carry out this command, but before they can, one of the high-level prisoners who had deemed storming the ship beneath him pipes up, asking if his boss is sure about that, since then the Petrosapien and the Omnitrix kid can get away. For a second, Ben feels himself sweating, though remembering who he's impersonating, he forces himself to remain calm as he snarlingly asks if this piece of interstellar trash is questioning him, suggesting that he can show him what happened to the last guy who did that. Having witnessed the real Vilgax's brutality firsthand, the prisoner quickly quails in fear, reiterating Ben's order to release the drill, while apologizing profusely as he retreats to his corner in the hope the Chimeran warlord will forgive him. Looking over at the video screen, Ben sees that the drills have indeed been retracted, and so turns to leave, figuring that he just has to make it back to his pod in his home free. At once, every eye is upon Ben, and knowing that he's been rumbled, he does the only thing he can: run. Though as he will soon learn, the short legs of a 10-year-old human cannot outpace hardened criminals, with it taking very little time at all before a group of them, led by the one Ben intimidated, tackle him to the ground. Well, that's not bad enough. All this commotion has drawn the attention of none other than Vilgax as he storms onto the bridge, his red eyes narrowing as he glares down at Ben, and more importantly, at the Omnitrix. In an exultant hiss, the warlord declares that at last the Omnitrix is within his grasp. Though defiant to the last, Ben points out a fat load of good it'll do him, since by transforming into Gax, he's just sped up the self-destruct countdown to a matter of hours, meaning unless Vilgax takes him down to the plant to get the watch fixed, it'll blow up, killing them both and everyone else here. Refusing to have his victory tainted by this child, Vilgax counters that he does not require Tennyson to still be alive to have the Omnitrix repaired. Though keeping his cool, Ben states that for a guy who claims to know a lot about the Omnitrix, he obviously doesn't know about the fail-safes, which he recently learned are there to keep him from dying, so if Vilgeek tries to finish him off, the watch might go into overdrive, and that'd just speed up the self-destruct counter even more. Not to mention tampering with it in this volatile state is more than likely enough to set it off, so like it or not, the Chimera needs to keep him around. Loath though he is to admit it, in this at least Tennyson is right, and so turning to 6-6, who has been tailing him like a bodyguard since they left in Carsicon, Vilgax commands the bounty hunter to keep a close eye on Ben, and kill him if he tries anything, an order the sadistic cyborg is more than happy to carry out, unveiling his extendable gun arms, all of which are pointed at the young human. As this happens, Vilgax watches the Resolute go through the video monitors, having no interest in them now that he has Tennyson, though he does growl at his bioid crew to bring them down to the planet, as he still needs to secure the Omnitrix creator before the other party do, so he can have his prize repaired and extracted, at which point its current wear will become unnecessary. Back aboard the Resolute, spirits are low, as when the transmitter on Ben's pod suddenly goes dead, they are all able to surmise what has happened, with Mayax cursing the boy's stupidity, while Gwen and Kevin both demand they have to go and rescue Ben. However, in a level-headed voice, Tetrax replies that while they will, first they need to get to Azimuth and secure his help, while keeping him out of the hands of Vilgax, since if the vile warlord gains possession of both the Omnitrix and the one who knows all its secrets, the universe will be just as doomed as if the watch self-destructs. And so it is that an unharmed Gluto begins bringing the ship in for landing, right outside Azimuth's compound, with Mayax leading Tetrax, Gwen, and Kevin inside. However, being an extremely paranoid individual, Azimuth has installed certain security measures, the first of which being a horde of rabid Florana who attack the heroes with pack tactics, while attempting to grab at least one of them and drag them down into the pipes where they will surely meet their end. Unfortunately, like in canon, Gwen is still grabbed, though bellowing that he will not lose her, Kevin lunges forward, transforming his hands into secateurs and slicing at the even more wild vines, forcing them to drop Gwen and allowing her to unleash a Statua spell, which freezes the plant aliens in place. This does leave Gwen feeling rather dizzy and drained, as she's never attempted a spell with such wide-reaching effects before, though thanks to her Keystone of Bezel, she still has enough endurance to keep going, while Kevin puts an arm around her shoulder, telling her she did great, and that he's got her. Together, the team then begin making their way further inside, until finally they come across a reinforced door at the end of a passageway which must surely lead to something important. Rushing ahead, Kevin accidentally triggers a laser tripwire, causing a large hologram of a mechanical figure to burst into life, with Mayax explaining that this is Azimuth. Testily, Azimuth orders the group to go away, expressing no concern at all when they explain what is happening with the Omnitrix and how all life in the universe will end if he doesn't repair it. Churlishly, the creator retorts that he couldn't care less what happens to the universe, and that a clean slate might be for the best. Though refusing to back down, Kevin snaps that his pal is in danger thanks to this jerk's stupid watch, and he's been turned into a monster, so it's time Azimuth do the right thing and fix his mistakes. Though aloof as ever, the hologram replies that actually, he doesn't think he will, before cutting communications. This leaves the heroes in a further state of despair, as if they can't get Azimuth to fix the Omnitrix, what was the point of this trip? Though it seems they will have to ponder that later, as at that moment, the compound shakes from aerial bombardment, as the amplified voice of Vilgax announces his arrival, before demanding Azimuth repair and remove the Omnitrix, so that he may begin his conquest of the galaxy. Sharing a look, Gwen, Kevin, Tetrax, and Myax all wordlessly agree that even if Azimuth is a jerk, they can't let Vilgax have his way, and so stepping through a hole the tyrant's attack has made, the team of 4 face down an army. From a glance, it is plain to see that the odds are against them, as on top of Vilgax himself, there is also the majority of his bioid army, several giant mechadroids, and a legion of the strongest Incarcicon inmates, the worst of all being 6-6, who stands beside Vilgax on a floating platform, with a cuffed Ben at his feet. At the sight of the boy, Gwen and Kevin call out to him, telling him to hang on, though sneering through his breathing apparatus, Vilgax suggests they would be better off worrying about themselves, as he leaps down to the surface, with his horde of minions following him into battle. As one, the small band of heroes rush in as well, with Tetrax firing off crystal shards, Myax using her pistols, Gwen flinging spells, and Kevin evolving his new morphing powers further, as he merges Stone and Tadenite to create a spiked mace, which he begins swinging at enemies. Even Gluto joins in on the fight, as having heard the commotion, he flies overhead, using the Resolute's cannons to rain blaster fire down on the villains, putting particular focus on the mechadroids, as they are too large for any of his allies to handle. However, even combined, this is not enough to stem the tide, as each time one of the heroes defeats a foe, 2 more rise to take their place. All the while, Ben watches on helplessly, wishing he could do something, since no matter the cost, it's better than just sitting here and watching his friends die. Sensing this growing turmoil, 6-6 presses a blast to the base of Ben's skull, growling out a threat in an alien language that the boy understands perfectly. Try it, and he'll leave a hole in his head before he can even touch that dial. However, this gives Ben an idea, and so calling out to Gwen and Kevin, he grins that he's going to do that thing they always tell him to. Then, as looks of eager understanding cross their faces, Ben quite literally uses his head, slamming his face into the Omnitrix, and trusting the watch to give him something good. Instead, he gets upgrade. Though being adaptable enough to play even what others might look at as a bad hand, he first uses the Mechamorph's malleable body to slip out of his cuffs and meld with 6-6's armor, before causing it to self-destruct, seeing the charred and unconscious body of the cyborg hit the ground, as Ben disengages from the wreckage to instead fuse with the nearest bioid, and then the one after that, and the one after that, leaping from machine to machine, as he instantly reprograms them to turn on Vilgax and his allies, evening the odds a little for the heroes, and allowing him a chance to reunite with his friends as he times out and becomes Ben once again. Rushing up to him, Kevin and Gwen both express relief that he's alright, though another voice is not so charitable, that being Azimuth, who has made his way onto the battlefield, with him snarkily commenting that Ben is a fool, since by using that Mechamorph transformation, he sped up the countdown, which is just further proof that he is unworthy of the Omnitrix. Strangely enough, Ben does not refute this claim, though the same cannot be said for Kevin, who angrily protests that Tennyson may have messed up the Omnitrix, but he's put himself on the line again and again. He's risked his life 100 times for people he doesn't even know, for slobs like him, for jerks like Azimuth. Ben's a hero, and more importantly, he's his best friend. No one is sure what to say in the wake of this unabashed declaration of support, though letting out a deep sigh that he's always had a weakness for the earnest ones. The true Azimuth emerges from the suit, revealing himself to be a Galvan as he clambers onto Ben's wrist and begins fiddling with the Omnitrix before removing the core and thus stopping the self-destruct sequence. As this happens, a scream of pain fills the battlefield, not from anyone being wounded, but from Kevin as he clutches his head. Worriedly, Ben and Gwen ask if he's alright, though beyond speech in this moment, he collapses to the ground, though as he rolls over to look at his friends, it is with a face made of skin, not stone. Seemingly impervious to Kevin's pain, Azimuth states that it must have been the Omnitrix's feedback that was keeping him in his mutated state, though now the watch is deactivated, that should not be an issue. This claim deeply disheartens Ben, as if by saying it aloud, Azimuth has made his situation real. Though looking him firmly in the eyes, Gwen tells her cousin that he's still a hero, even if he can't go hero, a claim Ben attempts to prove true, as despite his loss, he takes the plasma rifle Gwen offers him and leaps into the fray, ready to defend Xenon as himself. Meanwhile, Kevin attempts to do likewise, though it seems fate, or rather Gluto, has a different role in mind for him, as from the Resolute's cargo bay bursts another pod, like the one Ben flew in, and cheering that he loves that goo man, Kevin leaps inside, putting his pilot train to good use as he begins zipping through the air alongside the Resolute, and blasting bad guys left and right. Thanks to this, along with the efforts of Ben, Gwen, Tetrax, and Myax, the enemy army is starting to thin, with Ben having enough room to approach Vilgax, yelling at him to give up, since the Omnitrix is gone, so it's over. But driven as ever, the Chimera retorts that he will take the creator instead, so that he may build him a new Omnitrix, though declaring it'll be over his dead body, Ben opens fire. Unfortunately, mere laser bolts are nothing to one of the most deadly warriors in the galaxy, and so strolling forth, Vilgax makes short work of Ben, swiping once to knock the blaster out of his hand, and then a second time to send the boy flying into a nearby rock, where he slumps, barely hanging on to consciousness. Seeing this, Tetrax attempts to pick up where Ben left off, raining projectile shards down on the tyrant, only for Vilgax to deliver a punch which almost shatters the crystalline warrior, and takes him out of the fight. The same fate soon befalls Gwen and Myax, though even now, Vilgax is not unopposed, as in spite of his injuries, Ben rises to his feet once more, running at the villain and letting out a mighty roar. However, before the boy can meet Vilgax, and with him certain death, he feels Azimuth leap onto his back, seeing Ben change course, as the creator muses that maybe this Tennyson kid really is worthy after all. Very well, if he's gonna throw his lot in with the boy, he might as well give him something he can use. He then reinstalls the Omnitrix core, and as the green light flashes to life, now with no sign of orange to indicate imminent self-destruct, Ben spots an icon he's never seen before. Trusting this must be what Azimuth was talking about, he hastily slams down on the dial, and for his trouble, he finds himself growing into an alien that makes even the giant mecha droids look tiny. Dubbing this new form way big, Ben then proceeds to make scrap of the remaining robots, while waving at Kevin, who now circles around his head. Though that is not all he does, as when Vilgax makes one last desperate bid for the Omnitrix, Ben picks him up and hurls him into space. And just like that, the battle is over, with the remaining prisoners fleeing or surrendering, while the bioids go inert with no one to command them. This at last allows the heroes to reconvene, with them all being both delighted and amazed they made it out of that fight with no casualties. While Tetrax goes to round up the bad guys who surrendered with a little help from Gluto and Myax, Ben steps aside to speak with Azimuth, thanking him for the new transformation, and offering to return the Omnitrix to him, as it is his after all. However, here the Galvan flatly refuses, stating that he doesn't want it, and never designed it with himself in mind. What he always wanted was for it to be wielded by someone who could bring all the people of the universe closer, and clearly, Ben is doing exactly that. Just look at his team. A human, a Petrosapien, a Chimera sui generis, an Osmosian, and an Anodite all fighting together. Having overheard this conversation and noticed one of those names to be unfamiliar, Gwen asks Azimuth what an Anodite is. Though smirking to himself, the Omnitrix creator merely replies that it seems Max is still keeping some secrets, with this being all he says on the matter, as he sets to work building a makeshift spaceship for himself and Myax, having been inspired by the kids to come out of retirement and return to Galvan Prime. With matters all settled here, Tetrax announces his intent to take the kids home, with Ben grinning that after this whole crazy adventure, he could do with a bit of normal, causing Gwen to scoff and ask if he means it, with Kevin emphatically agreeing, stating at this point he'd even take more clothes shopping if it meant a break. Following this, the trip back to Earth is an uneventful one, with the kids all being happy to reunite with Grandpa Max, as well as urging Tetrax to come visit sometime, preferably not for a life-threatening situation. Team Tennyson then all climb into the rust bucket as they get back on the road, and as Gwen sits up front with Max, Ben and Kevin take a seat in the booth, finally having a chance to debrief after all that's happened. In a quiet voice, Ben asks Kevin how it feels to be himself again, commenting that it's a shame he lost his cool shape-shifting powers. Though with a devilish grin, Kevin tells Ben not to be so sure of that, as he lays his hand on the table, coating it in wood, then briefly shaping it into a hammer, showing that he hasn't lost anything, and has instead only grown stronger and more adept with his powers from this experience. We resume with Team Tennyson on a bright and sunny morning, as all aboard the rust bucket are awakened by the sound of Gwen falling out of bed with a scream. From his bunk, Ben chuckles at his cousin's expense, musing that he can already tell today is going to be a good day. That is until his eyes fall upon the Omnitrix, which is spinning and flashing erratically, in a way that makes Ben uneasy. Looking over to Kevin, the young brunette asks if he has any idea what this means. Though shrugging, Kevin replies the watch is always glitchy, so he wouldn't worry about it. Unable to refute his pal's point, Ben pushes this worry to the back of his mind, with it quickly being forgotten when he sees that for once, Grandpa Max Max has prepared a normal breakfast of bacon and eggs, a fact he is more than willing to capitalize on, chowing down before Max can pull the rug out from under him by revealing that it's actually some weird creature. Shockingly, nothing of the sort happens, with Ben quickly finishing his meal, and even being treated to some morning exercise when a busload of cheerleaders breaks down just outside where they're parked. Seeing a chance to be a hero and impress a bunch of pretty girls, Ben rushes to the rescue, transforming into Diamond Head and using his crystal constructs to patch their blown tire. However, before the bus can depart, a couple of old faces make themselves known, Volcanus and 6-6, with Ben single-handedly kicking both their butts, earning him many oohs and ahs from the cheerleaders, least of all Kai Green, who Ben had up until now not noticed, with Kai making special note to thank him for being her hero, while also adding that she was stupid to ignore him last time, and that he's the only guy for her, a claim which makes Ben blush a little beneath his stony skin. Were this not good enough, a few hours later Grandpa Max treats the kids to lunch at Pizza and Play, with them finishing up just as a copy of the upcoming Sumo Slammers video game falls off a passing delivery van, with the entire family agreeing that Ben should keep it, since he does so much for others that he deserves a little reward every now and then. In fact, when they get back to their campsite, Grandpa even sets up the TV on a picnic table for Ben and Kevin to play the game in style, while Gwen offers to fetch them snacks. Briefly, Ben does think it's a little weird that Gwen's acting so nice, though, like his worries about the watch, this is soon pushed aside as he proceeds to dominate Kevin, with the older boy having no choice but to admit that Ben really is the superior sumo slammer. It is during this time that three new figures sneak their way into the campsite, those being Gwen, Max, and Kevin, with the latter calling for Ben to turn around and look at them. Unfortunately, the one who turns around is none other than the Kevin seated beside Ben, with him quickly growing hostile as he coats himself in metal from the TV and lunges at the interlopers. Mirroring this move, the sneaking Kevin coats himself in pavement instead, with the two beginning a roughly even clash as they each yell at Ben to help them. Not sure who to trust as both Kevins look and act like the real deal, Ben tells them to prove their legitimacy, in order the metal Kevin is happy to obey as he pleads with Ben to think of their friendship, though this is cut off by concrete Kevin who snarks that this guy is such a phony, as if he'd ever lose to Ben at Sumo Slammers. At these words, Ben's eyes narrow, and with a set to his jaw, he slams down on the Omnitrix, transforming into Heat Blast and lobbing a fireball into metal Kevin that sends him flying. Looking a little stunned that his gambit actually worked, concrete Kevin asks how Ben knew he was the real deal, with Ben shrugging that you can always trust Kevin to be an abrasive jerk. Letting out a growl of frustration that he can't believe Ben would have roasted him alive if he'd been nicer to him, Kevin calls the brunette a doofus. Though cutting in, Gwen points out that now's not the time, as she begins explaining that Ben's trapped in a dream world created by the Forever Knights in order to steal the Omnitrix, and that she, Kevin, and Grandpa snuck in to bust him out. Though, before she can say much more, a coldly regal voice retorts he's afraid none of them will be leaving, and as the team turn to face the voice, they see none other than Enoch where the fake Kevin once was. Smirking that he's not afraid of Enoch or the Forever Dweebs, Ben readies himself to melt his shiny gold faceplate with another fireball. Though cackling sinisterly, Enoch sneers that young Master Tennyson should have listened more closely to his cousin. They're in his world, which means he makes the rules. And if Ben is not content to rest peacefully in a dream, then he can instead experience a nightmare. At once, the campsite melts away to reveal Ben's school, with Kevin and Gwen both snickering that this is really what his nightmare is. Though before Ben can retort, Max gives them all some grim news, that unless they can get out of the dream world before Enoch finishes getting the Omnitrix off, their consciousnesses will likely be lost forever. At once, the team falls silent as they contemplate the implications of these words. That is until Ben lets out a loud shriek as Kevin pinches him. Angrily, Ben asks what that was for, with young Osmosian replying that he thought it might make him wake up, to which Max agrees that this is probably their best course of action, since if they were able to get in through a chink in the Dream Machine's defenses, then there must be a way for Ben to get out into the real world, and them with him. Frowning, Ben muses that if he were Enoch, aside from changing his outfit so he didn't look like a Ren Fair reject, his goal would be to hide the way out in the last place he'd look, with Gwen snidely suggesting the shower, though to her surprise, Ben calls her a genius, before declaring it must be his gym locker, since he's still got his gym clothes from first grade in there since he never uses it. In a disgusted tone, Gwen sighs that while delving through his smelly gym socks is the last thing she'd want to do, he's probably right, with the team heading in the direction of the locker room. Naturally, Enoch can't make things easy for them, as he is also present in the nightmare, flanked by troll versions of Ben's bullies Cash and JT. Though snarking that these guys look like a couple of posers, Kevin quickly metals up and rushes into the fray, while Gwen does likewise with her spells. This leaves Ben and Max to battle Enoch, with the Forever Knight leader declaring the boy should give up, since he is little more than a gnat in a world that he controls. Though smirking, Ben tells Enoch not to be so sure, since this is his dream, meaning he can control the world around him too. He then demonstrates this by transforming himself and his grandfather into superheroes, with all the powers of his Omnitrix aliens, something Enoch was evidently not prepared for. He is therefore similarly unprepared for the cosmic butt-kicking he receives, with it ultimately culminating in a team attack from the heroes, which manages to break Enoch's control entirely, leaving him trapped in the dream world, while Ben awakens and hastens to the nearby rust bucket, where he is very glad to see his family safe and sound as they put the pedal to the metal, not wanting to be around when Enoch or his goons realize he has escaped. However, it seems that Enoch will not be noticing anything, as he is now too lost in his own dream world, a fact which seems to disgust a pair of figures as they coldly survey the gold-masked man from the shadows. The first, a red knight with two swords slung across their backs, says nothing, simply turning to face their compatriot, a man in a large suit of shining silver armor, who disdainfully declares that once again Enoch has failed him, so from here on out, the task of destroying Ben Tennyson and his allies will fall to him, the Forever King. Meanwhile, back with Team Tennyson, they're in for a day at the beach, as the events of Divided We Stand play out like canon, with Ben getting Ditto, being kidnapped by Animo, and it falling to the rest of the family once again, along with some Ditto clones this time to rescue him before he can be vivisected by the mad scientist. Following a brief battle with Animo's alien-animal hybrids in which he is defeated and returned to police custody, the heroes proceed to have some fun in the sun, though it seems they have not seen the last of Animo, as rather than take the Doctor to prison, the van instead pulls into a secluded alley, at which point the back doors are thrown open to reveal none other than the Forever King, who informs Animo that he is assembling a team and would appreciate the man's scientific acumen in exchange for a chance to get revenge upon those who have wronged him, an offer the Doctor is all too eager to accept. However, Animo is not the King's only acquisition, with his next coming not long after the events of Don't Drink the Water. Like the last episode, it goes more or less like canon, except for the fact that thanks to being at Ben's side when the dunk tank breaks, Kevin is also transformed into a toddler, meaning instead of dealing with one pint-sized pain, Gwen and 10-year-old Max must contend with two who bounce off each other, doubling the chaos. Thankfully, following a heat blast tantrum from Ben, the fountain of youth is evaporated and everyone is restored to their rightful ages. That is except for Hex, who is now little more than a baby, leaving him in the care of Charmcaster, who gleefully informs him that his days of terrorizing her are long gone. It is during this time that the Forever King makes himself known, with the same offer he made to Animo, though instead of science, it is magic he wants from Charmcaster, as he needs her to counter what he dubs the Tennyson Witch. Knowing this means Gwen, and being all too happy to get some payback, Charmcaster does not refuse, with this evidently pleasing the King, as he declares that with her on board, he now only needs to retrieve one final ally, and he will have all 10 of the people he requires to ensure his victory in their battle with the Tennysons. Speaking of the Tennysons, we return to them just in time for a wedding, specifically between Max's nephew Joel and a Lenopan woman named Camille. This of course means the kids also have to attend, a prospect neither Ben nor Kevin relish, though their spirits are lifted somewhat when Max reveals Joel and his family are all ex-plumbers. This particularly excites Kevin, as he hopes that it will be a chance to hear more about his father from people who knew him, with Max helping this by introducing him to the family as Devin Levin's son. Unfortunately, it is here that Kevin's hopes are crushed, as while Max's brother Gordon and his wife Betty Jean do remember Devin, and even speak favourably of him, the highest praise they have for the deceased Osmosian is that he was one of the good ones, since he knew how to act human, to the point no one would even know he was an alien. These words incense Kevin, with the boy not even dignifying them with a response as he storms away. Shocked by this reaction, Betty Jean asks what got him so mad, a question Ben himself would like answered as he gives chase, calling out to his best friend to slow down and tell him why the heck he blew his top when those old guys were saying nice stuff about his dad. Still seething, Kevin retorts that they weren't saying nice things at all, they were looking down on him and his dad, since by saying his dad was one of the good ones, it implies that being an alien is bad, or something to be ashamed of. He then asks Ben how it would feel if someone said he was one of the good humans, because he can transform into an alien and hide his humanity, causing the boy to admit that it wouldn't feel great, and that he hadn't considered that. All the same, Ben encourages Kevin not to worry about what some old geezers think, with the rest of the afternoon and early evening being spent in exploration, with this coming in handy as after a brief dip in the lake, the boys witness a runaway truck heading right for the altar. Switching into hero mode, Ben transforms into Accelerate, carrying Kevin into the van's path, while he in turn touches the concrete walkway pathway, allowing him to coat himself in it and act as a barricade that stops the vehicle in its tracks. However, this is not without consequence, as hearing the crash, everyone rushes to investigate, with Gordon and Betty Jean quickly pulling laser rifles as they declare that they should have known it was aliens, since they're always causing trouble. Naturally, Kevin wants to fight back, but figuring it might not look great if his best pal beats up the parents of the groom before the wedding photos get taken, Ben grabs him and runs, trusting the old plumber's ignorance to keep them from figuring out the identity of the two aliens they were just about to shoot. As a result, Kevin is still in a foul mood by the time the practice dinner rolls around, though he is cheered up a little when it's revealed that Ben will have to dance with Camille's cousin Lucy, much to the younger boy's embarrassment. All the same, the pair find themselves getting on rather well with Lucy, as like them she is a prankster, having a fondness for saying or doing shocking things, only to yell, "Psych," with a snorting chuckle. Thanks to this new friendship, Kevin has someone to hang out with when Ben slinks away to receive dance lessons from Gwen, with us seeing him gravitate towards the bridal party, where he is introduced to Camille's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mann, both of whom express sympathy for what their soon-to-be in-laws said about Kevin's lineage, while subtly implying concerns that if they treat the son of an ally that way, what will they do to the daughter of their enemy? Due to his biases, Kevin is unable to see through this somewhat transparent manipulation, not even noticing that they failed to mention the incident by the altar, which is all anyone else can talk about. Instead, he finds himself getting more and more convinced that this wedding is a bad idea, and that Joel's family are the source of the problem. However, before he can act on it, the party is attacked by Camille's ex-boyfriend, another Lenopan, who attempts to crush Joel. That is until Ben re-enters the scene now as Diamond Head, with him severing the sludge monster's hand with a burst of crystals before rushing in to fight. For the briefest of moments, Kevin hesitates, as an angry, cynical part of him feels that Joel and his family have this coming for how they treat aliens, though a second lady pushes this aside, as he's not that kind of guy anymore, and so joins Ben in the fight, coating himself in silver and making his arm into a big spoon, which he used to scoop up chunks of the Lenopan wedding crasher and throw them away from the rest of his body, making him smaller and weaker. One such lob happens to land in the punch bowl, with this having an interesting result as it quickly dissipates, cluing the boys in on the fact that Lenopans are weak to water. With this in mind, Ben and Kevin then work to drive this guy away from the guests and into the pool area, with Ben giving him a good shove that sends him toppling into the drink and out of commission. Unfortunately, no good deed goes unpunished, as when the boys return to the party, it is in an uproar, with Joel arguing with his parents about whether they should be allowed to bring guns to the ceremony tomorrow, while Camille argues with her parents about whether the ceremony should happen at all. Watching this play out, Kevin finds himself growing pensive, as for the first time it becomes clear that Joel is not the same as his parents, and that by assuming he was being just as much of an idiot and a jerk as those geezers, with it also giving him serious second thoughts about what the mans had said. This doubt is put to the test the following morning, as just when the wedding ceremony is set to begin, Camille's parents spring their trap, revealing that they set everything up to ensure the plumbers were defenseless, since if they cannot make their daughter see sense and call off this wedding, they'll have to do the next best thing, and kill her filthy meat puppet groom. They then begin shifting into their true forms, large monstrous creatures made of mud, while urging Camille, Lucy, and even Kevin to join them. Naturally, Camille will not turn against her beloved, instead urging her parents to stop this nonsense right now, while Lucy refuses because she likes these people and doesn't want to hurt anyone. As for Kevin, he flatly tells them that he's not going to do that, and that he's done with all these old people and their stupid BS. Evidently, Camille and Joel share this sentiment, as when her parents go on the attack, Camille shifts into her own full and open form to hold them back, while Joel does his best to help. This buys Kevin enough time to turn himself once more into concrete, and Ben to transform into Heat Blast, with him raining fire down upon the mudfolk, which causes them to harden like clay. As this happens, Gordon and Betty Jean find themselves paralyzed, unable to believe that not only are aliens including a sludge puppy fighting to protect them, but that a plumber can fight side by side with them. Though ordering them to run now have an epiphany later, Gwen and Max begin shepherding them away from the action. When the coast is finally clear, Kevin tells Camille and Joel to fall back as he grabs Mr. and Mrs. Mann, holding them in place so that Ben can flash fry them while he is kept safe by his concrete coating. This thankfully puts an end to the whole affair, and as the group reconvene, Gordon lays a hand on Kevin's shoulder, giving him a grandfatherly grin, and stating that he'd make one heck of a plumber. However, pulling away with a look of visible revulsion, Kevin nods that yeah, he would, like his alien dad was, his tone almost daring the old man to make a derogatory comment, though letting out a low sigh, Gordon nods, stating that Devon was a good man, and leaving it at that. Following this, the reception is able to go off without a hitch, seeing Ben dance with Lucy as promised, while Gwen and Kevin watch, with Kevin wolf whistling loudly each time Ben comes into earshot, and Gwen laughing when her cousin slips in the mud that had up until recently been Lucy's feet, as she taunts that this will teach him not to step on his dance partner's foot in future. However, this teasing is not without a price, as Ben and Lucy quickly devise a scheme to get back at the pair, having Lucy shapeshift into Kevin and ask Gwen to dance, while Ben tells his best bud that Gwen really wants to see him on the dance floor. Though, instead of being grossed out as they'd hoped, the pair seem into it, with Gwen leading Kevin through a slow dance. To the side, Ben groans that this stinks, since they're not even properly embarrassed, and that weddings are the worst. Though adopting a starry-eyed look, Lucy retorts that it's actually super romantic, before immediately bursting into snorting giggles and crying psych while pointing at Ben's disgusted face. She then tells him to come on, since she's going to slip a bit of mud into the chocolate fountain to see if she can manipulate it to freak out the next person who passes by, with Ben grinning that this is the best idea anyone's had all weekend. Meanwhile, back outside, a small squad of plumbers have taken the Mans into custody, with everything being set for their transport and subsequent imprisonment. That is until a glazed look passes over their eyes as a trio of figures come into view. In the lead is Charmcaster, her hand outstretched in order to maintain her befuddlement spell, while behind her walks the Forever King and Red Knight. Stepping forward, the Forever King deftly snatches up the null void projector one of the plumbers had been carrying, while complimenting Charmcaster on her handiwork, as this will make recruiting their final member much easier. Though in response, the teenage witch merely sniffs haughtily, since her spellcraft is obviously the best around. Stepping away from his compatriots, the king then activates the projector, causing a large void to open up which even his armor should be able to pass easily through. However, before he can vanish through the portal, the captive Lenopans speak up, hopefully asking if they can go, though this earns them a cruel cold chuckle, as the Forever King questions why he would ever allow alien filth to run free on his planet. He then gives his Red Knight a nod, and as he vanishes into the null void, the red-clad assassin begins advancing on the pair, blades drawn. We pick up with the Tennysons in the middle of their most important mission yet, helping Ben flush the toilet, as due to a combination of age, battle damage, and possibly the integration of plumber tech, this has become a 3-person job aboard the Rust Bucket, with Gwen having to turn the radio dials just right while Max honks the horn. Naturally, such an arduous process for such a simple task has Ben complaining, though shrugging this off as character, Max pays his grandson's griping no mind. However, before the boy can press the issue, something comes along to draw his attention, or rather, several somethings. First, a much more modern RV that tears past them on the narrow mountain road they now occupy, and second, a trio of heavily modified cars, which are evidently in hot pursuit of the RV. In their attempt to catch their prize, the road pirates show no hesitation in slamming into the Rust Bucket, almost sending it off the side of a cliff, but thanks to some ace driving from Max, he's able to avert calamity, and even give chase, while Ben grins that it looks like it's hero time. Unfortunately, it seems the Omnitrix has other ideas, as when he slams it down, instead of getting accelerate, he is transformed into Ripjaws, and considering they're in the middle of nowhere, the aquatic alien's utility is slim to none. Thankfully, Max, Gwen, and Kevin are here to pick up the slack, as when they draw near, Max employs some rather aggressive driving to run one of the criminals off the road, while Kevin coats his hand in steel, before shaping into a long blade, which can puncture another one of their tires from a distance. As for Gwen, in a testament to her growing magical prowess, she manifests a tornado that lifts the lead car into the air and sends it tumbling end over end, bringing this brief road battle to a decisive conclusion. However, this is not to say that it is a total victory, as in the process of fighting off the crooks, it seems the Rust Bucket has taken more than its fair share of dents and damage, with Max announcing they'll need to make a pit stop. Thankfully, there is a roadside diner and garage not too far down the road, with a sign boasting they have the best ice cream this side of the Rockies. As it is the middle of a desert, the idea of nice cold ice cream is enough to make Ben's mouth water, and now that he is human once again, there is nothing stopping him from stuffing his face, with the boy yelling for Kevin to get the lead out, otherwise he'll eat all the ice cream before the young Osmosian gets any. Though to the great shock of both Gwen and Max, Kevin declines, replying that if Max is going to be working on the Rust Bucket, he'll stick around out here. Shrugging to suit himself, and that she's going to get a soda since it must be 100 degrees, Gwen then heads into the diner, leaving just Max and Kevin, with the old man welcoming the company, as he asks if the boy wants to give him a hand. Looking a little startled as to just plan to watch, Kevin asks if Max is sure, though flashing an easy grin, the old ex-plumber nods that Kevin's a smart kid and that he trusts him, so if he wants to learn a thing or two about mechanics, he'd be happy to teach him. Broad smile now spreading across his own face, Kevin eagerly nods that yeah, that'd be awesome, as he squats low to watch as Max works, with Max in turn walking him through what he's doing, and even offering him a chance to try it. In turn, Kevin does his best, with it becoming clear almost immediately that he has a real talent for working with machines, something Max is quick to point out and praise. This means the world to the boy, who puts his powers to good use, turning his still metallic hand into wrenches, screwdrivers, and anything else he needs to be a walking toolkit. Thanks to this, the pair are able to make their repairs much more efficiently than in canon, while having a blast in the process. However, not everything is all smiles, as when they are just about finished, Kevin suddenly grows quiet, causing Max to ask what's wrong, and in a moment of vulnerability, the scruffy youth admits that this was the sort of stuff he always wished he could have done with his dad. Letting out a deep sigh, Max agrees that he wishes Kevin could have had more time with Devon as well, since he was a good partner and a dear friend, not to mention a whiz with machines just like Kevin. By now, Max is beginning to get a bit choked up, though taking a deep breath, he lays a hand on Kevin's shoulder, and in a voice that does not shake in the slightest, states that he knows if Devon were here, he'd be immensely proud of the young man Kevin has grown into, just like he is. For a time, neither speak, not needing to, instead just focusing on the easy rhythm of their work. Then, when they are finally done, Max claps Kevin on the back, suggesting they get some of that famous ice cream to celebrate. However, before they can, those crooks from before spring their trap, attempting to steal the rust bucket. Thanks to being done, Max does not start the fight at a disadvantageous position, meaning he can handle Turbine and her wrench, while Kevin yells for Ben and Gwen to get their butts out here and help. Eager to redeem himself, Ben is quick to jump into the fray as ditto, dogpiling Road Rage, while Gwen and Kevin take out Barren Highway. As a result of their combined efforts, Team Tennyson are easily able to keep these three scumbags away from the rust bucket, though Gwen goes one step further, using a spell she found in her book, Discombobulus Meccano, which makes their vehicles fall apart when they attempt to flee, leaving them stranded at the truck stop. Subsequently, it is only a matter of time before the heroes knock these clowns out, with the proprietor being all too eager to hold them until the police arrive, since they've been a menace in these parts for years. To make the deal even sweeter, she then offers the group free Sundays for life, an offer everyone is happy to indulge in after the exertion of a fight under the desert sun. Following this is the episode Ready to Rumble. Like in canon, while attempting to use Gwen's laptop, Ben is met with a black screen and reaches the conclusion he must have broken it, with even Kevin agreeing he's really done it this time. However, while on their way back from dinner, Ben comes across an advertisement for underground wrestling with the prize being $10,000, more than enough to replace Gwen's computer. To this end, he suggests that he and Kevin sneak out and enter, since together there's no way they can lose, an offer the young Osmosian is quick to accept, with him going so far as to coat himself in stone for a gimmick when he sees they'll be fighting mutant crocodile and porcupine men. As for Ben, he relies on his old faithful in forearms, with a pair entering as a double act like rival wrestlers Porcupine and Gator Boy. Thanks to this, it is only a matter of time before the two tag teams make it to the finals, and since Ben alone was able to take these guys, Ben with his best friend watching his back is able to school them, meaning in no time flat, the two boys are $10,000 richer. However, this victory comes at a cost, as when exiting the venue, the pair discover that Porcupine and Gator Boy are in debt to a gangster named Mr. Beck, who has kidnapped their mother and plans to kill her as punishment for not getting his money. Naturally, as heroes, Ben and Kevin are quick to help, with the four fighters all teaming up to save Porcupine and Gator Boy's surprisingly human mother. Though this is not all they do, as seeing that these guys need it more, Ben also gives them the prize money, and while Kevin isn't thrilled to see so much cash go down the drain, he respects his friend's principles, and so only yells at him a little. Now with nowhere to replace Gwen's laptop, Ben and Kevin return to the rust bucket so that Ben can own up to what he did and ask for Gwen's forgiveness, only for Gwen to reveal that it isn't broken, and that she just had a security device put in to keep Ben from messing with it. Unsure whether to be relieved or furious, Ben questions how this is possible when Kevin the tech whiz assured him it was beyond repair, though shrugging casually, Kevin admits that he was just messing with Tennyson when he said that. He was going to tell him eventually, but then Ben had the idea to be wrestlers and he kinda got caught up in that and forgot, so he guesses that's his bad. Having settled on furious, Ben growls that Kevin's gonna pay for this, asking how he likes the sound of 4-knuckle sandwiches. Though grinning that they never got a chance to wrestle, Kevin tells him to bring it on. That is until Gwen orders them to take it outside, since if these doofuses start fighting in here, they're gonna wreck her laptop for real, and if that happens, they'll both owe her big time. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, 9 sinister figures gather in secret, waiting to hear the address of their leader. Finally, the Forever King appears, and as he greets his compatriots, it is with tidings of good news, that after all their hard work, it is time to put their plan into action, meaning that in 24 hours, the world will be under their control, and the meddlesome Team Tennyson will be no more. Speaking of Team Tennyson, as the new day dawns, so do they acquire a new member, a young boy named Cooper who is the grandson of an old plumber friend of Max's. As a result, the old man has agreed to bring him home from summer camp, stating he's sure Cooper will get on great with Ben, Gwen, and Kevin. Unfortunately, the Tennyson cousins don't exactly make the best first impression, bickering when Cooper and Max return to the rust bucket. Though thankfully, Kevin is there to act as a buffer, giving Cooper a laid-back greeting that puts the blonde boy at ease, especially when he learns that, like him, Kevin is an outsider who was welcomed into the group, with this proof that the Tennysons really do accept newcomers into their social circle, meaning he does not feel the need to lie about having a movie premiere ticket to win their favor. Instead, he chooses to mostly hang out with Kevin, opening up a little to the older boy when it comes to life. They both love technology, with Cooper even revealing his technopathy, which Kevin finds absolutely incredible, dubbing Cooper his little buddy, and in turn showing off his powers. Wanting to get in on this burgeoning friendship, Gwen and Ben also reveal their abilities, with Gwen asking Cooper if his powers come from magic, alien ancestry, or something else like the Omnitrix, but here the blonde cannot help, as he reveals that he doesn't know. He's just always had this gift, though sometimes he thinks of it as more of a curse, since he gets really tired when he uses it. All the same, the kids think his abilities are really cool, though before they can bond further, Max calls them up to the front with bad news, as on the central console is displayed video footage of the circus freaks and Sublimino robbing Fort Knox. Apologizing to Cooper that they might be a little late in getting him home, Max then changes course, with them heading to Fort Knox instead. Stepping inside, the team find the place seemingly deserted. That is until they come across the guards, some of whom are hostile, while others act like chickens, with it being clear that all of them are under Sublimino's hypnosis. This forces the heroes to take care when fighting them, since they don't want to hurt innocent people, but luckily, by using Accelerate, Ben is able to knock out the attackers while also saving the chicken guards, meaning disaster is averted. Or at least, they think so, until Cooper points out a large hole burnt in the wall leading to an old plumber base hidden within the gold repository. This understandably troubles Max, as neither the freaks nor Sublimino should have known about this base. To make matters worse, he doesn't know why they'd care, as a cursory scan suggests they haven't stolen anything of value. To this end, once they're back in the rust bucket, Max pulls up a holographic map of hidden plumber bases, clearly deep in thought, though it seems he will not get a chance to solve this riddle, as when the icon for the Seattle Space Needle lights up, it becomes obvious that this is where they need to go next. Fortunately, on top of being a technopath, Cooper is also a certifiable genius, meaning that with his two gifts combined, he's able to design, create, and attach turbo boosters to the rust bucket that allowed them to cross the over 2,000 miles from Kentucky to Seattle in only a few hours. During this drive, Max is deadly quiet, with Ben, Gwen, and Kevin all worrying this will be another sort of Actua situation, though this isn't all they have to worry about, as when they arrive at the Space Needle, they're confronted by another familiar face, Clancy. However, where once he was simply suffering from mental illness and social disaffection, now he is more insect than man, having become mindless and animalistic, with Kevin in particular feeling deeply upset at the sight of him, as it is not hard to imagine that he might have become something similar if the Tennysons hadn't helped him stop absorbing energy and clean up his act. As a result, when a fight breaks out, he decides to stay behind and subdue Clancy, leaving Ben, Gwen, Max, and Cooper free to head inside and do whatever it is they're here to do. Though it seems the Bugman is not to be their only blast from the past, as waiting for them inside a Charmcaster, who immediately engages Gwen in a magic duel, and the final member of this group who had been recruited from the Null Void, that being Phil, who leers at Max that it's been a while. Feeling responsible for his ex-partner, as well as wanting to make sure Gwen is okay, Max elects to hang back as well, while ordering Ben and Cooper to keep going, since they need to figure out why their enemies are suddenly interested in the plumbers. Not wanting to let his grandpa down, Ben hastily thrusts Cooper into an elevator, with the pair making their way up to the top of the Space Needle, where almost predictably at this point, another old foe is waiting for them, this time Dr. Animo, accompanied by a mutant bat. Not wanting to risk his new friend being hurt, Ben urges Cooper to stay back while he fights this quack, transforming into Diamond Head and blasting Animo with crystal projectiles. Unfortunately, this is perhaps the worst choice he could have made, as by using its sonic screech, Animo's bat is able to immobilize Ben with its high frequency, almost shattering his rocky skin. To make matters worse, having recognized Cooper as a helpless civilian, Animo begins to target him, forcing Ben to shield the other boy, splitting his attention and allowing the Doctor to defeat him, with the young brunette soon finding himself back in his human form, while a gloating Animo jeers that he has been waiting for a chance to be rid of him for a long time. However, before the madman can land the lethal blow, Cooper cries out, asking what Animo wants, since it's pretty clear the bad guys are looking for something, while suggesting that with his powers he could probably find it much faster, but he'll only do it if the Doctor promises to stop hurting Ben and his other friends. Smirking crookedly, Animo agrees to these terms, backing away from Ben and informing him that he's looking for a mechanical key of sorts. Closing his eyes, Cooper quickly interfaces with all the technology hidden here, with it taking very little time to locate Animo's key, with him pointing to a wall panel and stating that it's hidden behind there. To the Doc's surprise, Cooper is telling the truth, and so holding his prize aloft, he bellows down to his allies that it's time to go. As promised, the assembled villains then depart, with Charmcaster joining Animo in his bat, while Phil is uncomfortably carried into the air by Clancy, leaving the heroes to despondently regroup. However, it is not all bad, as when Cooper reveals to Max what Animo was looking for, the old man is able to conclude that the villains must be attempting to steal the sub-energy, and that if the other key was hidden in Fort Knox, then it's a race against time to make sure they reach Mount Rushmore before their enemies do. Taking off at top speed, Team Tennyson once more soar across the country, though even with Cooper's turbo boosters, they are already too late, as when they arrive, it is to the side of Animo, Charmcaster, Clancy, Phil, Sublimino, the Circus Freaks, and the Red Knight all waiting for them, while at their head stands none other than the Forever King, who introduces his alliance as the -10. At once, the -10 then descend upon the Rust Bucket, wanting to do away with the only people who could stand in the way of their goals. But thankfully, here the old RV's security system comes to the rescue, holding the villains off long enough for the team to sneak away. As a result, the battle changes from a group assault to more individual skirmishes, with one cannon clash thankfully being prevented, that being Sublimino and Cooper, since thanks to having Kevin by his side, the young technopath is never cornered and hypnotized to be their sleeper agent. Instead, he uses his powers for good, leading Max and Gwen down through a secret shoot into the Mount Rushmore base, while Ben has forearms and Kevin fight off the majority of the -10 together, in a true testament to how far they've come as battle partners. Once inside, Max and Cooper use plumber security to back the boys up, while Gwen sends an explosion up through the chute, allowing Ben and Kevin to retreat just as Ben times out, with this also collapsing the only known entrance, meaning for now, it seems the heroes are safe. However, Max is not willing to believe they are out of the woods just yet, as having recognized the Forever King's voice during his introduction, he quickly pulls up the records of a disgraced ex-plumber named Driscoll, and upon playing his voice file, there is no doubt that he and the King are one and the same. This is very bad news, as if the King knows all the secrets of this base, then he will find another way in, meaning they cannot even rely on a siege to buy time, and so must get to where the sub-energy is being stored as fast as possible. Good to his word, it takes only a few minutes for the -10 to breach the base and give chase, following the heroes all the way into the sub-energy containment room. Here another battle breaks out, with Kevin this time fighting the Red Knight by absorbing its armor and sculpting his own hands into swords so they may have a sword fight, while Gwen once more faces off against Charmcaster. Thanks to being prepared this time, she is able to hold the older sorceress in a stalemate due to a keystone power boost, freeing Max up to fight Thumbskull, with the rest falling to Ben, who attempts to hold them off as Gax, though due to having made a few transformations today already, he times out rather fast. This leaves Driscoll free to claim the sub-energy, and so placing in the twin keys, he lowers the containment field, all the while sneering that ultimate power is within his grasp at long last. However, before he can reach out to take his prize, a blade crosses his path, and looking back, Driscoll is shocked to see his most loyal subordinate, the Red Knight, having betrayed him. Though, perhaps betrayed is the wrong word, as having taken a leaf out of Sublimino's book, Cooper has seized control of the robotic knight, thanks to not needing to be knocked out earlier like he was in canon, with this at last giving him a means to join the fray alongside his friends. And so it is that King and Knight begin to duel, with Cooper having a surprisingly easy time holding Driscoll at bay due to all the hours he's logged on Nations of Conquest as a fighter. Unfortunately, even with their foe now temporarily thwarted, the sub-energy has been released from its containment unit, with it immediately becoming apparent why such security was necessary, as massive waves of energy begin rippling through the room. Putting their grievances aside, both Max and Phil urge anyone listening to reactivate the force field, since this thing is more powerful than the sun, meaning it'll go supernova and wipe all of North America off the map if they don't do something. However, when Kevin and Gwen attempt to turn the keys back, they find them locked in position, likely a result of the sub-energy frying all the machinery, forcing Kevin to suggest a radical plan. He'll absorb the sub-energy, since even if it kills him or does irreparable damage to his psyche, that's better than the alternative. At once, Team Tennyson all cry out in protest, with no one's cries being louder than Ben's, though seeing that Kevin will not listen, he instead looks down at the Omnitrix and begs it for a way to save his best friend. As if in response, the red lights of the watch all turn green, though this is not the only change, as an unfamiliar silhouette with long floppy ears appears on the dial. Whether this is due to his request, or the Omnitrix failsafes activating to protect him from all the excess energy, Ben doesn't know, though putting his whole trust in the device, he slams it down and begins to transform. Almost instantly, Ben can tell that something about this form is different, as it feels better. No, he feels better than he has as any other alien, and when he rises to his feet, that sense of elation only grows, as he realizes that what he thought were ears are actually electrical plugs. In fact, from the looks of things, this guy is covered in plugs, meaning he's some sort of energy alien, and if so, maybe he can deal with the sub-energy. Reaching out both hands, Ben suddenly feels the power of the sub-energy being drawn into his finger sockets, with heroes and villains alike watching in awe as the orb of pure energy is consumed, until nothing remains but Ben. Or rather, nothing but Ben and a sense of overwhelming power, as feeling the sub-energy now buzzing inside him, the young conductoid decides to take it for a spin, aiming his fingers and head tendrils at the bad guys, and opening fire as a dozen bolts of pure electricity come shooting out to strike them and blow them all away. It is a decisive victory, and as Ben reverts to his human form, he grins that it looks like he has a new favorite alien, proudly naming it Feedback. In the aftermath of this, the Negative 10 are nowhere to be seen, and while Max and Gwen both find this more than a little troubling, Ben is still too euphoric from his victory to care, though unluckily for him, that euphoria can't last forever, as after Cooper is finally dropped off at his grandpa's place, Max makes a declaration that Ben has been dreading since the road trip began, that summer vacation is over, so it's time to head back to Bellwood. While Gwen is somewhat sad to see their adventures end, she is also excited to see her parents again after 3 months, though the same cannot be said for Ben and Kevin, both of whom are so despondent that not even Gwen offering to play sumo slammers with them is enough to lift their spirits. Thankfully, by the time they finally arrive back in Bellwood, Ben has somewhat gotten over his melancholy. A fortunate fact is the first stop is his house, with the young brunette saying goodbye to everyone, before reluctantly admitting to Gwen that he's glad she came along, and giving Kevin his home phone number so they can hang out again soon, with the two best friends fist bumping before Ben heads inside. Following this, the Rust Bucket pulls in at Gwen's place, with Kevin telling her not to study too hard now she's hitting the books again, though with a tender smile, Gwen suggests that maybe he should try studying, since he's smarter than he thinks, with this making Kevin blush as the girl runs up the footpath towards her parents. Finally, it's just Max and Kevin, with Kevin suggesting if Max drops him at the bus stop, he can head back to New York, saying it's been real, though Max has another idea, saying that while it's hard, he owes it to himself to do this. Brow furrowing, Kevin replies that he's not sure he has it in him, though looking him firmly in the eye, the old man states that it's what his dad would have wanted, with this at last forcing Kevin to relent, as Max pulls up outside another suburban house. Still holding the boy's gaze, Max offers to come with him if it will help, though shaking his head, the scruffy youth replies this is something he needs to do on his own, though for what it's worth, he's grateful for everything the old time has done for him. Then, without another word, he exits the RV and steps up to the front door, before knocking once. It only takes a moment for a dark-haired woman to answer, though when she sees who it is, she falls silent, giving Kevin a chance to awkwardly mumble out 2 words. "Hey, Mom." We pick up with Ben, Max, and Kevin aboard the Rust Bucket, bound for a good fishing lake a few hours outside of Bellwood. For once, Gwen is not with them, as despite only being the first Saturday of the new school year, she'd elected to stay home and study, and while Ben is quick to mock this, calling it typical dweeb behavior, Kevin and Max are both disappointed. Figuring they will need snacks for the trip, Max pulls into the local grocery store run by Mr. Bauman, a middle-aged gentleman who Ben warns his best friend to watch out for, since he's headed in for him ever since he was a little kid. Patiently, Max suggests that Mr. Bauman just doesn't like it when his sense of order is disrupted, and Ben at times can be a little rambunctious. Shaking his head, Ben retorts that's not it, Mr. Bauman's just a grump, though all the same he follows his grandfather inside with Kevin in tow. As Max goes to pick out something which will no doubt be both weird and horrifying, the boys decide to go look for some regular snacks, quickly coming across some Sumo Slammers Crunch cereal, though when Ben grabs the box from the shelf he comes face to face with Mr. Bauman, who snaps at him not to pour the merchandise. Even for Big Bummer Bauman, this is an awfully harsh reaction, though Ben pays it no mind, as he and Kevin spot something even stranger, a small pink rabbit man entering the store and chowing down on a tentacle on a stick. Figuring this must be some alien troublemaker, Ben is quick to spring into action, dialing up his new favorite alien Feedback, and whipping out his head tendrils to grab the guy while Kevin coats his fist in wood from a shelf, and barks at him to spill his plan, unless he wants to become the world's fuzziest punching bag. However, before the boys can continue their interrogation, Mr. Bauman yells at them to put the customer down, even calling Ben by name, with Max explaining that the old shopkeeper is actually known for stocking alien goods and trading with off-worlders, hence why he, Max, may have bragged to him about Ben's watch and Kevin's heritage. Bashfully, the boys release their captive, who it seems is indeed just a regular customer, buying some goods and paying with a strange crystal in a tube before being on his way, though unfortunately the next visitor into the store is not nearly so benign, man, that being Volcanus, who attempts to extort Mr. Bauman before recognizing Kevin and going on a rampage. Showing their return to normalcy hasn't dulled their fighting skills, both Ben and Kevin go on the attack, with Ben blasting Volcanus with an electrical current while Kevin drives a wooden hammer blow into the Detrovite's knee, though this is not enough to stop Volcanus, who fights back, quickly wrecking the shop until he realizes Mr. Bauman is nowhere to be seen, at which point he announces that he'll get Tennyson and 11 next time, before storming off. Looking between each other, the boys question what that creep's up to this time, though shaking his head, Max replies that if his hunch is right, he's after that canister of Element X Mr. Bauman had, and if that's the case, then it looks like they'll have to postpone their fishing trip, since they've got a villain to catch. Fortunately, Max also knows just where Volcanus' next destination is, that being the old subway which was once an iron mine, since from their first run with the intergalactic thug, they know that iron ore is required to turn Element X into a powerful explosive. Thanks to some quick thinking and a bit of luck, it is the trio of heroes who are the first to encounter Volcanus, doing so before he can corner Mr. Bauman, and allowing Ben and Kevin to finish up their fight with no fear of breaking things. Due to this, the boys decide to cut loose, especially Kevin, who thanks to upgrading his wooden fist into a stone one from the mine wall is able to lay some serious smackdown on Volcanus. In fact, there is a certain brutality to the way in which Kevin is hitting Volcanus, often cutting in front of Ben in order to get another blow off on the Detrovite, evidently enjoying himself. Due to the euphoria of using feedback, Ben is oblivious to this, though the same cannot be said of Max, who quickly grows trouble, to the point when Volcanus is finally knocked out by a stony uppercut from Kevin. The old man urges the boys to head home, stating that he'll handle things from here, since from the look in Kevin's eyes, he's not entirely sure the boy would be satisfied with a simple KO. Sadly, it seems Kevin's use of excessive force is not limited solely to extraterrestrial enemies, as a few days later when the new school week begins, it does not take long for the boy to find himself in a fight. Admittedly, his reason for fighting is a noble one, as getting up to their old tricks, Cash and JT waste no time in bullying Ben, who is forced to take it, having matured enough to know he cannot use his alien powers to get back at them, no matter how much he might want to. Seeing his best friend in peril, Kevin is quick to step in, attempting to use his status as a 6th grader to intimidate them into standing down, though this is unfortunately unsuccessful, with Cash trying to look tough by grabbing Kevin's shirt front and tauntingly asking, "Or what?" This is a dreadfully poor decision, since before the words are even fully out of his mouth, the older boy retaliates with a right hook to the jaw that knocks Cash to the ground with a painful sounding thud. Naturally, such actions will not be tolerated at school, with Kevin soon finding himself with a 3-day suspension, a fact which only fuels his ire, as he was just standing up for his friend. So much so that when Max comes to pick him up, since his mum and stepdad Harvey are both still at work, the black-haired boy is practically radiating rage. Though he hates to admit it, Max cannot help but be reminded of how Kevin was when they first met, with his recent acts of violence even matching his attitude towards fights during the first few weeks before he learned to harness matter absorption. In fact, everything Kevin's done of late is highly reminiscent of his energy highs, so much so that when Max pulls up outside the boy's house, he tells him to wait a minute, as he wants to ask him something. Having all the time in the world for his father figure, Kevin asks what's up. While taking a deep breath, Max looks the young man in the eye and asks point blank if he's been absorbing energy again. As he says this, he makes sure there is no recrimination to his tone or expression, as he remembers Devon telling him how intoxicating the sensation can be, and so cannot blame a child for falling back on old habits, especially during a stressful adjustment period like the one Kevin currently finds himself in. However, when the scruffy youth speaks, it is to ardently assert that he hasn't. Gaze still locked on Kevin's eyes, Max sees no sign of deceit, though he does find hurt, and more growing anger directed at the old man for not trusting him after everything they've been through. Placatingly, Max attempts to assure the boy that he wasn't trying to accuse him of anything, he's just concerned about his well-being. Though evidently not wanting to hear it, Kevin storms out of the rust bucket without a word of parting. Wanting to make sure the boy is okay, Max calls the Levin household that night to speak with Kevin's mother, asking if she's noticed anything about her son that he hasn't, though surprisingly, she claims that while Kevin was a little moody over the weekend, she put that down to disappointment at the fishing trip being delayed, since both last week and tonight he's been his usual self. Though confused at this abrupt change, Max is glad to hear that Kevin's back to normal, and so choosing to give the youth the benefit of the doubt, collects him alongside Ben and Gwen when an urban assault vehicle begins rampaging through Bellwood. To Max's relief, it seems that Kevin's mother was right about him, as throughout the chase he is no different from usual, joking with Ben and serving as something of an intermediary between him and Gwen, so much so that when the pair argue over whether to use upgrade or magic to bring the tank down, Kevin is able to settle the dispute, telling Gwen to let Ben try first, as the spell she's planning to use destroys machines while they just want to stop it so it can be returned to its rightful owner. Seeing the logic in this, Gwen does in fact stand down, allowing Ben to disable the urban assault vehicle without issue, making this a net win for Team Tennyson. Figuring that maybe Kevin's prior behavior was just teething problems from settling back into civilian and family life, Max lets his guard down and resumes treating all 3 kids normally, with him being pleased to hear that Gwen will be able to join them this weekend, meaning everyone would be together for the fishing trip. Unfortunately, when the ex-plumber had thought of everyone, he had not expected Dr. Animo to be among the members. As shortly after leaving Bellwood the next Saturday, the team are ambushed by the mad scientist along with his mutant frog. Knowing they can't leave this creep to his own devices, the heroes then proceed to engage him in combat, with Max whipping out some plumber gear, Gwen using her spells in Keystone, Kevin absorbing some asphalt from the road, and Ben transforming into feedback. Together they are more than a match for Animo, who soon flees, though as he does, Kevin urges Max to go after him, since they can't let him get away, that hint of malevolence in his eyes once again. Naturally, Max refuses this request, with this setting Kevin to seething for the rest of the drive, though this is not where it ends, as for the remainder of the weekend the boy seems on edge, growing increasingly agitated at the most minor of inconveniences, and snapping whenever someone asks him what's wrong with him. Having been with Kevin since before his change in demeanor, everyone is at a loss for what has caused this shift, with Max having confirmation that the boy did not absorb any energy while on board the rust bucket. Thankfully, by the start of the following week, Kevin is back to normal, as though nothing had happened, with this normalcy continuing into the next week, and the weeks that come after, much to everyone's relief, as Kevin is slowly able to settle into his regular life, doing decently well at school even if he finds himself at odds with the classroom setting, enjoying reconnecting with his mother, and even hanging out with Ben and Gwen on the weekends. It is for the most part an idyllic, if perhaps slightly mundane existence, with the only alien activity in Bellwood being Lucy coming to stay for a while, so her parents can visit the Null Void to resolve an issue regarding Mr. and Mrs. Mann seemingly never arriving following their arrested Camille's wedding. As with their meeting at the wedding, Lucy gets on great with both Ben and Kevin, and while Gwen isn't as fond of her boisterousness, she still enjoys having another girl to hang out with after a summer spent trapped in an RV with two boys. During this time, the episode From Hedorium to Eternity would normally occur, though here it is skipped, since after doing some research into the episode, the means by which the scare appeared are rather convoluted. Apparently, following Ben's reacquisition of the Ghost Freak transformation at the end of the third season, Azimuth removed the ectoneurate DNA from the codon stream, with this removed portion of Zaskare housing his consciousness, thus allowing him to return to life, at which point he enacted his scheme to have his fellow ectoneurites travel through the transmat portal to Earth where they would begin possessing humans. However, since Ben did not reacquire Ghost Freak here, none of this happens, and it is instead a time of peace in Bellwood. However, no peace can last forever, with this one being broken by the biggest of bads, Vilgax, having come to Earth to seek his revenge against Ben for hurling him into space back on Xenon. Fortunately, this time he is without his army of criminals, though he is still more than capable of causing trouble on his own, falling back on an old favourite tactic as he attacks a populated section of town so that he might draw Ben out. Fortunately for Vilgax, this works, with Ben as Accelerate engaging the Tyrant in combat, though due to having been in class when he saw the smoke in the distance, he had been forced to go it alone, hoping the others would see it too and find their own way to catch up with him. Making use of Accelerate's speed, Ben is quick to land a flurry of blows on the alien warlord, though reminding all why he is among Ben's deadliest foes, Vilgax merely shrugs this off before delivering a swipe that knocks Ben off his feet and leaves him vulnerable to be grabbed and transported to the Chimeran's ship, which at least in a small mercy is still landed on Earth, not too far away. Knowing better than to give Ben access to his hands, Vilgax's first order of business is to bind the boy, hanging him upside down, and declaring his intent to be rid of the Tennyson brat, and claim the Omnitrix at long last. Having heard this all before, Ben is rather blasé as he mocks the squid-faced alien, stating that he'll be out of here in no time, all the while straining at the ropes around his wrists until finally he is able to free his hands, at which point he jeers that he's going to introduce Vilgeek to a new friend of his, Feedback. Slamming down on the watch, Ben suddenly finds himself as the conductoid, and so begins raining down energy blasts on Vilgax. As expected, this forces the Tyrant to adapt, as he's never fought Ben in this form before. Though keeping his menacing cool, Vilgax leers that Tennyson is not the only one with a new pet, revealing an aquatic squid-like creature that grabs Ben and drags him into its tank. Due to being submerged, the boy cannot even use electricity to break free from the monster's grip, lest he electrocute himself, though thankfully, it is at this moment that Gwen, Max, Kevin and Lucy bust in, having witnessed Ben be abducted, and use some plumber tech to track him down. Seeing Ben is in trouble, Lucy goes into a humanoid sludge form and hastily blasts the squid creature with some mud, forcing it to let go of her cousin, while Max and Gwen rush over to pull him out of the tank. Meanwhile, Kevin proceeds to coat himself in metal from the floor of Vilgax's ship for the inevitable fight ahead, though this time when he does so, something interesting happens. Energy begins to crackle across his hand, similar to how it would appear when he had some absorbed and intended to fire it as a blast. Having been on the receiving end of one such blast in the past, this gives Vilgax the slightest moment of pause, that this is all Ben needs to get back in the fight, launching his own energy attack right at the villain, and as Max and Gwen's eyes pass from Ben to Kevin and back to Ben, the source of Kevin's strange behaviour finally clicks into place. Nonetheless, now they have other matters to attend to, such as beating Vilgax, and with them all combined, it is not long before the Chimeran Warlord wisely chooses to beat a retreat, leaving Team Tennyson victorious. As both Ben and Kevin revert to normal, with the latter's energy dissipating as his metal coating does, Max takes a moment to fill the boys in on what they've learned, or at the very least theorized with strong evidence backing it up, that the reason Kevin has been acting like his old self is that as an Osmosian, he's always absorbing trace amounts of energy via osmosis, though when Ben becomes feedback, the amount of residual energy in the area skyrockets, meaning those trace amounts start adding up into something dangerous. Though due to Kevin not discharging the energy in combat like he used to, it instead stays with him, slowly running down like a battery, hence why it takes the boy a few days to get back to normal after being around feedback. Curiously, Kevin asks why the energy only started appearing now, though it is Gwen who answers that one, stating that from what she knows, this is the first time Kevin's coated himself in metal while feedback's present, since that's what drew the accumulated energy to the surface considering what a strong conductor metal is. This probably also explains why Kevin kept his head this time, since the metal acted as insulation, keeping the energy on the outside, while his wood and concrete forms, which are bad conductors, kept it in, where it could do damage to his psyche. This raises the question of what to do, as Kevin can't spend his whole life coated in conductive substances, with Max suggesting Ben stop using feedback, since while he knows he's his grandson's favourite, it's just too dangerous, so this might have to be a sacrifice he makes as a hero. Getting a little heated, Ben protests that it sounds like his grandpa is saying it's his fault this stuff has been happening to Kevin, causing the old man to stammer that he didn't mean... Though, before he can finish, Kevin speaks for himself, stating that he thinks Ben should keep using feedback, since while it's true there is a risk, if he can use what they've learned, he might be able to combine his two types of absorption to something really awesome that'll make him a better hero. Grinning eagerly, Lucy promises to help him with this, adding that it's lucky he has her around, since unlike Ben and Gwen who acquired their abilities later in life, her alien powers are innate like Kevin's, so she understands them and him better, but that's not the only reason, as what he's trying to do is very similar to what she had to learn to do in order to adopt her human form. She then reverts to her true and open form, with this rapidly filling the room and forcing everyone to take a step back as she explains that this is her natural state, just like Kevin when he's not coated in anything. Next, she shrinks down to the form she used during the fight, becoming humanoid in shape but still sludgy in consistency, while adding that this is like Kevin when he's absorbed matter or energy, as it's one level apart from her true form. Finally, she reverts to the form which they know her best in, the blonde-haired girl who to all the world seems human, stating that this is what Kevin's trying to achieve, since she's layering two powers on top of each other, shape-shifting and camouflage. Only now do the kids realize how impressive it is that Lucy maintains this form constantly, with the girl grinning that this is what she wants to help Kevin do, reach a point where not only can he use his powers together, but he can do so effortlessly. Grin forming on his own face, the young ruffian replies that he'd appreciate the help, shaking Lucy's hand when she offers it, only for it to turn to a mass of mud that he has to wipe on his pants while she lets out a snorting giggle, having been unable to resist the prank. Nonetheless, Lucy is good to her word, working alongside Kevin after school, on weekends, and even some weekdays when he decides to cut class, figuring this is far more important than anything he might learn in school, with it coming as rather welcome news when they're told that her stay in Bellwood will be prolonged, as her aunt and uncle are still missing. Happily, Lucy asks if this means she can join Team Tennyson for their planned trip to Mount Rushmore when the reconstruction is complete, since after getting to know Joel and Grandpa Max, as well as the rush of fighting Vilgax, she's decided that she wants to be a plumber, and where better to visit than the Earth Branch's HQ. As this is going on, Ben is not slacking, as having some misgivings about Kevin and Lucy's plan, Gwen had come to him suggesting that if her knowledge about electricity and conduction applies to alien lightning monsters, then he should feasibly be able to control his energy output so he doesn't create the residuals that could harm Kevin if he's not in metal mode, as well as rapidly draining him if he does wind up with a sudden influx of unwanted energy. Seeing the benefit in this, and wanting to help his best friend in whatever way he can, Ben sets to work on this, even if it is a lot of meditation and self-control exercises with Gwen that make you want to jump out of his skin. All the same, this hard work does pay off in a very tangible way, as a few weeks after the clash with Vilgax, a Nosedenian begins trashing some new store called Mr. Smoothie and absorbing all their energy to make copies of itself. Having dealt with megawatts before, Ben is quick to jump into action as feedback, though to the pint-sized pest's dismay, he gives off no energy which they can consume, or even draining the the juice they've already taken, putting them to sleep and making this a slam dunk for Team Tennyson. Or at least, it would be if the Omnitrix did not partially overload from all Ben's recent messing around with energy, so that he finds himself remaining as feedback long after he should have timed out. While at first Ben assumes this is an upgrade, like some form of master control, he quickly discovers this to be false when he tries and fails to make himself revert to human so he can go home. Seeing that he is stuck as an alien, Ben decides to crash with Grandpa Max for the night, and the next night, and the next night, with the old man having to pretend he and Ben went camping to explain the boy's absence to his parents as they don't know about the Omnitrix. Finally, at the end of the week, the sound of timing out fills the rust bucket, though this moment of elation quickly becomes disappointment when instead of becoming human, Ben instead transforms into Wild Mutt. Unfortunately, this problem persists for another week, with the boy next becoming Eye Guy, which proves a rather confronting experience going from no eyes to many, and then after that into Accelerate, which means a week of high-speed mayhem. By now, Max has made several attempts to get Azimuth's help, though after having his appointment delayed 10 times, he takes matters into his own hands and borrows a spaceship, declaring that he'll go to Galvan Prime himself if he has to. As they are now on school break, Gwen, Lucy, and Kevin come along too, with Max therefore getting a larger craft than in canon to fit them all. Touching down on Galvan Prime, Team Tennyson then make their way to Azimuth's laboratory, only to be met by another dismissal as the cantankerous old scientist claims that Ben's condition is a low priority issue, so they should come back in 2 years. However, this attitude promptly changes when a highly excited and curious trio of Ben, Kevin, and Lucy begin trashing his lab, forcing Azimuth to intervene as he simply slaps a certain spot on the Omnitrix's dial, thus reverting Ben back to human at last. While Ben is a bit disappointed as this means the end of non-stop hero time, Max is immensely relieved, ordering the kids to wait outside the lab while he has a word with Azimuth. Unfortunately, there was never any hope of this instruction being followed, especially when the kids spot a commotion in the distance, and while Gwen and even Lucy do urge the boys to listen to Grandpa Max, Ben and Kevin have already made up their minds as they take off in the direction of trouble. As it turns out, the source is an emaciated-looking galvanic mechamorph with yellow traces rather than the usual green, causing the boys to smirk that they didn't know upgrades could get sick. Angrily, the mechamorph declares that he is not sick, he is malware, and he has come to make Azimuth right a long overdue wrong. Still casual, Kevin tells the techno-organic alien to take a number, while Ben declares that in the meantime he'll make him pay for his rampaging. Having missed his favourite form these last few weeks, it is not hard to anticipate who his transformation will be, with him slamming down the dial and becoming Feedback, who grins that it's good to be back. Meanwhile, Kevin bends down to take hold of one of the tiny Galvan vehicles, using it to coat himself in metal, as he grins that he's ready to show Ben what he's been working on, if he'll just give him a little juice. Having faith in his best friend, as well as himself to stop the situation if it gets out of hand, the young brunette fires a jolt of energy Kevin's way, with the scruffy youth quickly drawing it in and setting his fist to glowing even brighter than they did on Vilgax's ship. As one, the boys then rush Malware, proving once again why they're one of the best tag teams in the galaxy, as when Ben goes high, Kevin goes low, his punch is now empowered with pure energy, to the point where if Malware had the bones his gaunt appearance suggests, then they would be broken by the impact. No one to be outdone, Ben shows off his own achievement as well, firing off small concentrated orbs of energy which act like mines detonating on contact with Malware, and refueling Kevin with the aftershocks. Unsurprisingly, the Mechamorph is no match for this pairing, with it seeming as though he is doomed to an early grave, if not for luck favouring him, as in an attempt to show off to each other against a villain they deem as no threat, they send him flying, only for him to land right where he wants to be. Azimuth's lab. At once, all thought of these children leaves the Mechamorph's mind, as he demands Azimuth fix him, though the Galvan grumpily protests that he needs more time, since the helix he's been building for Malware is still incomplete. However, this is totally unacceptable to the rogue Mechamorph, who bellows that he's done waiting, before attempting to steal the device for himself, only to be mocked by Azimuth's assistant Albedo, who sneers that no one can understand the helix aside from himself and Azimuth, so if this oaf attempts to use it, he'll just blow himself up. Unfortunately for Albedo, such hubris comes back to bite him almost immediately, as while one of Malware's hands closes around the helix, the other takes hold of Albedo himself, with the villain growling that if this is the case, then he will just have the little wretch do it for him. With this grim pronouncement and his twin prizes in hand, Malware then sets off for the moon of Galvan B and the site of the original helix, which Azimuth surmises he intends to combine with the new one to rewrite his life code. Having overheard all of this, Ben questions if Malware really came to him for help, only for Azimuth to say he'd get around to it, with the grumpy Galvan retorting that the boy underestimates the amount he has on his plate as first thinker. From the look Ben gives in return, it is clear that he does not consider this a valid excuse. Though all the same, Team Tennyson along with Azimuth waste no time in pursuing malware, and thanks to having a larger ship, everyone can come this time. Due to this more powerful craft, the heroes arrive not long after malware, though sadly they are not in time to save the other mechamorphs who have been drained to the point of near death, with Max, Lucy and Azimuth staying behind while Ben, Gwen and Kevin head into the primary helix, as they have no doubt this is where their target will be. In this they are correct, finding the rogue upgrade and his Galvan prisoner hard at work, though when he sees them, Malware's attention shifts entirely to driving away these humans, as he will not have Azimuth's lackeys hold him back after waiting for so long. Due to having timed out on the way here, Ben is forced to take a back seat for the initial stage of this fight, with Gwen and Kevin showing off their own teamwork which is almost on par with Ben and Kevin's, as Gwen handles things from range, while Kevin gets in close to keep the villain occupied. Together they are more than capable of holding Malware off, but when Ben enters the fray as well, the fight is over in no time flat. However, even in defeat Malware will not go quietly, howling Azimuth's name and cursing him for creating him like this and then abandoning him in favour of his perfect projects. While Ben and Gwen have little sympathy for such histrionics, Kevin pauses, questioning if this plan with the helix will really fix him, to which Malware confirms that it will, stating that his life code will be corrected, and he will no longer be the aberration among his kind that the children see before them. Casually, Kevin replies that he should do it then, urging his friends to stand aside, since he knows what Malware's going through, as it's the same pain he was in before he met the Tennysons and they gave him a chance, so why not give Malware the same opportunity? Ardently, Gwen protests that this is different, since if it was just about helping someone in trouble of course she'd agree, but Azimuth said this procedure had to be done just right, and that neither Albedo nor the Helix are ready for that. Though just as fiercely, Kevin protests that in that case, Azimuth should get his grey butt in here, and help Malware so he can fix his mistake. Sighing, Gwen replies that he already said he was working on it, though here Ben cuts in, agreeing with his best friend that Azimuth probably hasn't been giving it the focus it needs, considering he waved them off until it personally affected him, before adding that when something's important, you gotta make time for it, like how she studies, he worked to better control Feedback's energy and Kevin learned to mix his powers safely. Having no real counter-argument for this, Gwen shows signs of relenting, though before Malware can go for the Helix, Kevin stops him, firmly stating that what Ben said cuts both ways, since while he gets that the Mechamorph is angry, lashing out and going off half-cocked isn't gonna get him what he wants, so he needs to chill and let Azimuth do what he needs to do, promising that if Malware can show a little restraint, then he, Kevin, will make sure Azimuth gives this matter appropriate attention, a slight hint of menace in the implication. Unfortunately, it seems Malware is in no mood for more empty promises as he calls them, readying himself to fight his way to the Helix if need be. That is until the voice of Azimuth himself calls out for his creation to stop. Stepping into the room with Max and Lucy by his side, the Galvan begrudgingly acknowledges that perhaps he, the smartest being in 3 galaxies, arguably 5, can learn something from these children, as there is truth to the accusations leveled against him, since he did put his own pursuits first. When as first thinker, he should have been thinking about everyone, so for that, he apologizes. No one is quite sure what to say to this moment of humility from Azimuth of all people, though due to still being an irascible old crank, the scientist is quick to return to form as he waddles over to where Albedo is working and chides him for being sloppy as ever, while telling him to move aside and he'll handle this, since if they keep using Albedo's handiwork, it'll likely just overcharge Malware, turning him into some kind of mutant, with this seeing the assistant storm away to sulk and stew. As for Malware, he watches Azimuth with evident distrust, asking what his creator is doing, to which the first thinker answers that he's correcting a long overdue mistake, while promising to give Malware's problem his full attention. He just asks that he be patient with him, since as he said, this will take time. In a low tone, the monstrous Mechamorph growls that he has already waited hundreds of years. So, he supposes what is a bit more time. As he says this, the animosity slowly begins leaking from his voice, as the sight of Azimuth making a genuine effort goes a long way to quell his rage. Meanwhile, wanting to help, Team Tennyson question if there is anything they can do, though dismissively, Azimuth replies the work he has ahead of him is far too delicate for their giant clumsy hands, though if they want to be useful, they can inform his other assistants where he has gone and what he is doing, so they don't think he's run off to Xenon again. Nodding respectfully, Max promises to do so. While sharing a look, Kevin mutters to Ben, Gwen and Lucy that he's still not sure if he likes Azimuth or not, since he's kind of a selfish jerk. All the same, the heroes bid Azimuth, Albedo and Malware goodbye, with the rogue Mechamorph expressing his gratitude and naming Kevin something he's never had before, a friend, since it was his words that won over Azimuth. In turn, the boy tells him to drop him a line sometime, since he'd love to learn more about him as a fusion of tech and organic. Not to mention his ability to absorb stuff makes them kinda similar, so maybe they can learn something from each other, with Malware agreeing to do so once his life code has been corrected. As a result, when Team Tennyson reboard their ship and take off, it is with a feeling of immense satisfaction at having saved 2 planets and an unquantifiable amount of life forms. Though, as they set their sights on home, there is no doubt in any of their minds that there will be lots of other problems that require their solving back on planet Earth. The well-worn backroads of South Dakota greet Team Tennyson like an old friend as the Rust Bucket trundles its way to Mount Rushmore, for once visiting not out of need to stop a world-ending threat, but for pleasure, as Grandpa Max has promised to show the kids the Psycholeopteron currently housed there before it is moved to a wildlife preserve out in space. Several months have passed since their return from Galvin B, and in that time everything has been quiet, almost eerily so, with Ben and Kevin speculating more than once if there's some grander plot afoot, something Gwen has been quick to call out as comics and video games melting their brains, while Max laughs that before the Omnitrix came along, this is how it was for years, nice and peaceful, so the boys should enjoy the peacetime while they can. Unfortunately, there's one piece of grandpa advice neither Ben nor Kevin can heed, with this trip being a welcome distraction from the mundanity of their situation. As the Great Monument comes into view, the video screen aboard the Rust Bucket's dashboard lights up, revealing the face of a plumber who Max explains is named Bell Biv Kaboom, and who is desk sergeant for the Mount Rushmore base, now that it is up and operational again. Teasingly, Gwen sighs they'll have to see how long it stays that way with Ben here, warning him not to give feedback and blow the place up again. Though rolling his eyes, the brunette tells his dweeby cousin not to worry so much or she'll have more wrinkles than Grandpa, before pretending to point one out in an attempt to get a rise out of her while Kevin and Lucy laugh, reminding Max that despite all that's happened since last summer, some things never change. Entering through the hidden garage, Team Tennyson is surprised to see someone waiting for them, not Biv Kaboom, but a woman in a black uniform that sets Max's jaw to clenching, and who introduces herself as Agent Swift. Placidly, though in a voice that is clearly used to curt direct commands, Swift instructs the team to follow her, as the base's new acting commander would like to have a word with them, a claim that evidently displeases Max further, as he flatly asks if this new commander would happen to be another member of her group. Nodding, Swift confirms that Mount Rushmore is currently under the jurisdiction of their leader. Then, as she directs them further inside, Ben falls back a little to ask his grandfather what's wrong. Keeping his voice level, though unable to hide all his disdain, Max explains that Agent Swift and her compatriots are members of a plumber Black Ops unit called the Rooters, who operate outside the usual chain of command and are known for doing the dirtiest jobs, the kind any real plumber would be ashamed to do, yet which the Rooters insist are necessary for galactic stability. Silkily, a new voice insists that they are necessary, though he understands why a principled man such as Magister Tennyson would be opposed to the work he and his people do. Looking behind them, the group find the speaker to be a tall, lean, bald man with a black goatee, who extends a hand to formally introduce himself as Proctor Cervantes, leader of the Rooters and current head of all Earth plumber affairs. Taking the hand as though it were dirty, Max states that he will do whatever is required of him to help get their wing of the plumbers back in fighting shape, a claim that makes Cervantes nod, as he simpers that he looks forward to working with him. He then turns his attention to the children, his eyes naturally darting first to the Omnitrix, as he leers that this must be the great Ben Tennyson. He's heard much about him and his exploits as bearer of the Omnitrix. Puffing out his chest, Ben grins that yeah, he's pretty awesome, causing both Gwen and Kevin to roll their eyes. Though seemingly unfazed by this braggadocio attitude, Cervantes nods that he has no doubt. In fact, he would be most appreciative if Ben would give him a first-hand demonstration of his abilities. Speaking up, Max attempts to protest they're really just here to see the Psycholeopteron, though grinning broadly, Ben assures his grandpa this will only take a minute, before telling Proctor Beardo to lead the way. To Cervantes' credit, he does not react to this at all, instead simply taking Agent Swift's position at the head of the group and guiding them down several corridors into a large open-plan room where a series of training robots stand sentinel in the corner. Figuring this is where he's meant to go, Ben runs out into the middle of the room, cheering that it's feedback time, only to slap down on the Omnitrix and find himself as grey matter instead. Well, that's not bad enough. As soon as Ben set foot on the training floor, the robots had come to life, and now begin wheeling their way towards him, practice clubs and stun blasters raised for an attack. While most creatures would be able to withstand such blows, a Galvan with its smaller body stands a much higher chance of being seriously injured even by the weaker lasers and clubs. Recognizing this, Gwen orders Cervantes to turn the robots off, though seeing there's no time, Kevin takes a more proactive stance, placing a hand on the ground and absorbing the metal floor before rushing in and punching a robot who is about to squash Ben. In a grateful tone, the young Galvan thanks his buddy, and leaping onto his shoulder, uses that to springboard into a nearby wall panel and begins inputting a shutdown sequence. That is, if he can stay alive long enough to finish it, as having tracked Ben's movements, the other bots now all converge on him, forcing Kevin to clobber another one while Gwen casts a machine-disabling spell to take out a few more. This at last gives Ben enough time to finish his work, and as the shutdown signal transmits, the last few bots fall inert, bringing an end to the crisis. Letting out a deep sigh, Max runs to his grandkids and Kevin, pulling them all into a hug, while from behind him, Cervantes applauds softly, claiming that he never doubted for a minute the legendary Ben Tennyson could handle himself, though he is pleasantly surprised that Kevin Levin's Osmosian abilities are already so advanced at such a young age. Grinning, Kevin agrees that he's gotten pretty good at absorbing, having evidently forgotten his previous scorn of Ben for bragging, though once more Cervantes merely nods, telling the group to come along, as now they have indulged him, he will be happy to show them to the Psycholeopteran. Like in canon, the creature is housed in a specialized force field, with Agent Swift explaining that it has powerful hypnotic abilities before adding that it's almost a shame to get rid of it, as it could be incredibly useful for interrogation and intelligence gathering purposes. Though flatly, Max reminds her that it's a wild animal, not a tool. Smirking slightly, Cervantes chuckles that Magister Tennyson really does not like his group, though in time he hopes the man will come to see that they are on the same side. In fact, however, what exactly the Proctor was about to say is lost on everyone, as at that moment a series of alarms start blaring. Rushing over to the nearest interbase comm unit, Cervantes demands an update from Belbiv, Kaboom and the other plumbers in the command center, though all he receives is a series of screams as an enraged voice demands to know where is Ben Tennyson, a voice the heroes all know well, as it belongs to none other than Vilgax. Having timed out during the walk to the Psycholeopteran's pen, Ben lets out a frustrated grunt when he sees the Omnitrix is still recharging, though cautiously, Max suggests that maybe this is for the best, as that way Ben can stay back here where it's safe with Proctor Cervantes while he, Gwen, Kevin and Lucy go deal with Vilgax. Scoffing, Ben laughs that as if he'd pass up a chance to tangle with Vilgeek after the snooze fest of the last few months, and as if the watch agrees with him, he chooses this moment to flash green. Letting out a happy whoop, Ben wastes no time transforming into Gax, and as he and his family step into the command center, the boy has to wonder if maybe that was overkill. From a glance, it is plain to see the last few months as a fugitive trapped on Earth have not agreed with Vilgax, as he looks disheveled and half feral, his cybernetic upgrades standing out like open wounds against his more sun-baked green skin. Nonetheless, upon spotting Ben, he attacks with the same ferocity as ever, lunging at him and attempting to pin the boy while pulling a large metal cylinder armed with wicked-looking prongs from his back. Worriedly, Max cries for Ben to get out of there, as that thing may have the capability to extract the Omnitrix, a claim which makes Gax's red eyes go wide as he frantically shoves his nemesis off him. Staggering back a little, Vilgax crashes into a mana wall courtesy of Gwen, though he does not stay here long, as a sudden flood of sludge from Lucy causes the Chimeran warlord to lose his footing and go tumbling into Kevin's waiting kick. Despite the seeming one-sidedness of the fight, Vilgax is not out of tricks yet, grabbing Kevin and hurling him into Lucy, while with his free hand he rakes his claws downwards, shattering Gwen's wall and almost cleaving her in half, until Max tackles her out of the way. Letting out a roar that this scumbag would attack his family, Ben then re-enters the fray, and attempts to pull Vilgax into a full Nelson, only for the villain to judo throw him and growl that even in his weakened state, he is still the most fearsome warrior in the galaxy. However, just because he is the most fearsome warrior does not mean he is without fault, as at that moment an electronic net slams into him from behind, pinning him to a wall and stunning him into submission. Looking around for the source, the team spots Cervantes, now armed with a large launcher, as he blithely states that even the most powerful opponent can be fooled by the right tool. It's simply a matter of knowing what to exploit. In spite of himself, Max cannot help but agree, saying that he's glad Cervantes was here, though modestly, the Proctor replies that he was simply carrying out the mandate of the plumbers, something he hopes Magister Tennyson will assist him with moving forward. Suspiciously, Max asks what exactly the other man has in mind, with Cervantes mildly replying that since Bellwood's plumber base is still inactive, he would appreciate it if the Magister took up a position here as his second in command. Naturally, it would only be a temporary posting while he gets things up and running, and he would have plenty of chances to return home and visit his family, but it would be an invaluable service to their cause and planet if he could make use of the older plumber's experience. Having a feeling this is not the sort of request he can refuse, Max replies that he would be honoured to serve, though he'll need a few days to get his affairs in order. Waving a hand as though there's no concern at all, Cervantes urges him to take all the time he needs, then with his other hand gestures for a couple of plumbers who had not fled to take Vilgax down to the holding cells, as he means to personally question him on how he knew Ben Tennyson was here. In the meantime, he believes it would be best if Magister Tennyson escorted Ben and the other children back to Bellwood for their own safety, to which Max nods and replies that Cervantes took the words right out of his mouth. However, before they can go, the bald man approaches Ben and Kevin to inform them that he was quite impressed with both of their performances in that battle, as they have unmistakable talent and good instincts, the kind that would serve them well if they were to join the family business and become plumbers. Having heard this before, Ben largely shrugs it off, though for Kevin there is more intrigue, as he asks if this means Cervantes knew his dad. Spotting the glimmer in the boy's eyes, Cervantes nods, stating he was a skilled and dedicated plumber, and Kevin reminds him a lot of him, so if he would be interested in undergoing some training here at the base, he's sure that could be arranged. Speaking up now, Max protests that Kevin's a bit young to be in plumber training, isn't he? Though cocking his head as if he hadn't really considered it, Cervantes replies that he supposes, though an argument could be made that Ben was too young when he found the Omnitrix, yet still he took that responsibility onto himself, and as a part alien, Kevin is eligible to begin basic training younger than a human. Flatly, Max states that those two circumstances are different, as Ben never had a choice in the matter, while Kevin still has plenty more time to be a kid before he has to worry about plumber work. Then, placing a hand around the boy's shoulder, he begins leading him and the rest of the kids back to the rust bucket, as the safest place any of them can be is away from the rooters. This time, Cervantes makes no move to stop them, instead instructing Agent Swift to follow him, with the pair making their way wordlessly into his office. Once they have performed a routine security sweep to ensure no one is listening in, Cervantes gives the smallest of nods, signaling the woman is allowed to speak freely. And wasting no time on preamble, Swift questions why he betrayed Vilgax after going to all the effort of tracking him down and giving him the date and time of Ben Tennyson's arrival. Smirking slightly, Cervantes replies that betrayal is the wrong word, as it would suggest that he and Vilgax had an alliance. No, Vilgax was a weapon he could freely use against Tennyson without risk of consequence, since had the Chimeran succeeded, he could simply deal with him later, while on the other hand, should it become obvious he was going to lose as it was today, he could still turn it to his advantage by defeating him to gain Ben Tennyson's trust, and Kevin Levin's too. Though Swift is impressed that her leader could predict the outcome of that fight after only the opening salvo, she does not waste his time with meaningless praise, instead more pragmatically asking if the Proctor really thinks Levin's powers could be of use to their organization, with this causing Cervantes' smirk to grow, as he nods that yes, Kevin Levin will be most beneficial in their battle with the coming storm. Speaking of Kevin, over the next few weeks he continues to ponder Cervantes' offer, as he has nothing better to do with school being back in full swing, meaning he rarely gets to hang out with his friends, and now with Max being stationed in South Dakota they can't even go on weekend trips like they used to. More than ever he misses their summer road trip, since even if things weren't always great, they were doing something worthwhile rather than waiting around in boring Bellwood weighed down by homework and chores and curfews. Maybe if they at least had some aliens, wacko scientists, or even a wizard to fight to break up the monotony it'd be okay, but as it is now, it feels like he's drowning while standing still. Surely anything must be better than this, and if that anything happens to be training with Cervantes so he can get better at helping people and following in his dad's footsteps one day, he sees no reason to refuse. Sure, Max said the rooters are sketchy, but people had made that judgment about him too before, so maybe he just doesn't know them well enough. Truthfully, this is a rationalization, as while he'd never admit it even to himself, Grandpa Max's sudden absence has left him feeling rather abandoned by his surrogate father figure, and as is his nature, when he feels an authority figure has wronged him, his first instinct is to rebel. However, this is not the only motive behind this decision, as the more he thinks about it, the more he does want to become a plumber, as now that he's experienced life as a hero, it's the only future that really feels right to him. Thankfully, it is not terribly long before Kevin is able to act on this decision, as when their next school break rolls around, the kids are all invited back to Mount Rushmore to visit Max. While for the first day and a bit, Kevin just enjoys being able to spend time with everyone like the old days, he soon finds himself seeking out Cervantes in his office, where the bald man greets him with a knowing smile, like he'd been waiting for him to arrive. Placidly, the proctor asks if this means Kevin's given more thought to his offer, and nodding, the young Osmosian states that he has, and he wants to train to be a plumber. Smiling silkily, Cervantes welcomes him to the cause, stating that effective immediately, he will be stationed here under his direct supervision. Upon hearing this at dinner that night, Max naturally objects, since Kevin has school and life back in Bellwood. Though calm as ever, Cervantes states that obviously he was not satisfied with them, as the boy came to him and requested to join with no inducement. Looking a little hurt at this assertion, Gwen asks if he's really so unhappy back in Bellwood, while Ben declares that if Kevin's staying, so is he. Sighing slightly, the young Osmosian replies that he just feels his time would be better spent here, while Cervantes explains that while it would be an honor to have the bearer of the Omnitrix as a member of their organization, as his primary species is human, he will not be eligible to enlist for another 4 years. Unfortunately, Ben does not take this well, storming away and not even returning for dessert, though maybe this is for the best, as being a plumber base full of aliens, it is comprised of custard-filled space slugs. Wanting to check in on his best friend, Kevin goes looking for Ben as soon as the meal's over, finding him in the sub-energy chamber. Sitting beside him, the black-haired boy questions if Ben's mad at him for staying. Though shaking his head, the brunette answers that he's not, but he thinks he's being stupid, since he doesn't trust Cervantes. Smirking a little, Kevin retorts that Tennyson's just jealous since he'll get to be a plumber first, though Ben refutes this, saying he's serious. There's something off about that guy. Laughing as she and Gwen join the boys, having had a similar impulse to Kevin, Lucy mockingly asks if it's because his face looks like it's upside down, before elaborating by causing her hair to slide off the top of her head and reform on her chin as a long blonde beard. Bursting out laughing in spite of himself, Ben calls that trick so gross but so cool. While glad to see him in a better mood, Kevin presses on, telling his friends that while he gets Cervantes is kinda weird, he's the head of the plumbers so he can't be a bad guy, and more than that, he knew his dad. Recognizing the significance behind that latter point, Gwen lays a hand on Kevin's, telling him that if he really believes this is the best way, then he should do it. Though for the record, she doesn't like Cervantes either, since he was a jerk and didn't even recognize her and Lucy's contributions to the fight with Vilgax. Smirking, they'll have a word with the proctor about that. Kevin thanks his friends for having his back. Then, as he rises to his feet, he prepares to turn in for the night, as Cervantes had said his training would begin first thing tomorrow. When Cervantes said first thing, he meant it, as the following morning Kevin is awoken at 4 AM by a large mute man in Ruder attire, who upon dragging him into the training room is introduced by Cervantes' agent Leander. As it turns out, Leander is a combat specialist, meaning Kevin's lessons begin with hours of rigorous hand-to-hand drills against a man whose blows leave dents in his metal coating and cracks in anything else when he absorbs matter to even the playing field. Following this, Kevin is assigned to work with Agent Swift, whose specialty is sharpshooting, showing off many different ways to not only use laser pistols and rifles, but also how to channel his absorbed energy into something more concentrated than an erratic blast, which due to its compact size has more range and punch. Finally, in the afternoon, Kevin trains with Cervantes himself, though unlike the others, his teachings are mixed as he instructs the boy on several disciplines including infiltration, command, and interrogation. To say the proctor is a perfectionist would be an understatement, as he will not even tolerate the slightest mistakes, making Kevin go back to the beginning of an exercise every time he catches one. With this understandably frustrating the hot-headed youth, who cannot understand how this stuff is meant to teach him to help people as a plumber. In fact, he rarely has any interactions with other plumbers, with Max in particular always being rostered onto some focus-intensive duty whenever he has free time, so the three Rooters are the only people he sees with any frequency, as they serve as his sole instructors. Being perceptive enough to recognize how odd this is, Kevin confronts Cervantes a couple of days into his training. However, rather than being upset, the proctor merely congratulates Kevin as he has just passed the observational test. Yes, he is exclusively being trained by Rooters, because that is where his highest and best use is, not among the rank and file, but as part of their specialized unit. Remembering Grandpa Max's words, Kevin asks why Cervantes thinks he even wants to be a Rooter and do all the plumber's dirty work. Though smiling paternally, the proctor replies that the Rooters are not what he thinks they are, as for all his good qualities, Magister Tennyson has a rather unfair bias against their organization, and has most unfortunately passed that on to Kevin. Despite what he has been told, the Rooters are not some sinister splinter faction. They are simply an arm of the plumbers authorized by the Magistrata to cut through the red tape, so they can protect those in need without fear of bureaucratic interference, since as Kevin well knows, sometimes decisive action is required when lives are on the line, and in such cases, it is better to ask forgiveness than permission. Looking somewhat mollified, Kevin admits that he sees where Cervantes is coming from, with this pleasing the proctor as he replies that he knew he would. That is why he wants him to join them, since they need his help against a looming threat to the entire universe, a coming storm. Curiously, Kevin asks what this coming storm is, though here Cervantes remains vague, simply identifying them as a living calamity which could at any day wipe out all life if not eliminated. Naturally, the boy promises to help in stopping this menace, causing a sly smile to form on Cervantes' face. He replies that he has no doubt Kevin will prove instrumental. From here, the young half-alien's training only grows more intense. Though having a mission to strive towards, Kevin does not balk, giving it all he has. As part of this training, Cervantes begins testing the limits of the boy's power, having him absorb multiple types of matter at once, as well as taking on more energy than he usually should be able to, in order to see if they can grow his internal battery. However, the strangest test of all is one the proctor has Kevin conduct on him and the other Rooters, as he hypothesizes that by using himself as a conduit rather than an endpoint, he should be able to transfer matter and power between two sources. While at first this is done on a small scale, such as having Kevin manifest a metal helmet on Leander's head by placing one hand on his wrist and the other on the floor, it quickly expands into the much more theoretical realm of DNA transfusion. In a gesture of concern for his subordinates, Cervantes serves as the first test subject for this one, having his young disciple transfer the DNA of a cerebrocrustacean into him. Due to having practiced on non-biological matter, this leap is not as monumental as it might have been, though all the same, Kevin has to focus intently to keep the DNA from mutating him instead as it evidently wants to. However, thanks to methodical practice and a bit of luck, Kevin is able to transfer all of the DNA into Cervantes himself, transforming him into a reddish crab man whose head carapace can open to reveal his brain, which in turn allows him to fire jolts of neural electricity. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, unlike Kevin's other attempts, this transformation is permanent, though all the same, the boy is instructed to repeat the process on Swift and Leander, transforming her into a half-aerophibian equipped with wings and a tail, and him into a Pripetosian bee hybrid whose body now resembles a large stove. For his success, Kevin is officially acknowledged as Agent 11, with it seeming as though everything is going great. That is until Dr. Anno attempts to break into Mount Rushmore. Like in canon, his objective is to use its satellite network to mutate the entire world, though unlike in canon, instead of a group of heroes waiting to stop him, it is a team of rooters. Showing off their newly acquired alien powers, the four-man squad have no trouble stopping the Doctor before he even makes it through the first floor, leaving him beaten on the ground, barely able to mumble out his insane monologue about revenge, world domination, and his own genius. Naturally, Kevin assumes that like with Vilgax, Cervantes will now have Animo taken into custody, though this is a misapprehension, as when the Proctor nods in response to Swift's unspoken question, she pulls out a blaster pistol and shoots the mad scientist through the chest. At once, Kevin feels cold, as while he didn't like Animo, far from it, he wasn't a threat to anyone in that state. Angrily, he demands to know why Swift did that, though in a placating tone, Cervantes assures him that it was necessary. Animo had been a repeated threat to the safety of the planet, so he simply instructed Agent Swift to remove that threat root and stem. Surely Agent 11 understands. Gulping, Kevin replies that he does, though as Cervantes and the others walk off, he adds that he finally understands Grandpa Max was right. Seeking out the old man in his office, Kevin begins to apologize, hoping his true father figure can forgive him. Though shaking his head, Max states there's nothing to forgive. Cervantes is a master manipulator, and he's just proud the boy came to his senses all on his own. Grateful for this compassionate response, Kevin asks what they should do now, to which Max explains that since he got here, he's been trying to dig up dirt on the rooters that he can turn over to the Magistrata to have their whole crooked operation shut down for good, though unfortunately, he hasn't made much progress. Grinning that he thinks he sees where Max is going, Kevin replies that he might have better luck as a man on the inside, with the old plumber sighing that he hates to ask it of Kevin, but he's the only one who can do it. Nonchalantly, the scruffy youth replies that it's the least he can do, since after hoodwinking him, he wants payback on Cervantes too. Following this, everything returns to seeming normalcy, with Kevin playing the part of an eager young rooter, keeping an eye out for anything he can use. Unfortunately, just like Max, his investigation turns up nothing, as if Cervantes is one thing, it's thorough, making sure to never leave a trail. However, a fortnight after the Animo incident, an opportunity does arise which might yield something, as out of the blue, Cervantes announces his intent to transport Vilgax from the Mount Rushmore cells into a more secure prison inside Rooter HQ situated in the Null Void. Though this is not the only curious part, as he specifically requests that Ben be brought in as extra security, since after all, he is the wielder of the Omnitrix and the one who has defeated Vilgax multiple times. Choosing to ignore the fact that one of those wins was actually his, Kevin instead focuses on how fishy this seems, with he and Max quickly setting to work making a plan for how to turn this to their advantage while also keeping Ben safe. To this end, when the boys along with the rooters and a bound and gagged Vilgax make their way through the Null Void portal, Max, Gwen and Lucy do likewise courtesy of the Null Void projector Max took from Phil the previous summer. Thanks to this, the trio are able to enter the prison dimension undetected, and by synchronizing their portal with Cervantes' arrive not too far from the rooters' true base of operations. Figuring they'll get more done if they split up, Lucy follows Ben and Kevin through the vents in a sludge form while Max and Gwen use their jetpack and spells respectively to descend to what appears to be an unguarded loading bay, though what the rooters need loaded in such size and presumably quantity is beyond them. However, as they sneak inside, the answer becomes clear, and it is not pleasant. Prisoners, as the first corridor leading out of the loading bay contains 2 rows of large glass cells. To make matters worse, from the looks of it, the inhabitants are all children of around Gwen's age or younger, with there being 3 boys, 1 girl, and a small rodent-like alien who chitters urgently for the Tennysons to get him out of here, since this is cruel and unusual punishment. Curiously, Gwen asks what the rodent boy did to end up here, to which he yammers that he did nothing. Really? That whack job Cervantes just nabbed them all for some sort of experiment, and while he doesn't know what it is, he knows it ain't gonna involve candy and ice cream. Feeling a sense of sympathy for these poor kids, Gwen assures them that they're going to get them all out of here, a promise Max is keen to help her keep, as busting open a small wall panel he begins crossing wires until he finds the door release. Unfortunately, it appears this is also connected to the alarm, as no sooner do the cells open than klaxons begin blaring all throughout the base. Recognizing this as a security breach, and having a pretty good idea which meddling magister he's dealing with, Cervantes instructs Kevin to come down to the prison level with him, as surely this must be some of Vilgax's henchmen attempting to rescue him while Ben, Leander and Swift are to stay up here and guard Vilgax. Understanding their true assignment, the two Ruda subordinates nod. Then, as soon as the elevator closes around a somewhat unwilling Kevin and Cervantes, they strike, with Swift bowling Ben over and trapping his hands so he can't reach the Omnitrix, while Leander pulls Vilgax's extractor from his back and begins lining it up with the watch's dial. Seeing that he's trapped, Ben tries anything, even if the most he can do is flail and scream desperately, though before Leander can activate the device, Cervantes comes strolling into view from around a corner and demands to know what the pair of agents are doing. Naturally, this leaves Leander terribly confused. He looks first between his leader and the lift, and then between Cervantes and Ben, wordlessly questioning not only how he got back here, but why he's trying to halt their plan when they're so close to succeeding. However, in a low cold snarl, Swift informs her comrade that this isn't the Proctor, it's an imposter. Snorting that she got her there, Lucy responds by reverting to her Lenopen form and blasting Swift in the eye with mud, sending her reeling back and allowing Ben to pull his arm from the device just in time before hitting the Omnitrix dial. A moment later, Heat Blast stands before the two Rudas, and telling Lucy to handle Swift, Ben turns his attention to the big guy and blasts him with a torrent of flame. Unfortunately, that new cast iron face of his evidently makes him immune to fire, but shrugging this off, Leander then responds with a laser beam at point-blank range that sends Ben flying. Meanwhile, Lucy isn't doing much better, as using her newly acquired wings, Swift is taken to the sky and begun raining energy blasts down on Lucy from above. While the girl can counter some of these with thrown globs of mud, she can't stop them all, meaning that soon she's knocked off her feet and lands beside Ben in a heap. In a voice of calm menace, Swift tells Ben that his and his little friend's suffering is not necessary, and he can end it at any time, just surrender the Omnitrix and they won't be harmed. Flaring up, Ben calls this a fat chance as he next hurls a fireball at her, while likewise, Lucy tries to gum up Leander's visor with a surprise sledge attack. While this does buy them a momentary advantage as their enemies are caught off guard, it is gone just as soon as it appears, with Ben and Lucy only having enough time to get to their feet before Swift and Leander assail them once again. Though the kids put up a good fight, nothing they do is enough to overcome these two Black Ops veterans for any significant stretch of time, so that before long, it seems inevitable that they will be overcome here. At least, that would be the case if Ben did not have an idea which is equal parts brilliant and insane. Forming a new fireball in his hand, he then hurls it like all the rest, though rather than aiming for either of the Rudas, it instead strikes Vilgax's muzzle, melting it and allowing the Chimeran to speak as he snarls at Tennyson to watch himself, since when he gets free, he will rip him limb from limb. Smirking, Ben retorts that he has a counteroffer. He'll melt Squidface's restraints right now, and in return, he helps them take down these two Ruda chumps. Deal? Letting out a frustrated growl, Vilgax reluctantly assents, and not needing anything more, Ben bathes him in a burst of his flames. As promised, this is enough to release the Warlord from confinement, and as he steps forth and activates his arm rods, both Swift and Leander turn their attention away from the children. Not that it will do them much good, as in an instant Vilgax is upon them, driving an uppercut into Leander's faceplate that leaves a deep dent, and grabbing Swift by the tail before hurling her into a wall. Understandably, neither Ruda gets back up after this, leaving just Ben, Lucy, and Vilgax, and as the Pyronite and Chimeran glare at each other, an air of tension fills the base. However, it seems now is not the time for a rematch, as shrinking his arms back to normal, Vilgax rasps that next time they meet he will crush Tennyson and take the Omnitrix, though for now, he intends to escape this accursed dimension, just as he did when Levin trapped him in here. Speaking of Kevin, by now he and Cervantes have descended to the prison level, finding Gwen, Max, and the human children, as the rodent boy had fled at the first sound of sirens. Knowing Kevin will never believe his close friends are in league with Vilgax, Cervantes tries a more oblique strategy, suggesting they must be the victims of mind control, with that being why Max has been so distant since the Warlord was captured, so Agent Levin must help him apprehend them, so he can get them back to the lab and use his new cerebrocrustacean powers to free them from Vilgax. Smirking slightly, Kevin bends down and coats himself in metal from the floor, before shifting his hand into a wrecking ball on a chain, and stating that it's lights out. Grinning a somewhat maniacal grin now, Cervantes encourages the half-Osmosian to get these intruders, though with these words, Kevin's smirk grows, as he replies the Proc's misunderstood. It's lights out for him. Grunting fiercely, Kevin then hurls his wrecking ball arm right at Cervantes, and while the Ruda boss is able to avoid the worst of the blow, it does still make contact, forcing him to grit his teeth in pain and fall back to the elevator to make his retreat. Rushing over to the Tennysons, Kevin asks if they're alright, while fondly, Max replies that he was just about to ask Kevin the same thing. Shaking his head in an attempt to look cool, the boy smirks that he's fine, before asking who the pipsqueaks are. Speaking up, the most bombastic of the prisoners declares that his name's Manny, and the others are Helen, Pierce, and Allen, while the guy who fled's named Argit. Smirking, Kevin questions what kind of name is Argit, though being the mature adult in the room, Max steers the conversation back on course, kindly stating that it's a pleasure to meet them, as he shepherds all 6 kids up into the elevator as they enter rendezvous with Ben before Cervantes does. Surprisingly, when they reach the ground floor, only Ben and Lucy are here, suggesting Cervantes must have chosen to get off on another level, with it yet to be seen if this is a blessing or a curse considering how wily the Proctor can be. Figuring there's no place for children, Max instructs Ben, Gwen, Kevin and Lucy to get the captured kids through the portal and stay there, while he's gonna stick around a little longer since this is the best chance he's got to find that dirt he was looking for. To the surprise of no one, all 4 of the Team Tennyson kids ardently refuse, since there's no way they're leaving Grandpa Max all alone in this awful place. Sighing slightly, Max attempts to make the kids see sense, though this is a vain effort, as Ben protests that even if he wanted to, he needs to stick around to find out why Cervantes wanted his goons to steal the watch, while beside him, Gwen, Kevin and Lucy all state that if Ben's staying, so are they. Seeing that he can't win this fight, Max tells them to come on, though someone still needs to get the prisoners through the null void projector, a task Lucy volunteers for, telling their new friends to follow her, while Ben, Gwen, Kevin and Grandpa Max head deeper inside. As they go, the voice of Cervantes jeers that they would have been wiser to leave when they had the chance, since he's already in the process of erasing all the data in their computer banks, so Magister Tennyson has no chance of completing his painfully obvious data gathering mission. Though, if they wish to test the veracity of his claim for themselves, they're of course free to, assuming they can make it out before the auto-destruct triggers. Worriedly, Gwen asks if the others really think this place is gonna blow, with Kevin grunting that he's not sure. On one hand, Cervantes is a liar, so we wouldn't put it past him to try and scare them away like this, though on the other, part of the router's MO is to never leave tracks, and one of the most surefire ways to guarantee a trail runs cold is to blow it up. Sighing, Max states they'll just have to work quick then, kicking in a door and spotting a computer terminal on the back wall. Urgently, he tells Gwen to help him since he could use her brains and a bit of luck if he's going to out-hack Cervantes. While taking up positions at the doorway, Ben and Kevin announce that they'll stand guard. And it is good that they do, as not long after this a jolt of neural electricity comes racing down the corridor, forcing the still metal-clad Kevin to absorb it, as he tells Ben that this is one of Cervantes' new powers. Sneeringly, the Chief Router simpers that he is most grateful to Agent 11 for this ability, earning him a snarl as Kevin orders him not to call him that, stating that had he known what kind of guy Cervantes is, he never would have helped him or his goons. Cackling under his breath, Cervantes asserts that in his heart Kevin did know, and while he might not have liked what he saw, he knew it was necessary. Peace and security can only exist because people like them are prepared to shoulder the burden of the ugly work required to maintain it. That is why the Routers were created, to protect the universe from threats the regular plumbers can't, and right now, the biggest threat is not him, but the boy who stands at Kevin's side. So while it is not easy, he will ask him once more, be the hero this universe needs, and help him defeat Ben Tennyson, for he is the coming storm. Angrily, Ben declares the only coming storm is the storm of butt-kicking heading his way. Then, as he transforms into feedback, he fires a blast of electricity at the Proctor. Rolling out of the way and retaliating in kind, Cervantes sneers that Tennyson doesn't even see the threat he is. He is a willful, petty child with the power to destroy galaxies, and who time and again, through recklessness, selfishness, or pure carelessness has brought the Earth and even the whole universe to the precipice of destruction. Such a person cannot be allowed to keep possession of a device as powerful as the Omnitrix, so for the sake of reality itself, he will see it removed from the boy no matter the cost. Getting fired up now too, Kevin declares that he isn't going to let that happen, barreling into the Proctor and driving a 1-2 punch into his gut empowered by Cervantes' own bioelectricity. Having not seen this new technique as it was first achieved on Galvan Prime far from the eyes of his Router spies, Cervantes winces and falls back, forcing Ben and Kevin to give chase. Nonetheless, he does not stop pleading his case in between neural blasts, reminding the pair of the time Ben let the Omnitrix fall into the hands of the ecto-neurite dictators a scare, who intended to terraform the Earth at the cost of all human life, and the time his actions prompted the formation of the so-called Negative-10, a villainous coalition who managed to access the sub-energy which they intended to use to conquer the Earth. Though, both pale in comparison to when the Omnitrix almost self-destructed due to his thoughtless arrogance, which would have wiped out the entire universe. The evidence is all there. Ben Tennyson is a cosmic threat, who even today used the incredible abilities of the Omnitrix to free Vilgax, one of the worst war criminals in galactic history, just so we could hold on to his power. Hearing all this laid out, even by a creep like Cervantes causes a knot to form in Ben's stomach, as he'd never considered all the times he'd put people at risk like that. Though standing by his buddy, Kevin retorts that he also fixed all those mistakes, putting himself on the line and going above and beyond to save everyone, while Cervantes and his Routers hid out here and did nothing, so he has no right to talk about Ben or anyone else. Seeing that reason is lost on these emotional children, the Proctor focuses on the combat at hand, using his acrobatic training to grab hold of a pipe running along the ceiling and swing both feet into Kevin's face for a painful double kick before dropping down and sweeping Feedback's legs. Nonetheless, the boys are no slouches either, as using the moment where Cervantes was focused on Kevin to charge up, Ben unleashes a point-blank electrical pulse that stuns the Rooter, while also recharging Kevin for the sort of blast Agent Swift taught him to make that Cervantes only narrowly dodges while hastily retreating a little further. Recognizing the slippery weasel will keep playing hit and run for as long as he is able, Ben suggests they split up, with him attempting to maintain the frontal assault while Kevin uses some of that sneaky Rooter training to get behind Crab Puff and pincer him. Smirking that his best friend's actually thinking for a change, Kevin and Ben then bump fists before breaking apart and heading off in opposite directions. For Ben, this is further down the corridor, making a show of firing off bursts of electricity to keep Cervantes focused on them and not the absence of Kevin. Evidently, this seems to work, as coming to a stop, the Rooter leers that perhaps it's time he tested the strength of the Omnitrix bearer personally, charging up a mega brain burst and firing it right at Ben, who meets it with a blast of electricity from his hands. Where these two attacks meet, red and blue lightning crackles, casting shadow on the walls and floor, as the pair begin a deadly game of tug-of-war, attempting to push the other's beam back into him. As a conductoid, Ben should have the advantage as Feedback eats, breathes, and sleeps electricity, though the opposing power source in this case is Cervantes' brain, a mighty weapon indeed. But while one might briefly gain the upper hand, the other is quick to redouble their efforts, forcing them back into a stalemate, with it seeming as though this could go on forever. Or rather, it could if not for one rather critical factor, the Omnitrix's timeout function, as suddenly, a new red light begins to flash, while the dreaded beeping fills the corridor. Cackling that he's won, Cervantes prepares for one last push, though before he can, he feels a heavy weight collide with his back as Kevin leaps onto it and lays both hands on Cervantes' exposed brain, draining the neural shock faster than the Proctor can produce it. In an instant, Cervantes' defenses crumble as he is unable to keep up the beam clash, and knowing he doesn't have a second to spare, Ben unleashes all his stored up power just as he reverts to his human form, meaning all three of them hit the ground at the same time, Ben out of fatigue, while Kevin and Cervantes are bowled over by the blast. Leaping up first, the boys then stand over Cervantes, ordering him to give up and come with them, since they have a feeling Grandpa Max has some words for him. Though smirking coyly, Cervantes questions why go anywhere when Magister Tennyson is right here. Turning in the direction of the Proctor's eye line, Ben and Kevin are shocked to see Gwen and Max being led into the corridor at blaster point by Leander, while a moment later Agent Swift appears from the other side, holding Lucy by the scruff of the neck. Smirking devilishly, the bearded Rooter muses that it seems his distraction was a success, so now he'll give Ben a choice, the Omnitrix or the lives of his family. Leaning to whisper in his best buddy's ear, Kevin urges Ben not to let this creep win, since together they can still save the others. They just need to put their heads together and come up with a plan. However, here Ben shakes his head, stating that he's done putting people at risk, so if Cervantes wants the stupid watch, he can have it. Cackling now, the Proctor leers that he knew the boy would see it his way, since it's like he said when they first met, any opponent can be defeated if you know what to leverage. He then makes a gesture at Leander, and as the extractor is tossed to him, he bids Ben to lie down, as this procedure will only take a moment. Looking to his family, the young brunette sees looks of mixed refusal and horror on all their faces, though knowing this is what is best for them, Ben acquiesces, stretching out on the floor, and wincing a little as the prongs pierce the metal around his wrist as though it was tissue paper. For once it seems that Cervantes was not lying, as the removal is brief, though it is also agonizing, with Ben feeling as the Omnitrix is torn from him at a molecular level. Naturally he screams, causing the other children to hurl abuse at Cervantes, and order him to stop since he's hurting Ben. Though knowing they're in no position to fight, they are forced to watch as finally the Omnitrix shoots up into the extractor, and then emerges inside a small protective orb. Tossing the device aside, Cervantes eagerly stows the round casing while ordering his routers to fall back as the coming storm has been neutralized, an order which earns him a nod, as both Swift and Leander release their prisoners and join their leader for a retreat. Rushing over to Ben, Max holds his grandson close, warning Cervantes that he won't get away with this. Though clearly unconcerned with the old man's opinion, the Proctor retorts that he already has. He then turns his attention to Kevin, stating that in spite of his recent misbehavior, there is still a place in the rooters for him. An offer the boy scoffs at, scowling that Feedback must have fried the Proc's brain, since he's delusional, before joining the rest of the Tennysons intending to Ben. While Cervantes is clearly disappointed with this outcome, he does not press the issue, instead simply giving the enigmatic reply that their business is not yet concluded, before vanishing into the darkness with his subordinates. As they go, everyone questions Ben on if he's alright, and while clearly disheartened, the boy nods that he'll be fine, clearly more concerned for if the others are unharmed, with Max apologizing that it's his fault Leander got the jump jump on them, while Lucy huffs that she was making her way back inside when Swift grabbed her. Furrowing his brow, Kevin asks if they at least got some dirt on Cervantes and those kids to safety, to which Lucy nods while Gwen sighs they got a little bit, but not enough to shut the Rooters down like Grandpa hoped. As a result, it is a rather dispirited Team Tennyson that returned through the Null Void portal a few minutes later, having stayed only long enough to watch the base go up and confirm there's no trace of the Rooters they can follow. During the drive back to Bellwood, Ben doesn't say a word, a fact which troubles everyone as they all try to engage him in conversation or distraction, all of which fails. Ultimately, though, it is Gwen who gets Ben to speak. Sliding into the seat beside him, she solemnly thanks him for what he did back there, and apologizes that she got caught since it can't have been easy to give up all that alien power to save her grandpa and Lucy. Shaking his head, Ben replies that's where she's wrong. It was easy, since it wasn't even a question in his mind, and he's not mad at her or anyone else. He's mad at himself. If he hadn't let Cervantes stroke his ego so he'd go into the Rooter base, this never would have been an issue. Sliding in on Ben's other side, Kevin gruffly tells his bud to save some of that blame for him, since he's the one who got suckered in by Cervantes and gave him the power he needed to beat them, so he's sorry too, but he's gonna make it right. Looking over at the black-haired boy, both Gwen and Ben question how he's gonna do that, to which Kevin replies that he's gonna use the tricks Cervantes taught him to track him down, since the Rooters are still part of the Plumbers, so once he's inside, he can use that to find them, and the Omnitrix. Grimly, Gwen states rather than asks that he still plans to join the Plumbers after all then, with Kevin nodding that for all his faults, Cervantes helped him realize that's what he wants to be. He wants to help people and protect them from bad guys. If one of those people is his best friend, then there's no reason to sit around waiting any longer. In a heartsick tone, Ben replies that Kevin will be gone for a long time then, won't he? And respecting him too much to sugarcoat it, the young Osmosier nods, saying it'll probably be a couple of years at least, since he wants to become a plumber the right way this time. Gritting his teeth, Ben demands to know why he has to lose Kevin too right after he lost the Omnitrix, since Grandpa's a plumber, so can't he find Cervantes? Shaking his head, Kevin replies that the Rooters are ghosts, so it'll take someone who has first-hand experience with how they operate to find them. And besides, Ben knows he's not cut out for the sort of life he's had since coming back to Bellwood, so this is the best move for everyone. Letting out a deep sigh, Ben nods that he gets it, though Kevin better work his butt off to become the best plumber ever, and when he comes home, he's got to bring lots of cool space souvenirs, with this causing the half-Osmosian to smirk that Tennyson can count on it. In the weeks that follow, life remains quiet as ever, with it seeming as though this truly will be the way of things from now on. For Ben, the adjustment back to a completely normal life is hard, though his friends and family are there for him, even if their presence is temporary in a few cases. The first among the team to leave is Lucy, as her parents have at last returned from the Null Void, now aware of the Forever King's actions at Joel and Camille's wedding. Thankfully, this goodbye is not terribly bittersweet, as Lucy promises to visit Ben and Gwen all the time, since her parents have settled just a few states over, so the pair should never let their guard down, since they never know when she'll be back to prank them. Psych! While the team are all sad to see her go, this is nothing compared to what they feel when the day finally arrives for Kevin to leave. Having been admitted into the Plumber Academy as a first-year cadet because of his father's prior service and a good word from Max, the young man is collected by Magister Prior Galil, and as the pair head for the Magister's ship, Ben, Gwen, Max and his mother all assemble to see him off. The first to speak is his mother, as she bends down to his level to say that while she'll miss him, she's proud of him for following his dream, and that were he here, she knows his dad would be proud too. Following this, Max steps up to clap Kevin on the back, beaming that he knows he'll make a great plumber, while Gwen tells him to study hard and plants a small kiss on his rapidly reddening cheek for good luck. Then, it is Ben's turn, though unlike the others he does not immediately approach, instead staring at his shoe and kicking the ground as he awkwardly tells Kevin, "So long then." Nodding, Kevin agrees that yeah, it'll be a while, with both staying where they are. Confused, Gwen asks her grandpa why these two doofuses are acting so weird, though smiling fondly, Max explains that neither wants to say goodbye to their best friend, though give it time and they'll come around. Having no patience for the posturing of Earth's children, Magister Galil states that if that's everyone, they'll be going now. Though seeing his chance slipping through his fingers, Ben almost involuntarily calls out to Kevin that he'll miss him. Perking up as well, Kevin replies that he'll miss his buddy too. Then, before anyone can react, the pair leap into a hug, clapping the other on the back and reaffirming that they're the best friend they've ever had. Grinning a little, Max chuckles that he told Gwen they'd figure it out, though she just shakes her head and mutters that boys are idiots, though that was kinda sweet. Breaking apart now, the two young heroes promise to call each other loads, and when Kevin gets back to Earth, they'll kick some bad guy butt for old time's sake. Then, with this promise made, Kevin steps back to stand beside the Magister, allowing them both to be transported up to the ship hidden in orbit. While he cannot see it, and surely Kevin cannot see him, Ben reaches out with both arms to wave vigorously in the direction of the departing spacecraft. Though, in doing so, he spots his empty wrist. Even now it is still weird thinking that he can't go hero anymore, and while the loss still stings, he does not regret his choice. Grandpa's assured him that in time, he'll get used to it, which he supposes he'll have to, just like he'll have to get used to Kevin not being around. Though, in his heart he knows neither of these absences are forever, as one day, he'll get the Omnitrix back, and have his best friend by his side once again, and when that day comes, it'll be hero time. And that's where we'll leave this series, though there are still many stories left to tell in the Alien Force era and beyond, so be sure to stay tuned for the upcoming sequel series. In the meantime though, allow me to say thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed the story of Kevin Levin turning good early, and if you did, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts, suggestions, or screams of rage in the comments below.